where we dive deep into gaming's greatest stories. Today, we embark on perhaps our most ambitious journey yet, exploring the tragic and heroic tales of all the Lords of Cinder from the Dark Souls universe. Over the next few hours, we'll uncover the stories of those brave souls who sacrificed themselves to keep the first flame burning, each carrying their own burdens, their own reasons, and their own ultimate fate. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin this epic adventure together as we explore the heroes who fed the flame. Chapter 1: The First Flame and the Origins of Lordship. To understand the Lords of Cinder, we must first understand the nature of the First Flame itself. In the beginning, there was nothing but grey fog, ancient dragons, and everlasting stone. The world existed in a state of stagnation, without life, without death, without the very concept of change itself. But then, from the darkness came fire. The first flame brought with it disparity, light and dark, life and death, heat and cold. From this flame emerged the Lord Souls, powerful fragments of its essence that would shape the destiny of all who followed. These souls were claimed by beings who would become the first lords: Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, the Witch of Izalith, Gravelord Nito, and the furtive pygmy whose role would prove more crucial than anyone could have imagined. But flames, even the first flame, are not eternal. They flicker, they fade, and without fuel, they die. As the flame began to wane, bringing with it the prospect of an age of dark, Gwyn made a choice that would echo through countless generations. He chose to sacrifice himself, linking his very soul to the dying flame to extend the Age of Fire. In doing so, he became the first Lord of Cinder. The term Lord of Cinder carries with it both honor and tragedy. These are beings who possessed souls powerful enough to serve as kindling for the first flame. Their very essence burned away to fuel the continuation of the Age of Fire. They are champions, heroes, and sacrificial victims all at once. Each linking of the flame creates a new Lord of Cinder, adding their strength to those who came before, creating an ever-growing repository of souls bound to the flame's will. The process of becoming a Lord of Cinder is not merely about power, though great power is certainly required. It demands a soul of sufficient magnitude to withstand the flame's hunger, if only briefly. It requires the ability to reach the kiln of the first flame, overcoming whatever guardians and obstacles stand in the way. Most importantly, it requires the willingness, whether voluntary or forced, to sacrifice oneself for the continuation of an age that may already be beyond saving. When a Lord of Cinder completes their sacrifice, they become forever changed. Their bodies are charred and marked by the flame they fed. Their souls become intertwined with the very essence of fire itself. Should they be resurrected, as often happens when the flame grows weak again, they bear the scars and power of their sacrifice, becoming beings caught between life and death, flesh and cinder. The cycle established by Gwyn's sacrifice would repeat countless times throughout history. When the flame grew weak, when the signs of the coming dark became apparent, new champions would emerge or be chosen to continue the cycle. Some would go willingly, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. Others would be forced, driven by circumstance or the will of others, to a fate they never chose. Still others would refuse, leading to crisis and the desperate resurrection of past lords to fulfill the duty once more. This system, while successful in preventing the Age of Dark, came with its own costs. Each linking of the flame grew weaker than the last, requiring more frequent intervention. The world began to show signs of strain, with the undead curse spreading and lands being consumed by various forms of decay and madness. The very foundations of reality began to shift and warp under the weight of a cycle that was never meant to continue indefinitely. Yet for all its flaws, the cycle of fire linking created legends. It gave rise to heroes whose names would be spoken with reverence and fear across generations. These lords of Cinder, each with their own story of triumph and tragedy, became the pillars upon which the dying world attempted to maintain its existence. They are the subjects of our tale today, and their stories reveal the true cost of heroism in a world that demands the ultimate sacrifice. Chapter 2: Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. The First Sacrifice. Lord Gwyn stands as perhaps the most significant figure in all of Dark Souls lore, not merely because he was the first Lord of Cinder, but because his actions set in motion the entire cycle that would define the fate of the world for countless ages to come. Known as the Lord of Sunlight, Gwyn was a being of immense power and authority, ruling over the golden city of Anor Londo during the height of the Age of Fire. In his prime, Gwyn was a magnificent figure. Tall and imposing, with long silver hair and beard, he commanded the respect and loyalty of gods and men alike. His mastery over lightning was legendary, able to craft spears of pure sunlight that could pierce dragon scales and level mountains. The very concept of miracles, those divine interventions that draw upon faith and the power of the gods, trace their origins back to Gwyn's magnificent displays of power. Gwyn's rise to prominence came during the war against the ancient dragons, those primordial beings who ruled the world before the coming of fire. Alongside his allies, the Witch of Izalith with her flames of chaos, Gravelord Nito with his power over death, and Seath the Scaleless, the traitorous dragon who provided crucial knowledge about his kin. Gwyn waged a campaign that would reshape the very nature of existence. The war against the dragons was not merely a battle for territory or resources. It was a fundamental struggle between two incompatible forms of existence. The dragons represented the old world of stagnation, where nothing changed, nothing lived, and nothing died. The lords, empowered by the first flame, embodied change, growth, and the dynamic forces that would define the new age. Gwyn's lightning spears, piercing the immortal scales of the dragons, symbolized this transformation from the static to the dynamic, from the eternal to the temporal. Victory in this war established Gwyn as the supreme ruler of the new age. From his throne in Anor Londo, he presided over a golden period of prosperity and expansion. His knights, the most famous being the legendary Artorias, carried his banner to distant lands. His children, Guinevere, Gwyndolin, the Nameless King, and Filianore, represented different aspects of his power and influence. The very concept of a lordship, as understood throughout the series, stems from Gwyn's example and the system he established. But Gwyn's greatest strength may have also been his greatest weakness: his fear of the dark. The furtive pygmy, that forgotten fourth lord who claimed the dark soul from the first flame, represented something that Gwyn could not control or understand. The dark was the natural opposite of his light, and within it lay the potential for humanity to claim a power that could rival or even surpass that of the gods. This fear led Gwyn to take drastic measures. He branded humans with the dark sign, a curse that would prevent them from fully embracing their dark nature, but would also doom them to cycles of death and rebirth as undead. He scattered pieces of the dark soul to weaken it, and he worked tirelessly to suppress any manifestation of humanity's true potential. These actions, while successful in maintaining his rule, would have consequences that echoed through every subsequent age. As the first flame began to fade, Gwyn faced a choice that would define not only his legacy, but the fate of all existence. He could allow the flame to die naturally, ushering in the age of dark that seemed to be the natural progression of things. Or he could sacrifice himself to rekindle the flame, extending the age of fire at the cost of his own existence. Driven by his fear of the dark and his desire to preserve the world he had built, Gwyn chose sacrifice. He divided his powerful soul among his children and closest allies, giving them strength to rule in his absence, Then, taking only his faithful knights as companions, he marched to the kiln of the first flame. There, in that sacred place where the fire first sparked into existence, Gwyn performed the ultimate act of sacrifice. The linking of the fire was not a peaceful death, it was a burning, consuming process that stripped away everything that made Gwyn who he was. His consciousness, his memories, his very identity were fed to the hungry flame. What remained was a hollow shell, a guardian bound to protect the fire from any who might threaten it, but no longer truly alive in any meaningful sense. By the time the chosen undead encounters Gwyn in the first Dark Souls, he is but a shadow of his former magnificence. His golden armor is tarnished and worn, his great lightning spears reduced to weak copies of their former glory. He moves with the mechanical precision of a construct rather than the grace of a living being. The proud Lord of Sunlight has become Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, his very title reflecting the transformation from living flame to burnt residue. Yet even in this diminished state, Gwyn remains a formidable opponent. His skill with the blade, honed over countless ages, remains intact. His determination to protect the flame never wavers. The fight against Gwyn is not merely a battle of strength, but a test of worthiness. Only one capable of defeating the first Lord of Cinder has the power necessary to either continue the cycle by linking the flame themselves, or to break it by allowing the Age of Dark to finally begin. The music that accompanies this confrontation tells its own story. Gwyn's theme, Plin Plin Plon, is not the triumphant fanfare one might expect for such a legendary figure. Instead, it is a melancholy piano piece, sparse and haunting, reflecting the tragedy of what Gwyn has become. It speaks of nobility lost, of sacrifice unrewarded, of a hero who saved the world by destroying himself. Gwyn's legacy extends far beyond his own story. Every subsequent Lord of Cinder follows the path he established. Every character who faces the choice between linking the flame and embracing the dark does so in the shadow of his decision. The very structure of the world, with its emphasis on duty, sacrifice, and the suppression of the dark, reflects the choices he made and the fears that drove him. Some view Gwyn as a tragic hero, a being who made the ultimate sacrifice to save the world from a darkness he could not understand. Others see him as a tyrant, whose fear and prejudice condemned countless generations to suffering in service of a dying age. Perhaps the truth contains elements of both perspectives. Gwyn was a product of his time and circumstances, a powerful being faced with an impossible choice who did what he believed was right, regardless of the personal cost. What cannot be disputed is the magnitude of his impact on the world of Dark Souls. Every kingdom that rises and falls, every hero that challenges fate, every undead that struggles against the curse, does so in a world shaped by Gwyn's choices. He is the first link in a chain that binds the entire cosmos to a cycle of fire and ash, light and dark, hope and despair. His story serves as both inspiration and warning to those who would follow in his footsteps. It shows the heights that can be achieved through determination and sacrifice, but also the price that such achievements demand. In becoming the first Lord of Cinder, Gwyn transcended his mortality but lost his humanity. He saved the world but doomed it to an endless cycle of decay and renewal. He became a legend, but legends, as we learn throughout the Dark Souls series, are often far more complex and tragic than the stories would have us believe. Chapter 3. The Abyss Watchers, Guardians, consumed by their purpose. The tale of the Abyss Watchers is perhaps one of the most tragic in all of Dark Souls lore, a story of heroes who became so dedicated to fighting darkness that they themselves became consumed by it. Known formally as the Undead Legion of Farron, these warriors represented the best intentions of heroism twisted into something far more complex and tragic. To understand the Abyss Watchers, we must first understand their inspiration, Artorias, the Abyss Walker. This legendary Knight of Gwyn was renowned for his courage and skill, particularly in his battles against the creatures of the Abyss. When the ancient land of Ulachile fell to the corruption of the Abyss through their experiments with the Dark, it was Artorias who took upon himself the mission to cleanse this spreading darkness. The legend tells of Artorias successfully completing his mission, standing as a beacon of hope against the encroaching void. But legends, as we often discover in the Dark Souls universe, can be far from the truth. In reality, Artorias fell to the very corruption he sought to destroy, becoming twisted and maddened by the Abyss's influence. It was actually the intervention of a time-traveling chosen undead that ultimately saved Ulachile, though history would remember it as Artorias' triumph. Regardless of the truth behind the legend, the story of Artorias inspired many. Chief among these admirers were the warriors who would become the Abyss Watchers. These men and women, drawn from various backgrounds and united by their dedication to fighting the Abyss, formed the undead legion of Farron. Their base of operations was Farron Keep, a fortress built in the swamplands that had once been part of Ulachile itself. The Abyss Watchers distinguished themselves not merely through their dedication to their cause, but through a ritual that bound them together in ways that transcended normal brotherhood. They partook of what they called wolf blood, a mystical substance that linked their souls together. This wolf blood was connected to the memory and essence of Artorias himself, who was often symbolically represented by wolves, particularly his loyal companion Sif. The consumption of wolf blood had profound effects on the Abyss Watchers. Physically, it enhanced their abilities, granting them the strength and agility needed to combat the creatures of the Abyss. They adopted fighting styles reminiscent of Artorias himself, wielding large swords with graceful acrobatic movements that seemed to dance between aggression and artistry. Their signature weapon, the Farron Greatsword, was designed to mimic the legendary blade of their hero, paired with a dagger for parrying and additional strikes. But the wolf blood did more than enhance their physical capabilities. It bound their souls together in an unprecedented way, creating a shared consciousness among all who partook of it. This meant that while they remained individual beings with their own thoughts and personalities, their souls were fundamentally linked to what they called the soul of the wolf blood master, the essence of Artorias himself. This soul binding had both advantages and drawbacks. On the positive side, it created an unparalleled unity among the Abyss Watchers. They could coordinate their actions with supernatural precision, fight as a perfect unit, and share in each other's strength and knowledge. When one Watcher learned a new technique or discovered a weakness in an abyssal creature, that knowledge would flow to all the others through their shared soul. However, this same connection would prove to be their downfall. The Abyss Watchers adopted an extremely aggressive stance against anything even remotely connected to the Abyss or its corruption. This zero-tolerance approach led them to destroy entire settlements and regions based on the mere suspicion of corruption. Their paranoia was not entirely unfounded. The Abyss was indeed a spreading corruption that could consume entire regions if left unchecked. However, their extreme methods made them as feared as they were respected. Communities would tremble at the sight of the Abyss Watchers' distinctive pointed helms, knowing that their arrival often meant destruction, whether corruption was actually present or not. The irony of their situation became apparent as time went on. In their zealous dedication to fighting the Abyss Watchers began to exhibit signs of the very corruption they sought to destroy. Their shared soul, while granting them great power, also made them vulnerable to collective corruption. When abyssal influence touched one Watcher, it could potentially spread to all of them through their mystical connection. This corruption manifested in several ways. Some Abyss Watchers began to display the red eyes that were characteristic of abyssal influence. These corrupted Watchers would attack not only external threats, but their own brothers, creating internal conflict within the Legion. The shared soul that had been their greatest strength became a conduit for the very corruption they fought against. The situation in Farron Keep deteriorated rapidly. The swamplands themselves became increasingly toxic and dangerous, filled with hostile creatures and poisonous waters. The Old Wolf of Farron, a mystical guardian connected to the legacy of Artorias, established the Watchdogs of Farron Covenant to protect the area, but even this was insufficient to stem the decay. As the Abyss Watchers battled not only external corruption but internal strife, their effectiveness as guardians diminished. They became trapped in a cycle of fighting each other as much as they fought the Abyss. The very unity that had made them powerful now ensured that corruption could spread among them like wildfire. Despite their internal struggles, or perhaps because of them, the Abyss Watchers eventually linked the First Flame and became Lords of Cinder. The exact circumstances of this linking remain unclear. Some sources suggest that they worked together as a unified force to accomplish this feat, while others imply that only one among them actually performed the linking, with the shared soul allowing all of them to be considered Lords of Cinder. The linking of the flame did not resolve their internal conflicts. If anything, it may have exacerbated them. The process of becoming Lords of Cinder typically involves a fundamental transformation of the being involved, and for the Abyss Watchers, this transformation seems to have further destabilized their already fragile unity. When the bells tolled to summon the Lords of Cinder back to their duty, the Abyss Watchers answered the call, but not in the way that was intended. They returned to their posts in Farron Keep, but their internal conflict continued unabated. By the time the Ashen One encounters them, they are locked in an eternal battle with themselves, corrupted Watchers fighting uncorrupted ones in an endless cycle of violence. The boss battle against the Abyss Watchers perfectly encapsulates their tragic story. The fight begins with multiple Abyss Watchers present in the arena, some fighting the player while others fight each other. Those with red eyes, indicating abyssal corruption, will attack anyone in sight, including their fellow Watchers. This creates a chaotic battlefield where alliances shift moment by moment, and the player can find themselves temporarily aided by the very enemies they're trying to defeat. When the first phase of the battle concludes and one Watcher absorbs the blood of his fallen brothers to enter the second phase, we see the other side of their tragedy. The empowered Watcher becomes wreathed in flame, wielding fire, as well as his signature sword techniques. This represents the culmination of their power as Lords of Cinder, but also their isolation. The unity they once shared has been replaced by solitary strength, the individual triumphing over the collective at the cost of everything that once made them who they were. The arena itself tells a story of decay and conflict. Broken weapons and armor litter the ground, evidence of countless battles fought between the Watchers themselves. The very architecture of Farron Keep shows signs of the spreading corruption and the failure of the Watchers to contain it. What was once a proud fortress dedicated to fighting the Abyss has become a monument to the failure of absolute dedication taken to extremes. The Abyss. Watcher's story serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of zealotry and the corruption that can come from fighting monsters. Their noble intentions, to protect the world from the spreading darkness of the Abyss, led them to adopt increasingly extreme methods that ultimately corrupted them in ways far more subtle than the obvious darkness they fought against. They became so focused on their enemy that they lost sight of what they were supposed to be protecting. Their legacy is complex and multifaceted. On one hand, they represent the highest ideals of heroism, selfless dedication to protecting others, willingness to sacrifice for the greater good, and unwavering commitment to their principles. On the other hand, They demonstrate how these same virtues can become vices when taken to extremes, how the fight against corruption can itself become a form of corruption. The connection to Artorias adds another layer of tragedy to their story. They sought to emulate a hero whose legend was built on a lie, following in the footsteps of someone who had actually failed in his mission. Yet in doing so, they created their own form of heroism, flawed though it may have been. They became the thing they admired, but in becoming it, they discovered the true cost of such dedication. In the broader context of the Dark Souls narrative, the Abyss Watchers represent one possible path for those who would be heroes. They show what happens when the desire to protect becomes an obsession, when unity becomes a vulnerability, and when the fight against darkness requires one to embrace methods that might themselves be questionable. They are neither pure heroes nor simple villains, but complex beings whose good intentions led them down a path that ultimately consumed them. Their tale resonates because it reflects real-world concerns about extremism, the corruption of institutions, and the way that noble causes can be twisted into something harmful. The Abyss Watchers believed they were doing the right thing, and in many ways they were. But their story reminds us that good intentions are not always enough, and that the road to tragedy is often paved with the noblest of purposes. Chapter 4. Aldrich, Devourer of Gods, the saint who became a monster. Among all the lords of Cinder, none presents a more disturbing transformation from holy to horrific than Aldrich, the Devourer of Gods. His story is one of corruption from within, of a religious figure whose dark appetites grew until they consumed not only his humanity, but threatened the very gods themselves. Aldrich represents perhaps the most sinister of all the lords of Cinder, for he alone among them achieved his status not through noble sacrifice, but through sheer, terrible might acquired through unspeakable acts. Aldrich began his existence as a cleric, a servant of the gods dedicated to the spiritual well-being of his flock. In the early days, he would have been a figure of respect and authority, someone whom people looked to for guidance and comfort in times of trouble. The religious hierarchy of the Dark Souls world placed great importance on such figures, seeing them as intermediaries between the mortal realm and the divine powers that shaped existence. But something went wrong with Aldrich's spiritual development. Perhaps it was a gradual corruption, a slow slide from righteousness into darkness. Perhaps it was a sudden revelation or temptation that overwhelmed his moral restraints. Whatever the cause, Aldrich developed what would politely be called an unusual appetite. He began to consume human flesh. At first, this horrifying practice might have been hidden, perhaps rationalized as some form of religious ritual or spiritual necessity. But appetites, once indulged, have a tendency to grow. What began as occasional consumption became regular feeding. What started as secretive acts became more open displays of his monstrous nature. Aldrich ate so many people that his body began to transform, bloating and softening until he became something barely recognizable as human. The consumption of human flesh did more than merely change Aldrich's physical form. In the world of Dark Souls, souls carry power, and the consumption of souls can grant strength to the consumer. By devouring so many humans, Aldrich was essentially accumulating their souls, their life force, their very essence. This made him incredibly powerful, but it also fundamentally changed his nature. He became less human and more monster with each victim consumed. As his appetite grew and his form became increasingly grotesque, Aldrich posed a problem for the religious authorities. They could not simply ignore or hide someone who had become so obviously monstrous, yet his power had grown to the point where he could not easily be destroyed. The solution they chose was to confine him in the Cathedral of the Deep, a massive religious structure where he could be contained while they decided what to do with him. The Cathedral of the Deep had originally been dedicated to very different purposes. It was a place where the faithful of the Way of White came to combat the horrors that emerged from something called the Deep. The Deep itself was a mysterious realm connected to stagnant souls and dark waters, a place where the spiritual residue of the dead seemed to collect and fester. The deacons and clerics of the cathedral were supposed to guard against the creatures and corruption that emerged from this place, but Aldrich's presence changed everything. Rather than being contained by the cathedral, he began to corrupt it. His vision of the future, his dreams of what the world could become, started to influence the very people who were supposed to be guarding him. He proclaimed that the Age of Fire was ending and that it should be replaced by an Age of the Deep Sea, where the world would be covered by dark waters and the dregs of humanity would sink to the ocean floor to serve as the foundation for a new form of existence. This vision was seductive to those who had grown tired of the endless cycle of fire linking and the suffering it brought. The deacons and clerics of the Cathedral of the Deep began to listen to Aldrich's teachings, to see him not as a monster to be contained, but as a prophet revealing a new path forward. They abandoned their traditional duties and embraced Aldrich as the Saint of the Deep, a holy figure who would lead them into this new age. The transformation of the Cathedral of the Deep from a bastion against corruption to a center of worship for that same corruption was gradual but complete. The deacons, once dedicated to fighting the creatures of the deep, began to use sorceries associated with it instead of their traditional miracles. They covered statues and abandoned their previous religious symbols in favor of those connected to Aldrich and his vision. Aldrich's influence extended beyond simple religious conversion. The Pontiff Suleiman, a powerful figure from the distant land of Erithil, became connected to Aldrich's cause. Suleiman was a master manipulator and sorcerer who saw opportunity in Aldrich's growing power. The two formed an alliance that would have far-reaching consequences for the world. Under Suleiman's guidance and with the support of his growing cult, Aldrich's ambitions expanded beyond merely human prey. He began to dream of consuming the gods themselves, believing that by devouring divine beings, he could absorb their power and perhaps achieve a form of immortality or transcendence that would allow him to reshape the world according to his vision. The process of consuming gods was far more complex than simply eating human beings. Gods were vastly more powerful than mortals, and their essence was fundamentally different. To successfully devour a god, Aldrich would need to be far more powerful than he already was. This need for additional strength may have been what motivated him to link the first flame and become a Lord of Cinder. The linking of the flame was not a voluntary act on Aldrich's part. By this time, his monstrous nature and cannibalistic practices were well known, and he was certainly not the kind of figure that would normally be chosen for such a sacred duty. However, the sheer magnitude of his accumulated power, gained through consuming countless souls, made him a viable candidate regardless of his moral character. The transformation into a Lord of Cinder changed Aldrich in fundamental ways. His already grotesque form became even more monstrous, turning into a writhing mass of dark sludge filled with bones and partially digested remains. But it also granted him the power he needed to pursue his ultimate goal, the consumption of the gods themselves. Working with Pontiff Suleiman, Aldrich set his sights on Anor Londo, the legendary city of the gods. Suleiman had already infiltrated the city and taken control of much of its operations. When the time came for Aldrich to be resurrected as a Lord of Cinder to fulfill his duty to the flame, he instead used this resurrection as an opportunity to travel to Anor Londo and begin his divine feast. The first god to fall to Aldrich's appetite was Gwyndolin, the Dark Sun, youngest child of Lord Gwyn. Gwyndolin had remained in Anor Londo long after the other gods had departed. maintaining the illusion of the city's former glory and serving as a guardian of his father's legacy. Sullivan imprisoned Gwyndolin and offered him to Aldrich as the first course in his divine banquet. The consumption of Gwyndolin was not a quick or merciful process. Aldrich slowly devoured the god over an extended period, savouring both the physical act and the absorption of divine power. This prolonged consumption had several effects on Aldrich. He gained access to some of Gwyndolин's abilities, including mastery over certain forms of magic and the power to use the god's signature weapons. But the consumption also granted Aldrich visions and dreams that expanded his understanding of the gods and their powers. In his dreams while devouring Gwyndolin, Aldrich perceived the form of a young, pale girl in hiding. This vision was likely of Priscilla, the crossbreed, a mysterious figure with the power of life hunt, an ability so dangerous that even the gods feared it. This suggests that Aldrich's ultimate goal was not merely to consume gods randomly, but to specifically target those with the most powerful and dangerous abilities. The scene that greets the Ashen One when they finally encounter Aldrich in Anor Londo is one of pure horror. The once majestic cathedral where Ornstein and Smaug once stood guard has been transformed into a feeding ground. Aldrich's massive slug-like form fills much of the chamber, a writhing mass of dark sludge studded with bones and crowned by the upper torso of the half-digested Gwyndolin. The battle against Aldrich is as much a battle against his victim as against the monster himself. Gwyndolin's body serves as Aldrich's primary means of interaction with the world, wielding the god's bow and catalyst, while Aldrich's true form lurks beneath. The twisted symbiosis between predator and prey creates a uniquely disturbing opponent, one that combines the elegant magical attacks of a god with the raw, overwhelming hunger of a monster. Throughout the fight, the sounds of Gwyndolин's suffering can be heard, suggesting that some awareness remains within the consumed god. This adds a layer of tragedy to an already horrific encounter. Gwyndolin, who had dedicated his existence to maintaining his father's legacy and protecting Anor Londo, has become an unwilling puppet in his own consumption. Aldrich's moveset in battle reflects both his nature as a consumer of gods and his mastery over the powers of the deep. His attacks combine elements of Gwyndolин's original abilities with new powers derived from his connection to dark waters and stagnant souls. The arena itself becomes a hazard as Aldrich moves through it, his massive form capable of repositioning itself through some form of mystical locomotion that allows him to emerge from the floor at different locations. The implications of Aldrich's actions extend far beyond the immediate horror of his cannibalism. By consuming Gwyndolin, he has disrupted one of the last connections between the current age and the golden era of the gods. Gwyndolin was not merely a powerful individual, but a guardian of knowledge, tradition, and divine authority. His consumption represents a fundamental break with the past and the institutions that have maintained order throughout the Age of Fire. Furthermore, Aldrich's vision of the Age of the Deep Sea represents a complete rejection of the cycle of fire linking that has defined the world's history. Where others have sought to maintain or reform the existing order, Aldrich advocates for its complete destruction and replacement. His is not a vision of improvement, but of transformation so radical that it would render the current world unrecognizable. The religious aspects of Aldrich's transformation cannot be ignored. He began as a cleric, a servant of the gods, yet he ultimately became their destroyer. This represents perhaps the ultimate form of apostasy, not merely abandoning one's faith, but actively working to destroy the objects of that faith. Yet his followers continue to regard him as a saint, suggesting that they see his actions not as betrayal but as revelation. The corruption of the Cathedral of the Deep under Aldrich's influence mirrors many real-world examples of religious institutions being corrupted from within. The gradual transformation of the deacons from guardians against corruption to embracers of it shows how even the most dedicated servants can be led astray when presented with a sufficiently compelling alternative vision. Aldrich's story also raises questions about the nature of power and its corrupting influence. His strength came not from noble deeds or divine blessing, but from the consumption of others. This accumulation of power through predation represents a dark alternative to the traditional paths of heroism and sacrifice that characterize other lords of Cinder. Where others gave of themselves, Aldrich took from others. The relationship between Aldrich and Pontiff Suleiman adds another dimension to his story. Suleiman, despite being a powerful sorcerer and manipulator in his own right, chose to ally with Aldrich rather than oppose him. This suggests that Aldrich's power and vision were compelling enough to attract even those who might have been expected to resist him. The alliance between the two represents a convergence of different forms of corruption: Aldrich's consuming hunger and Suleiman's cold ambition. In the broader narrative of Dark Souls III, Aldrich serves as a dark mirror to the other lords of Cinder. Where the Abyss Watchers were corrupted by their noble intentions, Aldrich was corrupted by base appetites. Where Yharnam was motivated by duty to his people, Aldrich was motivated purely by self-interest. Where the twin princes rejected their fate out of wisdom or cowardice, Aldrich embraced his fate as an opportunity for greater predation. Yet, for all his monstrosity, Aldrich achieved what he set out to accomplish. He gained incredible power, he influenced countless followers, and he successfully began consuming the gods themselves. In terms of pure effectiveness, he may be the most successful of all the Lords of Cinder, having used his position to advance his own agenda rather than simply fulfilling the duty imposed upon him. The defeat of Aldrich by the Ashen One represents more than just the elimination of a powerful enemy. It represents the ending of a vision of the future that would have fundamentally transformed the world. The Age of the Deep Sea dies with Aldrich, leaving only the traditional options of linking the fire or embracing the Age of Dark. In destroying Aldrich, the Ashen One preserves the existing order, for better or worse. Aldrich's legacy lives on in the corruption he spread and the institutions he influenced. The Cathedral of the Deep remains a testament to his power to corrupt and transform. The deacons who served him continue to practice their dark arts even after his death. The very concept of the deep as an alternative to both fire and dark continues to influence those who seek a different path forward. In examining Aldrich's story, we see themes of corruption, power, religious manipulation, and the dangers of unchecked appetite. His transformation from holy man to monster serves as a warning about the corrupting influence of power and the way that even the most sacred institutions can be turned to dark purposes. He represents the shadow side of authority, the potential for those entrusted with spiritual guidance to become predators upon those they are meant to protect. Chapter 5: Yharnam the Giant, the Reluctant King's Burden. The tale of Yharnam the Giant stands apart from the other Lords of Cinder as a story of duty, sacrifice, and the crushing weight of good intentions gone tragically wrong. Where other lords were driven by ambition, corruption, or noble obsession, Yharnam's path to becoming a Lord of Cinder was paved with genuine love for his people and a desperate desire to protect them from a threat he could not fully understand. Yharnam was born into a legacy of conquest. As the descendant of an ancient conqueror who had subjugated the people of what would become the profaned capital, he inherited not only power, but also the complex relationship between ruler and ruled that comes from such a history. By rights, Yharnam should have been feared and hated by the very people his ancestor had conquered. Instead, something remarkable happened. The people themselves asked him to lead them. This request speaks to the character of both Yharnam and the people of the profaned capital. Despite his intimidating size and the history of his bloodline, Yharnam must have demonstrated qualities that inspired trust and respect. The people saw in him not an oppressor, but a protector, someone who could serve as both their shield against external threats and their sword against injustice. It was a burden that Yharnam accepted willingly, understanding the responsibility that came with such trust. As a ruler, Yharnam distinguished himself through his dedication to his people's welfare. He fought not from the safety of a throne room, but as a frontline warrior, often serving as a one-man vanguard in battles against threats to his kingdom. His enormous size and strength made him a formidable opponent, capable of taking on entire armies single-handedly. But more than his physical prowess, it was his willingness to put himself at risk for others that truly defined his leadership. Yharnam's fighting style reflected his character. He wielded a massive machete and, initially, a great shield that served as protection in battle. This combination of offense and defense symbolized his role as both warrior and protector. He would strike down his kingdom's enemies while using his shield to protect his people from harm. It was a balanced approach that served him well in many conflicts. However, this balance was shattered by personal tragedy. At some point during his reign, Yharnam lost someone dear to him. The exact identity of this person is not specified in the law, but their importance to Yharnam cannot be overstated. The loss was so devastating that it fundamentally changed how he approached both battle and life. In his grief and anger, Yharnam abandoned his great shield entirely, notching his machete to allow for two-handed use and adopting a more aggressive, reckless fighting style. This transformation from balanced warrior to aggressive berserker reflected the change in Yharnam's emotional state. Where once he had fought to protect, now he fought with a fury born of loss and pain. The abandonment of his shield was symbolic. He no longer prioritized his own defense, but instead focused entirely on destroying his enemies, regardless of the risk to himself. It was the behavior of someone who had lost something precious and was determined that nothing else would be taken from him. Despite this personal tragedy, or perhaps because of it, Yharnam continued to be a beloved ruler. His people understood his grief and respected his dedication to their protection. When doubts arose about his commitment to their welfare, Yharnam made an extraordinary gesture of trust. He gave his people a weapon specifically designed to kill giants like himself. The Storm Ruler, a legendary blade capable of commanding the power of storms to bring down even the mightiest opponents. This act demonstrated remarkable confidence in both his people's judgment and his own righteousness. By giving them the means to destroy him, Yharnam was essentially saying that he trusted them to use that power only if he truly betrayed their trust or became a threat to their well-being. It was a gesture unprecedented in the annals of rulership, one that spoke to both his humility and his genuine love for his subjects. The Storm Ruler was not merely a weapon, but a covenant between ruler and ruled. It represented the idea that power should be held accountable, that even the mightiest king should be subject to the will of his people if he strayed from the path of righteousness. By creating and distributing this weapon, Yharnam was establishing a form of checks and balances that ensured his power could not be abused without consequence. But Yharnam's greatest test came not from external enemies or internal strife, but from a supernatural threat that none of his strength or wisdom could have prepared him for. The profaned flame, a terrible fire that would never be extinguished, fell from the sky and began to consume his kingdom. This flame was unlike any natural fire. It burned only human flesh, leaving everything else untouched, and it could not be put out by any conventional means. The origin of the profaned flame was connected to a curse triggered by 4 women who were relatives of an oracle. These women, consumed by greed and carelessness, somehow activated this terrible curse that brought the flame down upon the kingdom. The profaned flame represented a form of punishment or cosmic retribution, a force of destruction that specifically targeted humanity. Faced with this unprecedented threat to his people, Yharnam found himself in an impossible situation. His physical strength, which had served him so well against conventional enemies, was useless against a supernatural flame that could not be fought with sword or shield. His traditional role as protector was meaningless when the threat came not from invading armies, but from forces beyond mortal comprehension. In desperation, Yharnam sought a solution in the most drastic action available to him, linking the first flame to become a Lord of Cinder. The logic was sound in its desperation. By gaining the power of a Lord of Cinder, perhaps he could find a way to combat or control the profaned flame. If nothing else, the great sacrifice might appease whatever cosmic forces had brought this punishment upon his kingdom. The decision to link the flame was not made lightly. Yharnam understood that becoming a Lord of Cinder meant sacrificing his own life and identity in service to a larger cosmic order. But faced with the alternative, watching his beloved people burn in a fire that could never be extinguished, he chose to make the ultimate sacrifice. His love for his subjects outweighed his desire for personal survival. Before undertaking this final journey, Yharnam made one last gesture that would prove prophetic. He had kept one copy of the Storm Ruler for himself, but he gave the second copy to a dear friend, Sigurd of Katarina, a knight from a distant land who had somehow earned Yharnam's trust and affection. With this weapon came a terrible request. If Yharnam should ever fall to despair or madness, if he should become a threat to the very people he sought to protect, Sigurd was to use the Storm Ruler to end his suffering. This request reveals the depth of Yharnam's wisdom and his understanding of the costs of power. He knew that the transformation into a Lord of Cinder might change him in fundamental ways, that the being who returned might not be the same person who made the sacrifice. By entrusting Sigurd with the means to destroy him, Yharnam was ensuring that his love for his people would be honored even if he himself was no longer capable of honoring it. The linking of the flame did not achieve what Yharnam had hoped. Despite his sacrifice, despite the immense power he gained as a Lord of Cinder, the profaned flame was not extinguished. If anything, the situation may have worsened. Some accounts suggest that the flame actually intensified after his transformation, consuming even more of his people and reducing much of the profaned capital to ash and bone. When Yharnam was eventually resurrected to fulfill his duty as a Lord of Cinder, he awoke to find his worst nightmare realized. His kingdom lay in ruins, his people were dead or transformed into monsters, and the profaned flame still burned as fiercely as ever. The sacrifice that was supposed to save everything had accomplished nothing except to delay his witnessing of its destruction. The Yharnam that the Ashen One encounters is a broken being, consumed by grief and driven to madness by the failure of his ultimate sacrifice. The throne room where he sits is a charnel house, filled with the scorched remains of his subjects. The very people he had died to protect had become the fuel for the fire he had failed to extinguish. Worse still, some of these remains show signs of having wielded storm rulers, suggesting that some of his people had tried to fight him and failed, the ultimate betrayal of the trust he had placed in them. The giant who once fought as a protector now shows no recognition of friend or foe. His red eyes glow with the same mad fury that characterizes other beings consumed by despair or corruption. When Sigurd arrives to fulfill his promise, Yharnam attacks him with the same mindless aggression he shows toward any intruder. The loving ruler who had once treasured his friend's companionship no longer recognizes the one person who might have brought him comfort. The battle against Yharnam is unique among the Lord of Cinder encounters, because it explicitly requires the use of the Storm Ruler to achieve victory. while other bosses can be defeated through conventional means. Yharnam's immense size and strength make him nearly invulnerable to normal weapons. The Storm Ruler's power to command storms and bring down giants is essential to the fight, creating a mechanical reflection of the lore. Only the weapon he himself provided can bring him peace. If Sigurd survives the encounter, his dialogue after Yharnam's defeat reveals the true tragedy of the situation. He speaks of fulfilling a promise to an old friend, of doing what had to be done despite the pain it caused him. The implication is that some part of Sigurd's attack was motivated not by duty but by mercy, that killing Yharnam was an act of love, freeing him from a torment that had become unbearable. The Storm Ruler found in Yharnam's throne room after his defeat tells its own story. This weapon, identical to the one carried by Sigurd, represents the completion of the covenant between ruler and ruled. In death, Yharnam has finally been held accountable by the weapon he himself provided, though not in the way he had originally intended. The tool meant to protect his people from a tyrannical king instead became the instrument of mercy for a mad one. Yharnam's story serves as a meditation on the limits of good intentions and the tragedy of noble sacrifice that achieves nothing. Unlike other lords of Cinder who were corrupted by their own flaws or driven by selfish motives, Yharnam was motivated throughout by genuine love and concern for others. Yet this very love led him to make choices that ultimately brought about the destruction he sought to prevent. The relationship between Yharnam and Sigurd adds depth to this tragedy. Here were two beings from different cultures and backgrounds who found genuine friendship and mutual respect. Sigurd's willingness to carry out his terrible promise speaks to the strength of their bond and the respect he held for Yharnam's judgment. Even knowing the pain it would cause him, Sigurd honored his commitment because he understood that it was what his friend would have wanted. The profaned capital itself serves as a monument to the failure of good intentions. Once a prosperous kingdom ruled by a beloved giant, it has become a wasteland of ash and bone. The architecture that remains shows signs of past glory, but it is overwhelmed by the evidence of destruction and death. The very name profaned suggests that something sacred has been violated or corrupted, though whether this refers to the kingdom, the flame, or Yharnam himself remains ambiguous. In the broader context of Dark Souls lore, Yharnam represents the tragic hero who sacrifices everything for others and receives nothing but suffering in return. His story challenges the assumption that noble motives lead to positive outcomes, showing instead how even the most selfless actions can have unintended consequences. The cosmic forces at play in the Dark Souls universe are indifferent to human suffering and seem to delight in subverting attempts at heroic intervention. The theme of isolation runs throughout Yharnam's tale. Despite being surrounded by subjects who loved him and having at least one true friend, Yharnam ultimately faced his greatest challenges alone. The burden of leadership, the weight of responsibility, and the agony of failure were his to bear without anyone who could truly understand or share the load. Even his transformation into a Lord of Cinder, supposedly the highest honor possible, became just another form of isolation as it separated him from his humanity and his connection to others. Yharnam's legacy is one of questions rather than answers. What could he have done differently? Was there any solution to the threat of the profaned flame? Or was his kingdom doomed regardless of his actions? Did his sacrifice accomplish anything at all? Or was it merely a gesture that delayed the inevitable? These questions have no clear answers, which is perhaps fitting for a story that deals with the incomprehensible forces that shape fate in the Dark Souls universe. The weapons that can be created from Yharnam's soul after his defeat reflect different aspects of his character. Yharnam's great machete represents his role as a warrior and protector, while Yharnam's great shield represents the defense he abandoned in his grief Together, they tell the story of a complete warrior who became incomplete through loss, who gave up balance in favor of fury, and who ultimately paid the price for that choice. In examining Yharnam's story, we see themes of duty, sacrifice, the burden of leadership, and the tragedy of good intentions. His tale serves as a reminder that in the Dark Souls universe, as in our own world, being right is not enough. Being good is not enough. And even being willing to sacrifice everything for others is not enough to guarantee a positive outcome. Sometimes the greatest tragedies are not those that befall the wicked, but those that destroy the good, despite their best efforts to do right. Chapter 6. The Twin Princes. A refusal born of wisdom or fear. In the crumbling spires of Lothric Castle, atop the highest tower where the winds carry whispers of ages past, dwell perhaps the most enigmatic of all the lords of Cinder, Lorien, elder prince, and Lothric, younger prince. Their story is one of brotherhood, sacrifice, and the courage to say no in a world that demands absolute obedience to cosmic duty. Known collectively as the Twin Princes, they represent the only lords of Cinder who consciously chose to reject their fate, preferring to watch the world burn rather than perpetuate a cycle they deemed fundamentally flawed. To understand the Twin Princes, we must first understand the kingdom of Lothric itself and the desperate circumstances that led to their birth. Lothric was a realm obsessed with producing a worthy heir to link the first flame. The royal bloodline had devoted generations to this singular purpose, engaging in increasingly desperate measures to create a child capable of becoming a Lord of Cinder. This obsession with fire linking had become the defining characteristic of the kingdom's identity and purpose. The bloodline of Lothric traced its origins back to the Age of Gods, with strong connections to the royal family of Anor Londo. Queen Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn himself, had left her father's city and eventually married into the Lothric royal line, bringing with her divine blood and the blessings associated with her celestial heritage. This divine ancestry was seen as crucial to producing an heir capable of withstanding the terrible power of the first flame. However, divine blood alone proved insufficient for the task at hand. The exact nature of these practices is left to the imagination, but they clearly involved violations of natural law and moral boundaries that even the desperate royal family found difficult to justify. Into this environment of desperation and moral compromise were born the three princes: Lorien, the eldest, Lothric, the younger, and Ocelot, whose fate would become entangled with the madness of their father, King Oseros. Each child represented different aspects of their parents' hopes and the kingdom's desperate needs. Lorien, the elder prince, embodied everything the kingdom hoped for in a potential Lord of Cinder. He was physically powerful, skilled in combat, and possessed of the kind of heroic nature that legends are made of. His greatest achievement came in his single-handed defeat of the Demon Prince, a powerful remnant of the chaos demons that had plagued the world since the Witch of Izalith's failed attempt to recreate the first flame. This victory was so significant that it left permanent marks on Lorien. His sword remained eternally wreathed in the flames of his fallen enemy, a constant reminder of his triumph over one of the most dangerous beings in existence. But Lorien's strength was not merely physical. He possessed a noble character that made him beloved by those who served under him and respected by his enemies. His willingness to lead from the front, to face danger before asking others to do so, and his genuine care for the welfare of his people marked him as a true leader. In many ways, he represented the ideal of knightly virtue that the kingdom of Lothric aspired to embody. Lothric, the younger prince, was born with a very different destiny. While Lorien had been shaped as a warrior and leader, Lothric was specifically intended to be the one who would link the first flame. From birth, he was groomed for this singular purpose, educated in the arts and knowledge necessary to understand the cosmic forces he would one day be expected to master. His tutors included some of the most learned scholars in the realm, and his education encompassed not only traditional subjects, but esoteric knowledge about the nature of souls, fire, and the fundamental forces that shaped reality. However, this education may have been more thorough than the royal family intended. As Lothric learned about the history of fire linking, about the endless cycle of decay and renewal that had characterized the world for countless ages, he began to question whether this cycle was truly beneficial or necessary. His studies revealed the costs of maintaining the Age of Fire, the spread of the undead curse, the gradual decay of the world, the suffering of countless beings trapped in cycles of death and resurrection. Moreover, Lothric was physically frail, seemingly incapable of the kind of heroic journey that linking the flame traditionally required. Where Lorien was robust and powerful, Lothric was pale, thin, and apparently confined to his bed for much of his time. This physical weakness might have been a result of his divine heritage, a consequence of the unnatural methods used to create him, or simply a reflection of the cosmic burden he was expected to bear. The contrast between the two brothers was striking, but it was also the foundation of their deepest bond. Lorien, despite his strength and accomplishments, was devoted to his younger brother. When he saw Lothric's suffering, when he understood the terrible fate that awaited the younger prince, Lorien made a choice that would define both of their destinies. He chose to share his brother's burden. The exact mechanism by which this sharing occurred is described as a curse that bound their souls together. Some sources suggest that this curse was imposed by their parents as another desperate attempt to create a suitable heir. By combining Lorien's strength with Lothric's divine nature, they might produce a being capable of linking the flame. Others suggest that the curse was self-imposed, a result of Lorien's willingness to take on his brother's suffering. Whatever its origin, the curse had profound effects on both princes. Lorien, despite his previous strength and mobility, became crippled and mute. He lost the ability to walk and could no longer speak, though he retained his skill with a sword and his fierce protective instincts toward his younger brother. The curse had taken his physical independence, but not his warrior's spirit. For Lothric, the curse provided a different kind of strength. Though still physically frail, he gained access to powerful sorceries and the ability to extend his consciousness beyond his physical form. More importantly, he gained a companion who would never leave him, never judge him, and never ask him to be anything other than what he was. The bond between the twin princes became legendary within Lothric Castle. Servants and knights spoke of their devotion to each other, of how Lorien would carry Lothric when travel was necessary, of how Lothric would speak for both of them in official matters. They had become, in a very real sense, two halves of a single being, Lorien providing physical strength and protection, while Lothric provided intelligence and magical power. As the time approached for Lothric to fulfill his destiny and link the first flame, both princes began to understand the true nature of what was being asked of them. Their education and their unique perspective allowed them to see beyond the propaganda and tradition that surrounded fire linking. They recognized the cycle for what it truly was: a cosmic trap that perpetuated suffering while preventing any genuine progress or resolution of the world's fundamental problems. This recognition led to their fateful decision. They would refuse to link the flame. This was not a choice made lightly or out of cowardice, but a deliberate rejection of what they saw as a flawed system. They understood that their refusal would lead to consequences: the fading of the fire, the coming of the Age of Dark, the potential end of the world as it currently existed. But they also understood that continuing the cycle would only delay these consequences, while ensuring that countless more beings would suffer in the interim. Their refusal was both philosophical and practical. Philosophically, they rejected the idea that their individual sacrifice could justify the perpetuation of a system they viewed as fundamentally unjust. Practically, They recognized that the Age of Fire was ending regardless of their actions, and that attempts to prolong it were becoming increasingly desperate and costly. The princes withdrew to the highest tower of Lothric Castle, as far from the world below as they could manage. There they settled in to wait for the end, watching from a distance as the fire faded and the world struggled with the consequences of their decision. Their refusal to participate in the cosmic order created a crisis that would ultimately lead to the resurrection of previous lords of Cinder and the awakening of the unkindled. The chamber where the twin princes made their final stand is filled with the trappings of their former lives: Lothric's books and magical implements, Lorien's weapons and armor, the symbols of a royal lineage that had devoted everything to a purpose they ultimately rejected. But it is also a place of peace, where two brothers found solace in each other's company despite the chaos their decision had unleashed upon the world. When the Ashen One finally confronts them, the battle that ensues is unlike any other in the game. It is not a fight against corrupted monsters or fallen heroes, but against two beings who remain fundamentally noble even in their opposition to the player's quest. They fight not out of madness or corruption, but out of conviction and their determination to protect each other. The battle itself reflects the nature of their bond. In the first phase, the player faces Lorien alone, a skilled warrior fighting with the fluid grace that made him famous, but clearly holding back, clearly not fighting with the desperate fury of someone whose survival depends on victory. He fights like someone fulfilling an obligation rather than someone truly invested in the outcome. Only when Lorien falls does the true nature of the battle become apparent. Lothric, who had remained distant and passive during the first phase, descends from his throne to revive his brother and join the battle properly. The curse that binds them ensures that neither can truly die while the other lives, creating a dynamic where the player must overcome both princes simultaneously to achieve victory. In this second phase, the full extent of their combined power becomes apparent. Lorien's swordsmanship is enhanced by Lothric's magic, creating attacks that combine physical force with mystical energy. Lothric, riding on his brother's back, provides ranged magical support while remaining protected by Lorien's defensive capabilities. They move as one being, attack as one being, and face death as one being. The tragedy of the battle is that it represents the failure of dialogue and understanding. The twin princes are not evil beings who must be destroyed for the good of the world. They are thoughtful individuals who have reached a different conclusion about what the world needs. Their refusal to link the flame comes not from selfishness, but from a genuine belief that the cycle must be broken, even if that breaking brings about the end of everything they have known. The philosophical questions raised by the twin princes' position are central to the themes of Dark Souls III. Are they heroes for having the courage to break a destructive cycle, even knowing the immediate consequences would be catastrophic? Are they villains for allowing the world to fall into darkness rather than accepting their predetermined role? Or are they simply tragic figures caught between impossible choices, doing what they believe is right, even though it leads to conflict and suffering? Their weapons and equipment tell the story of their character and choices. Lorien's great sword, permanently wreathed in flame from his victory over the demon prince, represents his heroic past and the strength he brought to their partnership. Lothric's holy sword, blessed with potent magic, but destined to remain a distant dream, represents the potential that was never realized according to others' expectations. When these weapons are combined to create the twin princes' great sword, they form a symbol of their unity and their shared rejection of the roles assigned to them. The soul that the player obtains from their defeat is described as the soul of the twin princes, singular rather than plural, emphasizing that the curse had indeed made them into a single entity in the most fundamental sense. This soul contains within it all the power that the kingdom of Lothric had sought to cultivate for generations, the divine strength and magical knowledge that should have been used to link the first flame. Instead, it becomes just another trophy in the Ashen One's collection, its intended purpose forever unfulfilled. The chamber where they made their final stand becomes a tomb to more than just the twin princes themselves. It represents the death of Lothric's grand ambition, the failure of generations of planning and sacrifice, and the end of one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. The books and scrolls scattered throughout the room contain knowledge that will never be passed on, wisdom that will die with those who possessed it. But perhaps most tragically, it represents the end of a love story. Not a romantic love, but the deep, selfless love between brothers who chose to face the end of the world together rather than be separated by duty or fate. Their curse, initially seen as a burden, became in the end a blessing that ensured neither would have to face death alone. The twin princes' story raises uncomfortable questions about duty, sacrifice, and the right of individuals to choose their own fate. In a world where cosmic forces demand specific actions from specific people, what rights do those people have to refuse? When the fate of everything depends on one person's willingness to sacrifice themselves, does that person have the moral authority to say no? Their refusal also highlights the ultimate futility of the fire-linking cycle. Despite generations of preparation, despite the investment of vast resources and the commitment of entire kingdoms to the cause, the system ultimately depends on the voluntary compliance of those chosen to feed the flame. When that compliance is withdrawn, the entire structure collapses, revealing how fragile the foundations of the Age of Fire truly were. In the broader context of the Dark Souls series, the twin princes represent the possibility of conscious choice in a world that seems determined by fate. Where other characters are driven by destiny, corruption, or circumstances beyond their control, Lorien and Lothric actively choose their path and accept the consequences of that choice. Whether their choice was wise or foolish, it was genuinely their own. Their story also serves as a commentary on the cost of power and privilege. Born into a royal bloodline, educated by the finest teachers, and given every advantage their society could provide, they ultimately used those advantages to reject the very system that had created them. Their privilege gave them the perspective to see the flaws in the cycle of fire linking, but it also gave them the luxury of refusing to participate in a way that was not available to less fortunate individuals. The relationship between the twin princes and their teacher, the scholar who helped shape Lothric's understanding of the world, adds another layer to their story. This unnamed figure is suggested to have been instrumental in turning Lothric away from his intended purpose, providing him with the knowledge and perspective that led to his ultimate refusal. Whether this teacher was a wise guide helping Lothric see the truth, or a corrupting influence leading him astray, is a matter of interpretation. As the player stands in their chamber after their defeat, surrounded by the remnants of their lives and their choices, the weight of what has been lost becomes apparent. These were not monsters to be destroyed, but individuals with their own hopes, fears, and convictions. Their death was necessary for the player's quest to continue, but it was also a tragedy in its own right, the end of the last hope for a different kind of resolution to the world's problems. The twin princes' rejection of fire linking represents the road not taken, the alternative that might have been if the world had been willing to accept change and uncertainty, rather than clinging to a familiar but flawed system. Their story suggests that sometimes the most courageous choice is not to accept the role others have assigned to you, even when that role comes with great honor and the promise of heroic sacrifice. In the end, the twin princes chose love over duty, understanding over tradition, and conscious choice over predetermined fate. Whether these choices were right or wrong, they were made with full knowledge of the consequences and with a commitment to face those consequences together. In a world full of tragic heroes who sacrifice themselves for others, they stand as tragic heroes who chose to sacrifice others for their principles and found the strength to live with that choice until the very end. Chapter 7. Ludleth of Corland. The willing sacrifice among all the lords of Cinder, perhaps none is as enigmatic or as faithful to the cause of firelinking as Ludleth of Corland. Known as the Exiled, according to the inscription on his throne, Ludleth presents a study in contrasts. A diminutive figure who claims to have performed the greatest sacrifice possible, a seemingly humble character who harbours dark secrets, and the only Lord of Cinder who voluntarily maintains his post when called upon to serve again. When the Ashen One first encounters Ludleth at Firelink Shrine, he appears to be the least impressive of all the Lords of Cinder. Small in stature, apparently crippled and unable to leave his throne, speaking in archaic language that marks him as being from an older era, he seems almost insignificant compared to the mighty warriors and legendary figures who occupy the other thrones. Yet this appearance of weakness conceals depths that only become apparent as his story unfolds. Ludleth's origins lie in the distant land of Corland, a kingdom that specialized in the forbidden art of soul transposition. This practice involved extracting the essence of powerful souls and reshaping them into weapons, spells, or other useful forms. It was a skill that required deep understanding of the fundamental nature of souls and the ability to manipulate their structure without destroying their essential power. Soul transposition was not merely a craft in Corland, it was apparently a cornerstone of their civilization. The description of Ludleth as a student of transposition suggests that this knowledge was taught formally, perhaps in schools or academies dedicated to its study. The fact that multiple transposing kilns existed in Corland indicates that the practice was widespread and possibly institutionalized. However, soul transposition was also considered a forbidden art by many, and for good reason. The manipulation of souls was seen as a violation of natural order, a form of necromancy that showed disrespect for the dead and the sanctity of the soul itself. This practice left a foul stain upon Corland's honor, suggesting that their reputation was damaged by their association with these dark arts. The foul stain may have been more than just reputational damage. Ludleth wears a skull ring that identifies him as a soul feeder, and there are hints that this term refers to something far more sinister than a mere practitioner of soul transposition. The ring's description suggests that the soul feeder was a monster that devoured souls, bringing ruin to whatever land it inhabited. If Ludleth was indeed this soul feeder, then his exile from Corland becomes more understandable. He may have been responsible for terrible atrocities that threatened the very existence of his homeland. The connection between soul transposition and soul feeding may lie in the corruption that can result from trafficking too heavily in the essence of others. Just as Aldrich was corrupted by his consumption of human flesh and souls, Ludleth may have been transformed by his deep involvement with soul manipulation. The difference is that where Aldrich embraced his transformation and the power it brought, Ludleth appears to have recognized it as a curse and sought redemption. Ludleth's exile from Corland marked the beginning of a journey that would ultimately lead him to make the greatest sacrifice possible. Driven from his homeland and bearing the burden of whatever crimes he had committed, he somehow came to understand the cosmic forces at work in the world and the role that Lords of Cinder played in maintaining the balance between light and dark. Unlike the other Lords of Cinder, who were chosen or compelled to link the flame by circumstance or duty, Ludleth made his choice voluntarily. He took the mantle of Lord of Cinder of mine own volition, as he proudly states. This decision speaks to a fundamental understanding of the cosmic order and a willingness to sacrifice himself for the greater good that sets him apart from his fellow lords. The process of linking the flame was particularly traumatic for Ludleth. His small, fragile body was not well suited to withstand the terrible power of the first flame, and the transformation left him broken and burned. His sleep-talking reveals the agony he endured. "Ah, it singeth, to the bone, it hurts." The pain of his sacrifice continues to haunt him, even in unconsciousness, suggesting that the trauma of becoming a Lord of Cinder never truly heals. Yet despite this ongoing suffering, Ludleth never wavers in his commitment to his duty. When the bells toll to summon the Lords of Cinder back to their thrones, he alone among them answers willingly. While the Abyss Watchers fight among themselves, Aldrich pursues his own dark agenda, Yharnam retreats into madness, and the twin princes refuse their calling entirely, Ludleth returns to Firelink Shrine and takes up his vigil once more. This faithfulness to duty is particularly remarkable when we consider what Ludleth knows about the true nature of the fire-linking cycle. His dialogue reveals that he possesses deep knowledge about the dark secrets of the world, including the truth about the untended graves and the eyes of the Firekeeper. When the Ashen One brings him these eyes, Ludleth's reaction suggests intimate familiarity with their significance and the dark visions they contain. The untended graves represent perhaps the most disturbing secret in all of Dark Souls 3, a dark reflection of Firelink Shrine that exists in some form of temporal or dimensional displacement. In this shadow version of the shrine, the Firekeeper is imprisoned and blind, wearing the eyes that in the normal version of the shrine remain hidden away. Ludleth's knowledge of this place and his apparent guilt about the Firekeeper's imprisonment suggest that he may have played a role in creating this dark mirror world. He implies that he and others worked to spare the Firekeeper from the visions these eyes would bring, but that circumstances have changed. His warning about the foul betrayal that giving her the eyes would represent suggests that he understands the moral complexity of the situation, that sometimes protecting someone from painful knowledge is itself a form of betrayal. The relationship between Ludleth and the Firekeeper is one of the most complex in the game. On the surface, they appear to have a cordial, professional relationship. He provides soul transposition services while she tends the bonfire and offers guidance to the Ashen One. But beneath this surface lies a deeper connection built on shared understanding of duty, sacrifice, and the terrible knowledge of what their roles truly require. Aino, this suggests that he sees their situation as a form of imprisonment, even though he chose it willingly. The Firekeeper is bound to her duty by her nature and training, while Ludleth is bound by his choice and his understanding of what would happen if he abandoned his post. Both are trapped by the cosmic order they serve, unable to escape their roles, even if they wanted to. The services Ludleth provides to the Ashen One through soul transposition are more than just a gameplay convenience. They represent a continuation of his life's work and his attempt to find meaning in his existence as a Lord of Cinder. By helping the Ashen One transform boss souls into useful weapons and items, Ludleth is essentially teaching the art that once defined his homeland. He is preserving knowledge that would otherwise be lost, while also aiding in the cosmic struggle that defines their world. The fact that Ludleth can continue to provide transposition services even after his physical death speaks to the fundamental nature of his transformation as a Lord of Cinder. His consciousness and abilities are bound to his throne and his role in ways that transcend mere physical existence. Even when his body burns away at the end of the game, his essence remains to fulfill his duty to those who would continue the fight. Ludleth's knowledge of forbidden arts extends beyond soul transposition. His familiarity with the eyes of the Firekeeper, his understanding of the untended graves, and his hints about temporal manipulation suggest that he has trafficked in forms of magic that most would consider too dangerous to attempt. This knowledge may have been what led to his exile from Courland. not just the practice of soul transposition, but the pursuit of even darker and more forbidden forms of magic. The skull ring that Ludleth leaves behind after his final burning carries the inscription of the Soul Feeder and marks its wearer as someone to be avoided and feared. This ring may represent Ludleth's acknowledgement of his past crimes and his acceptance that he will always bear the mark of what he once was. By leaving it behind, he may be finally laying down a burden he has carried since his exile from Courland. The irony of Ludleth's situation is that his past as a monster may have been precisely what qualified him to become a Lord of Cinder. The power he gained through soul feeding, terrible though its acquisition may have been, gave him the strength necessary to withstand the first flame. His understanding of souls and their manipulation, gained through his forbidden studies, made him capable of the precise sacrifice required to link the fire effectively. In many ways, Ludleth represents the possibility of redemption through sacrifice. His past actions were clearly terrible. The fear associated with the Soul Feeder suggests that he was responsible for great suffering and death. But his choice to become a Lord of Cinder represents an attempt to atone for those past crimes by dedicating himself to protecting the world from the darkness that his own actions may have helped to spread. The dialogue Ludleth speaks when he burns away at the end of the game reveals the depth of his commitment and the clarity of his understanding. He speaks of choice, of taking responsibility for one's fate, and of the importance of making decisions with full knowledge of their consequences. His final words are not of regret or despair, but of acceptance and even pride in the choice he made. This emphasis on choice is particularly significant because it distinguishes Ludleth from many other characters in the Dark Souls universe who are driven by fate, duty, or circumstances beyond their control. Ludleth chose his path deliberately, understanding both its costs and its benefits. He chose to seek redemption through service, to atone for past sins through present sacrifice, and to find meaning in duty even when that duty brought him pain. The small stature that makes Ludleth appear weak or insignificant actually serves to emphasize the magnitude of his achievement. That someone so apparently fragile could not only survive the linking of the first flame, but continue to serve faithfully afterward, speaks to reserves of strength that go far beyond the physical. His true power lies not in his body, but in his will, his knowledge, and his unwavering commitment to his chosen purpose. Ludleth's story also serves as a commentary on the nature of wisdom and experience. His advanced age and archaic speech patterns mark him as someone who has lived through multiple ages of the world, who has seen civilizations rise and fall, who understands the long-term consequences of actions in ways that younger characters cannot. This perspective allows him to make choices that others might find incomprehensible, to accept sacrifices that others would flee from. The loneliness of Ludleth's position is another crucial aspect of his character. As the only Lord of Cinder who willingly maintains his post, he stands apart from his peers in fundamental ways. He cannot share their rebellion, their madness, or their despair because he has chosen a different path. This isolation is the price of his faithfulness, and he bears it without complaint. When Ludleth speaks of the other Lords of Cinder, there is a note of sadness in his voice, but also understanding. He recognizes that their abandonment of duty is a natural response to the trauma of linking the flame and the burden of serving as cosmic kindling. He does not judge them harshly for their choice because he understands the pain that drove them to it. But he also cannot join them because his own path requires him to remain steadfast. The relationship between knowledge and suffering is central to Ludleth's character. His deep understanding of the cosmic forces at work in the world comes at the cost of carrying terrible knowledge about the nature of existence and the price of maintaining order. He knows secrets that would drive others to despair, but he bears this knowledge because someone must, because the alternatives are worse than the burden of knowing. Ludleth's mastery of soul transposition also represents a form of teaching and preservation. By maintaining this art and passing it on to the Ashen One, he ensures that knowledge will survive even if its original practitioners are gone. This educational aspect of his role speaks to his understanding that true immortality lies not in preserving oneself, but in preserving what one knows and can contribute to future generations. The weapons and items that can be created through Ludleth's transposition services tell stories of their own. The souls of mighty beings, transformed into tools that can aid in the ongoing struggle against darkness. This transformation mirrors Ludleth's own journey, from soul-consuming monster to guardian of cosmic order. Both represent the possibility that even the most tainted materials can be purified and redirected toward noble purposes. In examining Ludleth's story, we see themes of redemption, duty, sacrifice, and the transformative power of choice. His tale suggests that no one is beyond redemption if they are willing to pay the necessary price, but also that redemption requires more than just good intentions. It demands concrete action and ongoing commitment. Ludleth chose to transform himself from a source of destruction into a guardian of order, and he continues to make that choice every day of his existence as a Lord of Cinder. His unwavering faithfulness to duty stands in stark contrast to the rebellion or madness of the other lords, marking him as either the wisest or the most deluded of them all. Whether his commitment represents true understanding of cosmic necessity or simply an inability to let go of his chosen path is left for the player to decide. What cannot be disputed is the consistency of his service and the genuine help he provides to those who share his commitment to maintaining the light in an increasingly dark world. Chapter 8. The Soul of Cinder, the Final Guardian. At the heart of the kiln of the first flame, in that sacred space where the cosmic fire first sparked into existence and where every Lord of Cinder has made their ultimate sacrifice, stands the final guardian of the flame itself. The Soul of Cinder represents perhaps the most profound and tragic entity in all of Dark Souls lore. Not a single being, but an amalgamation of every hero who ever linked the fire, their individual identities dissolved into a collective consciousness dedicated to protecting the flame from any who would claim or extinguish it. To understand the Soul of Cinder, we must first understand what happens to those who link the first flame. The process is not merely one of physical destruction, but of spiritual transformation. When a Lord of Cinder feeds themselves to the flame, their soul does not simply disappear, it becomes part of the flame itself, adding its strength to the cosmic fire and its consciousness to the growing repository of experiences and memories that accumulate around the flame. Over the countless ages since Gwyn first linked the fire, this process has repeated many times. Each linking has added new souls to the collection, new perspectives and abilities to the growing consciousness that guards the flame. The Soul of Cinder is the manifestation of this collective, a being that contains within itself the essence of every champion who ever made the ultimate sacrifice for the continuation of the Age of Fire. The appearance of the Soul of Cinder reflects this composite nature. Its armor combines elements from various periods and heroes, aspects that recall the elite knight set worn by the chosen undead, pieces reminiscent of Yharnam's massive chestplate, components that evoke other legendary figures who have linked the flame throughout history. This is not coincidence but design. The Soul of Cinder's very form is a testament to the unity of all those who have fed the flame. The weapons wielded by the Soul of Cinder tell a similar story. The Firelink Greatsword, a massive blade that can reshape itself to match the fighting style of its wielder, serves as both weapon and symbol. This sword contains within its metal the essence of every weapon ever used by a Lord of Cinder, every fighting style ever mastered by a champion of the flame. It is a weapon that has no single origin because it embodies all origins. The battle against the soul of Cinder is unique among boss encounters because it represents a test of worthiness conducted by every previous champion combined. The soul does not fight with a single, consistent style, but instead cycles through different combat approaches, each one representing a different Lord of Cinder whose essence contributes to the collective. In one moment it might fight like a nimble sorcerer, in the next like a powerful pyromancer, and then shift to the techniques of a miraculous cleric or a straightforward warrior. This constantly shifting fighting style serves both gameplay and narrative purposes. From a mechanical standpoint, it ensures that players cannot rely on a single strategy or approach to achieve victory. They must be adaptable, versatile, and capable of responding to changing threats. From a story perspective, it represents the idea that the player is being tested by every champion who came before. That victory requires proving oneself worthy in the eyes of all who have walked this path. The first phase of the battle showcases this diversity of fighting styles. The soul of Cinder might begin with sorcery, casting soul spears and magical projectiles with the precision of a master wizard. Then it might shift to pyromancy, hurling balls of fire and creating pillars of flame with the expertise of someone who has mastered the chaotic forces of fire magic. A transition to miracles might follow, as the soul calls down lightning spears and protective barriers with the faith of a devoted cleric. Finally, it might take up straightforward melee combat, wielding its sword with the skill of a legendary knight. Each transition is marked by a change in the soul's stance and the transformation of its weapon. The Firelink greatsword reshapes itself to match the chosen fighting style, becoming a staff for sorcery, a flame for pyromancy, a talisman for miracles, or remaining a sword for melee combat. These transformations emphasize that this is not simply a single entity with multiple abilities, but truly a collective consciousness drawing upon the full range of heroic experiences. The second phase of the battle reveals perhaps the most significant aspect of the soul of Cinder's identity. When its health is depleted and it prepares for its final stand, the soul abandons the cycling fighting styles of the first phase and adopts the specific moveset and abilities of Lord Gwyn himself. This transformation is accompanied by musical cues that evoke Gwyn's legendary theme, creating an emotional callback to the very first Lord of Cinder and the origin of the entire cycle. This final phase is not coincidence, but recognition of Gwyn's fundamental importance to the system of firelinking, as the first to make this sacrifice, as the one who established the pattern that all others would follow. Gwyn's essence holds a special place within the collective consciousness of the soul of Cinder. In its moment of greatest need, when facing a challenger who might end the cycle forever, the soul draws upon the strength and determination of the one who began it all. The attacks used in this final phase are variations of Gwyn's original moveset, but enhanced and modified by the accumulated experiences of all who came after. The soul can perform devastating grab attacks that Gwyn never displayed, can cast multiple lightning spears in rapid succession, and can create area of effect explosions that surpass anything the original Lord of Cinder could accomplish. This represents not just Gwyn's individual power, but Gwyn's techniques as refined and perfected by countless subsequent heroes. The arena where this battle takes place is itself significant. The kiln of the first flame is a place outside normal reality, a cosmic hearth where the fundamental forces of existence converge. The massive spiral sword that serves as the centerpiece of this realm represents the axis around which all existence turns, the focal point where the choice between light and dark must ultimately be made. The fact that the soul of Cinder begins the battle seated before this sword, as if resting at a bonfire, creates a poignant parallel to the player's own journey. Just as the Ashen One has rested at countless bonfires throughout their quest, the soul of Cinder sits in eternal vigil beside the ultimate bonfire. This image suggests that even in its transformed state, the collective consciousness retains some memory of the human experience of seeking rest and respite in the warmth of fire. The soul of Cinder's role as guardian raises profound questions about consciousness, identity, and sacrifice. What remains of the individual heroes who contributed to its creation? Do they maintain any sense of their separate selves within the collective, or have they been completely subsumed into a larger whole? The entity's ability to draw upon specific fighting styles and techniques suggests that some level of individual identity persists, but its overall behavior indicates a consciousness focused entirely on its guardian duties. The tragedy of the soul of Cinder lies in what it represents: the ultimate fate of heroism in the Dark Souls universe. Every champion who answered the call to save the world, every hero who made the ultimate sacrifice for the greater good has been reduced to this: a guardian consciousness bound to protect a system that may itself be fundamentally flawed. Their individual stories, achievements, and personalities have been dissolved into a collective identity whose only purpose is to test and potentially destroy future heroes. This creates a deeply ironic situation where the greatest heroes of the past become the final obstacle for heroes of the present. The soul of Cinder does not fight out of malice or corruption, but out of duty and the accumulated conviction of every champion who ever believed that linking the fire was the right choice. It represents the crystallized certainty of all who came before, standing in opposition to any who would question or change the established order. The weapons that can be created from the soul of Cinder's remains after its defeat reflect the dual nature of its identity. The Firelink Greatsword carries within it the essence of every blade ever used to link the fire, while the Sunlight Spear Miracle contains the concentrated faith of every believer who ever fed themselves to the flame. These items represent the physical and spiritual legacies of heroism distilled into their purest forms. The victory over the soul of Cinder is bittersweet because it represents not just the defeat of a powerful enemy, but the end of the accumulated heroism of ages. In destroying this guardian, the Ashen One has essentially erased the final testament of every champion who came before. Whether this destruction is necessary for progress or represents a tragic loss of heroic legacy depends on one's perspective on the cycle of fire linking itself. The multiple endings available after the soul of Cinder's defeat reflect different interpretations of what its destruction means. Linking the fire continues the cycle, but requires the Ashen One to join the collective consciousness they just destroyed. Allowing the fire to fade breaks the cycle, but potentially condemns the world to an uncertain darkness. Taking the fire for oneself represents a rejection of both previous options in favor of an unknown alternative. Each of these choices carries implications for how we understand the soul of Cinder's role and sacrifice. If linking the fire is the right choice, then the soul was a noble guardian protecting the world's salvation, and its destruction was a necessary but tragic step in continuing that protection. If allowing the fire to fade is preferable, then the soul was a tragic obstacle preventing necessary change, and its destruction was a liberation. If taking the fire represents the best option, then the soul was both guardian and prisoner of a flawed system, and its destruction freed both it and the world from an inadequate solution. The soul of Cinder's existence also raises questions about the nature of collective consciousness and shared identity. The entity demonstrates that individual experiences and abilities can be preserved and combined in ways that transcend normal concepts of self and other. This suggests possibilities for forms of existence that move beyond individual mortality while maintaining the essential qualities that make heroism possible. The music that accompanies the final phase of the battle serves as a eulogy for the entire concept of heroic sacrifice in the Dark Souls universe. The melancholy piano melody that defined Gwyn's original theme returns, but now it carries the weight of every subsequent hero's story. It is both a celebration of their achievements and a lament for what they have become. In the end, the soul of Cinder represents the ultimate question posed by the Dark Souls series. What is the value of heroic sacrifice, and what are its true costs? This entity embodies both the highest achievements of heroism and its most tragic consequences. It is simultaneously the preservation and the destruction of everything that heroism represents, proof that even the greatest sacrifices can become obstacles to future progress. The soul of Cinder stands as a monument to the complexity of good intentions and the unintended consequences of noble actions. Every hero whose essence contributes to its existence acted with the best of motives, seeking to save the world from darkness and despair. Yet their collective sacrifice created an entity whose primary function is to prevent future heroes from making different choices, even if those choices might lead to better outcomes. This paradox lies at the heart of the Dark Souls narrative, the idea that heroism itself can become a form of tyranny, that the preservation of traditional values can become an obstacle to necessary change, and that the very success of past heroes can create problems for future generations. The soul of Cinder embodies all of these contradictions in a single, tragic figure, whose defeat is both triumph and tragedy, both liberation and loss. Chapter 9. The Bearer of the Curse and the Chosen Undead. Heroes Lost to Time. While our focus has been primarily on the Lords of Cinder featured prominently in Dark Souls III, we cannot complete our exploration without acknowledging two of the most significant lords whose stories largely predate the events of the final game: the Chosen Undead from the first Dark Souls and the Bearer of the Curse from Dark Souls II. These heroes, whose individual journeys defined the earlier chapters of the series, ultimately joined the ranks of the Lords of Cinder through their own choices to link the First Flame. The Chosen Undead represents perhaps the most archetypal version of the hero's journey in the Dark Souls universe. Beginning as a nameless prisoner in the Northern Undead Asylum, this character embodied the potential for even the most downtrodden individual to rise to legendary status through determination, skill, and perseverance. Their story was one of awakening to destiny, of learning about the true nature of the world's condition, and ultimately choosing whether to perpetuate the existing order or allow for fundamental change. The journey of the Chosen Undead took them through the interconnected realms of Lordran, from the undead settlement of the Undead Burg to the majestic heights of An Orlando, from the poisonous depths of Blighttown to the crystalline archives of the Duke's Library. Each location offered lessons about the nature of power, the cost of ambition, and the way that even the most noble intentions could become corrupted over time. Perhaps most significantly, the Chosen Undead encountered and defeated Lord Gwyn himself, the original Lord of Cinder, whose sacrifice had established the entire cycle of fire linking. This confrontation was more than just a battle between two powerful beings. It was a symbolic passing of responsibility from one generation to the next, a test to determine whether the challenger possessed both the strength and the wisdom necessary to continue or end the cycle. The choice presented to the Chosen Undead at the end of their journey, to link the fire and continue the Age of Fire, or to walk away and allow the Age of Dark to begin, established the fundamental tension that would define the rest of the series. This was not simply a choice between good and evil, but between order and change, tradition and innovation, the known and the unknown. If the Chosen Undead chose to link the fire, they would have become a Lord of Cinder themselves, their essence joining with that of Gwyn and all who came before. Their individual story would have ended, but their power would have contributed to the continuation of the established order. This choice represented faith in the existing system and a willingness to sacrifice personal identity for the greater good as it was traditionally understood. The canonical status of this choice remains deliberately ambiguous in the later games, reflecting FromSoftware's commitment to allowing players' decisions to carry weight while not invalidating alternative interpretations. However, the presence of items and references suggesting the chosen undead's influence on later events implies that their impact on the world extended far beyond their initial journey, regardless of which specific choice they made. The bearer of the curse from Dark Souls 2 faced a different but related set of challenges. Born into a world where the cycle of fire linking had already repeated multiple times, they encountered a realm where the very concept of cycles had become a source of despair and stagnation. The kingdom of Drangleic represented what happened when the noble intentions behind fire linking became routine, bureaucratic, and divorced from their original purpose. King Vendrick of Drangleic had attempted to break free from the cycle through knowledge and preparation, but his efforts had led only to paranoia, isolation, and ultimately a form of living death that served no one. The bearer of the curse inherited this legacy of failed rebellion, learning through their journey that even the most carefully planned attempts to escape cosmic destiny could become their own form of trap. The bearer of the curse's journey was marked by encounters with beings who had been shaped by previous cycles. Characters like the Emerald Herald, who had been created specifically to guide chosen undead. Vendrick himself, reduced to a hollow shell of his former majesty. And various other figures who had been broken or transformed by their involvement with the recurring pattern of fire linking. The DLC expansions of Dark Souls II deepened this exploration of cyclical futility. The bearer of the curse encountered the crown of the Ivory King, the crown of the Old Iron King, and the crown of the Sunken King, each representing a different attempt to achieve lasting power or break free from the constraints of mortality. Yet each of these crowns also represented failure, the ultimate inadequacy of individual ambition when measured against cosmic forces. The scholar of the first sin, Aldia, served as a philosophical guide for the bearer of the curse, challenging them to think beyond the simple binary choice between linking the fire and allowing darkness. Aldia had sought a third path, a way to transcend the cycle entirely, but his experiments had transformed him into something barely recognizable as human. His story served as both inspiration and warning, proof that alternatives to the established order were possible, but also demonstration of the terrible prices such alternatives might demand. The choice ultimately presented to the bearer of the curse expanded beyond the simple fire-linking decision of the first game. They could link the fire and perpetuate the cycle as expected. They could allow the fire to fade and potentially end the age. Or if they had gathered the necessary crowns and gained Aldia's wisdom, they could attempt to transcend the cycle entirely, becoming something beyond the traditional categories of Lord of Cinder or Dark Lord. Like the chosen undead before them, the bearer of the curse's canonical choice remains ambiguous. However, their influence on the world of Dark Souls III can be seen in various ways. The persistence of certain locations and themes, the evolution of particular concepts introduced in their game, and the general sense that their actions contributed to the ongoing development of the world's condition. Both the chosen undead and the bearer of the curse represent variations on the theme of the reluctant hero thrust into cosmic significance. Neither began their journey with the intention of becoming a Lord of Cinder or making world-altering decisions. Instead, they were driven by more immediate concerns: escape from imprisonment, the search for a cure to their curse, the desire to understand their condition and find purpose in an increasingly hostile world. This progression from personal motivation to cosmic responsibility reflects one of the central themes of the Dark Souls series, the way that individual actions can have consequences far beyond their original scope. The prison break that began the chosen undead's adventure ultimately led to choices that would affect the fate of reality itself. The search for a cure that motivated the bearer of the curse expanded into a quest that challenged the very foundations of existence. The transformation of these characters from ordinary undead into potential lords of Cinder also illustrates the series' complex relationship with the concept of heroism. In many fantasy narratives, heroes are marked from birth as special or chosen. In Dark Souls, heroism is something that emerges through struggle, trial, and the accumulation of experience. The chosen undead and bearer of the curse become heroic, not because they were predestined to be so, but because they persevered when others would have given up. Their stories also demonstrate the democratic nature of heroism in the Dark Souls universe. These characters could come from any background, possess any initial level of skill, and pursue any fighting style or approach to challenges. The only requirements for heroism were persistence and the willingness to continue moving forward despite overwhelming obstacles. This accessibility of heroic potential makes their ultimate achievements all the more meaningful. The weapons and items associated with these characters tell their own stories about the nature of heroism and legacy. The elite knight set, often associated with the chosen undead in promotional materials, represents the ideal of knightly virtue and dedication. The Faram set, connected to the bearer of the curse, evokes images of foreign lands and exotic wisdom. These visual symbols became part of the iconography of heroism that influenced later characters and events. The impact of these earlier heroes on the world of Dark Souls III can be seen in numerous ways. The soul of Cinder's fighting styles include techniques that recall their potential approaches to combat. References to their achievements appear in item descriptions and environmental details. The very fact that the cycle of fire linking continued long enough to reach the events of the third game implies that their choices contributed to that continuation. However, their absence from the main narrative of Dark Souls III also speaks to the ephemeral nature of individual heroism in the face of cosmic cycles. Regardless of how significant their achievements may have been, regardless of how completely they may have saved the world, the problems they solved were ultimately temporary. The fire they linked eventually faded again. The darkness they held back eventually crept forward once more. The cycle they perpetuated or broke eventually reconstituted itself in new forms. This does not diminish the value of their heroism, but it does place it in a cosmic context that emphasizes the ongoing nature of the struggle between light and dark, order and chaos, hope and despair. The chosen undead and bearer of the curse were not final solutions to the world's problems, but temporary interventions that bought time for future heroes to continue the struggle. Their legacy lives on not in the permanence of their achievements, but in the precedent they set for what ordinary beings could accomplish through extraordinary dedication. They proved that the cosmic forces shaping reality were not beyond the influence of individual action, even if that influence was temporary and required constant renewal. The tragedy of their transformation into Lords of Cinder lies in the loss of their individual identity and agency. These characters, who had defined themselves through their choices and actions, ultimately became part of a collective consciousness dedicated to preserving a single interpretation of cosmic order. Their diverse approaches to problem solving, their unique perspectives on the world's condition, and their individual personalities were absorbed into the homogenizing force of the soul of Cinder. Yet, there is also honor in their sacrifice, particularly if we accept that they made their choices with full knowledge of the consequences. The chosen undead and bearer of the curse were not naive heroes manipulated into unwitting sacrifice. By the end of their journeys, they understood the nature of the cycle they were perpetuating and chose to participate in it anyway, believing that the alternatives were worse than the continuation of a flawed but functional system. Their stories serve as a reminder that heroism in the Dark Souls universe is not about achieving permanent victory or finding perfect solutions. Instead, it is about making the best choices possible, given imperfect knowledge and limited options, accepting responsibility for the consequences of those choices, and continuing to act with courage and determination, even when the ultimate outcome remains uncertain. The chosen undead and bearer of the curse represent the foundation upon which the later Lords of Cinder built their own heroic narratives. They established that ordinary beings could rise to extraordinary heights, that individual action could influence cosmic forces, and that the choice between light and dark was not predetermined, but remained genuinely open to personal decision. In the end, their transformation into Lords of Cinder was both the culmination of their heroic journeys and the beginning of their contributions to a larger narrative that extended far beyond their individual lives. They became part of something greater than themselves. But in doing so, they also lost something essential about what made them unique. This paradox, that the ultimate expression of heroism requires the sacrifice of individual heroic identity, remains one of the most profound and troubling aspects of the Dark Souls narrative. Chapter 10: The Cycle Eternal: Reflections on Sacrifice and Duty. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the tales of the Lords of Cinder, we find ourselves confronting the fundamental questions that lie at the heart of the Dark Souls universe. What is the true nature of heroism? What are the costs of maintaining order in a chaotic world? And perhaps most importantly, when does duty become a prison and sacrifice become meaningless repetition? Each Lord of Cinder we have examined represents a different answer to these questions, a different approach to the terrible choice between personal desires and cosmic responsibility. Their stories, taken together, form a complex tapestry that explores the many facets of heroism, duty, and the price of maintaining civilization against the forces of entropy and decay. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, established the template that all others would follow. His sacrifice was born of fear. Fear of the dark, fear of change, fear of losing the world he had built and the people he sought to protect. Yet this fear led him to make the ultimate heroic gesture, trading his very existence for the continuation of light and life. His story suggests that even flawed motivations can lead to genuine heroism, but also that the foundations of heroism may be more fragile than we would like to believe. The Abyss Watchers showed us heroism corrupted by its own intensity. Their dedication to fighting the very corruption they were sworn to oppose ultimately made them susceptible to that same corruption. Their tale serves as a warning about the dangers of absolute conviction and the way that noble purposes can become twisted when pursued without regard for consequences or collateral damage. Aldrich represents the dark mirror of heroism, the accumulation of power through predation rather than sacrifice, the pursuit of transformation through consumption rather than service. His elevation to Lord of Cinder status, despite his monstrous nature, reveals the brutal pragmatism underlying the cosmic order. What matters is not virtue, but might, not righteousness, but results. Yharnam embodied the tragic hero whose best intentions lead to the worst outcomes. His genuine love for his people and his willingness to sacrifice everything for their protection ultimately brought about their destruction. His story illustrates the helplessness that even the mightiest heroes can feel when confronted with forces beyond their comprehension or control. The twin princes chose a different path entirely, the path of conscious refusal. Their rejection of their appointed destiny was born not of cowardice, but of wisdom, not of selfishness, but of a genuine belief that the cycle of fire linking had become more harmful than beneficial. Their story challenges the assumption that heroic duty must always be accepted, regardless of its consequences. Ludleth demonstrated the possibility of redemption through service, showing that even those who have committed terrible acts can find meaning and purpose through dedicated service to a greater cause. His unwavering faithfulness to his duty, despite the ongoing pain it caused him, represents perhaps the purest form of heroic dedication among all the lords. The soul of Cinder revealed the ultimate fate of all heroic sacrifice in this universe, the dissolution of individual identity into a collective consciousness dedicated to preserving the status quo. This entity represents both the apotheosis of heroism and its negation, the preservation of heroic power divorced from heroic choice. The chosen undead and bearer of the curse, though their stories largely predate the main events we have explored, establish the foundation for understanding how ordinary beings can rise to cosmic significance through persistence and courage. Their journeys from imprisonment to lordship demonstrated that heroism is not a birthright, but an achievement. When we step back and examine these stories as a whole, several themes emerge that speak to universal human concerns about duty, sacrifice, and the nature of heroic action. The first and perhaps most important of these themes is the question of choice versus destiny. Each Lord of Cinder faced moments where they had to decide whether to accept the role that fate seemed to have assigned them, or to forge their own path through deliberate choice. The responses to this fundamental choice varied dramatically. Gwyn accepted his destiny, but shaped it according to his own fears and priorities. The Abyss Watchers embraced a destiny of their own making, modeling themselves after a hero they admired. Aldrich used his power to pursue his own dark agenda, regardless of cosmic expectations. Yharnam accepted his duty out of love for his people. The twin princes rejected their destiny entirely. Ludleth chose his fate deliberately and maintained that choice despite its costs. These varied responses suggest that while cosmic forces may establish the parameters within which heroic action must occur, the specific nature of that action remains subject to individual choice. The universe of Dark Souls does not operate according to a rigid determinism that removes agency from its characters. Instead, it presents them with terrible choices and holds them accountable for the consequences of their decisions. The second major theme that emerges from these stories is the relationship between power and corruption. Every Lord of Cinder possessed enormous power, and everyone was changed by that power in fundamental ways. The question is whether this change represents inevitable corruption or simply transformation that could be positive or negative depending on how it is handled. Gwyn's power led him to make choices based on fear rather than wisdom. The Abyss Watchers' shared power made them vulnerable to collective corruption. Aldrich's accumulated power fed his already monstrous appetites. Yharnam's power proved inadequate against the cosmic forces that threatened his people. The twin princes used their power to resist rather than fulfill expectations. Ludleth's power became a tool for service rather than domination. These examples suggest that power itself is neither inherently corrupting nor inherently ennobling. Instead, its effects depend on the character, wisdom, and choices of those who wield it. The Dark Souls universe is tragic not because power inevitably corrupts, but because it amplifies existing tendencies, both positive and negative, to such a degree that the consequences become cosmic in scope. The third theme that runs through all these stories is the question of whether individual sacrifice can have lasting meaning in the face of cosmic cycles that seem to render all actions temporary. Each Lord of Cinder made enormous sacrifices of life, identity, loved ones, or personal desires, in service of what they believed was a greater good. Yet the world they sought to save or change continued to face the same fundamental problems, requiring new heroes to make similar sacrifices in an endless cycle. This raises profound questions about the nature of meaning and value in heroic action. If the problems that heroes solve always return in new forms, if the evils they defeat always resurface with different faces, if the worlds they save always fall into decay and require saving again, then what is the ultimate value of heroic sacrifice? One answer suggested by the stories of the Lords of Cinder is that the value lies not in the permanence of the results, but in the affirmation of values that the heroic action represents. When Gwyn chose to sacrifice himself rather than allow the world to fall into darkness, he was making a statement about the value of light, life, and order. When Yharnam chose to become a Lord of Cinder to save his people, he was affirming the importance of protecting those we love, even when our efforts might fail. This perspective suggests that heroic action derives its meaning from the moral stance it represents, rather than from its practical effectiveness. Heroes act not because they can guarantee success, but because the alternative, accepting injustice, surrendering to despair, abandoning those who depend on them, is morally unacceptable. However, the stories also suggest a darker interpretation, that heroic sacrifice can become a form of cosmic exploitation, where individual suffering is harvested to maintain systems that benefit neither the heroes nor those they seek to protect. The soul of Cinder, in particular, represents this possibility, the transformation of heroic dedication into an automated guardian that serves the system rather than any living being. The fourth theme that emerges from these tales is the complex relationship between individual identity and collective responsibility. Each Lord of Cinder began as a distinct individual with their own personality, motivations, and approach to problems. Yet their transformation into Lords of Cinder required them to subordinate their individual desires to cosmic duties, and in some cases, to literally merge their identities with larger collective consciousness. This tension between individual and collective identity reflects real-world struggles between personal autonomy and social responsibility. The Lords of Cinder represent extreme examples of what happens when these forces come into conflict, when the needs of the many require the complete sacrifice of the few. The responses of the various lords to this tension provide different models for how such conflicts might be resolved. Ludleth embraced collective responsibility while maintaining his individual identity through conscious choice. The twin princes prioritized individual autonomy over collective needs. The Abyss Watchers created a hybrid identity that was both individual and collective. Aldrich pursued individual desires while exploiting collective structures. These varied approaches suggest that there is no single correct way to balance individual and collective needs, but that the quality of the balance depends on factors such as wisdom, compassion, and understanding of long-term consequences. The fifth and final major theme that runs through these stories is the question of whether systems and cycles can be reformed from within, or whether they must be broken entirely to create meaningful change. This theme is particularly relevant to the Twin Princes story, but it appears in various forms throughout all the tales we have examined. Gwyn worked within the cosmic system, but shaped it according to his own vision and fears. The Abyss Watchers created their own organization to pursue their goals, but operated within the broader framework of the existing order. Aldrich exploited the system for his own purposes, while superficially conforming to its requirements. Yharnam trusted the system to provide solutions to problems it may have created. The twin princes rejected the system entirely. Ludleth served the system faithfully while understanding its flaws. These different approaches reflect ongoing debates about the nature of social and political change. Is it better to work within existing institutions to reform them gradually? or to reject them entirely in favor of new approaches? Can systems that have become corrupt or dysfunctional be redeemed, or must they be replaced? The Dark Souls universe does not provide clear answers to these questions, but it does suggest that both approaches carry significant risks. Working within the system may lead to co-optation and the perpetuation of harmful patterns. Rejecting the system entirely may lead to chaos and the destruction of valuable elements along with problematic ones. The ambiguous endings available in Dark Souls III reflect this uncertainty. Linking the Fire continues the existing system with all its flaws. Allowing the fire to fade breaks the system, but offers no guarantee that what replaces it will be better. Usurping the Fire attempts to create a new system, but places enormous power in the hands of a single individual whose wisdom and virtue may prove inadequate to the task. As we consider the legacy of the Lords of Cinder, we must also examine what their stories tell us about the nature of heroism itself. Traditional heroic narratives often focus on the moment of triumph, the defeat of evil, the saving of the world. The Dark Souls universe, by contrast, focuses on what comes after, the consequences of heroic action, the prices paid for victory, the way that solutions to old problems create new problems. This shift in focus reveals aspects of heroism that are often overlooked in more conventional narratives. It shows that heroic action requires not just courage in the moment of crisis, but wisdom in understanding the long-term implications of one's choices. It demonstrates that the most difficult heroic challenges may not involve fighting monsters or overcoming obstacles, but rather living with the consequences of necessary but painful decisions. The Lords of Cinder embody different aspects of this expanded understanding of heroism. They show us heroes who succeeded and heroes who failed, heroes who maintained their virtue, and heroes who were corrupted by their power, heroes who found meaning in their sacrifice, and heroes who came to regret their choices. This diversity of heroic experience suggests that heroism itself is not a simple concept that can be reduced to a single formula or approach. Instead, it is a complex phenomenon that can manifest in many different ways depending on circumstances, character, and choice. The value of heroic action may lie not in its conformity to predetermined patterns, but in its authentic response to unique challenges. The Lords of Cinder also demonstrate the social and political dimensions of heroism. Their actions were not merely personal choices, but interventions in cosmic systems that affected countless other beings. This places their heroism in a broader context that includes considerations of justice, responsibility, and the distribution of benefits and burdens across society. Some of the lords, like Yharnam and Ludleth, seemed genuinely motivated by concern for others and willing to bear personal costs to benefit the larger community. Others, like Aldrich, used their heroic status to pursue personal agendas that benefited themselves at the expense of others. Still others, like the Twin Princes, prioritized their own understanding of what was right over the expressed wishes of the cosmic order. These different motivations and their consequences raise questions about the relationship between heroic action and democratic values. In a world where individual heroes can make decisions that affect everyone, what mechanisms exist to ensure that heroic power serves the common good rather than personal interest? How can societies balance the need for heroic intervention with the principles of consent and accountability? The Dark Souls universe, with its emphasis on chosen undead and fated heroes, operates according to what might be called a heroic meritocracy, where power flows to those who prove their worth through deed rather than birth or election. This system has the advantage of ensuring that those who wield ultimate power have demonstrated their capability, but it also lacks many of the safeguards that democratic systems provide against the abuse of power. the transformation of individual heroes into the collective consciousness of the soul of Cinder might be seen as an attempt to address this problem, ensuring that no single heroic perspective dominates, while preserving the accumulated wisdom and power of all who have served. However, this solution creates its own problems by eliminating the individual agency and diverse viewpoints that make heroic action valuable in the first place. As we reflect on the stories of the Lords of Cinder, we must also consider what they tell us about the nature of sacrifice and its relationship to meaning. Each lord made enormous sacrifices of life, identity, relationships, or personal desires in service of what they believed was a greater good. Yet the ultimate value and effectiveness of these sacrifices remained ambiguous. This ambiguity is not a flaw in the storytelling, but a reflection of the genuine uncertainty that accompanies any significant moral choice. When we sacrifice for others, when we give up what we want for what we believe is right, we can never be certain that our sacrifice will achieve its intended purpose, or that the benefits will justify the costs. The Lords of Cinder faced this uncertainty in its most extreme form. Their sacrifices were literally matters of cosmic significance, affecting the fundamental nature of reality itself. Yet even with stakes this high, they could not be certain that their choices were correct, or that their sacrifices would ultimately prove worthwhile. This uncertainty does not diminish the heroic nature of their actions, but actually enhances it. To act heroically in the face of guaranteed success requires courage, but not wisdom. To act heroically when the outcome is uncertain requires both courage and faith. Faith in one's values, faith in one's judgment, and faith that meaningful action is possible, even when its effects cannot be predicted or controlled. The Lords of Cinder demonstrated different forms of this faith. Gwyn's faith was in the value of order and light, even when maintaining them required terrible personal cost. The Abyss Watcher's faith was in the importance of their mission, even when pursuing it led to their own corruption. Yharnam's faith was in his love for his people, even when his efforts to protect them brought about their destruction. These examples suggest that heroic action requires not just the willingness to sacrifice, but the wisdom to know what is worth sacrificing for. The tragic dimensions of many of the Lord's stories arise not from their willingness to sacrifice, but from their inability to fully understand or control the consequences of their sacrifices. This leads us to consider the role of wisdom in heroic action. Traditional heroic narratives often emphasize physical courage, skill in combat, or strength of will as the primary heroic virtues. The stories of the Lords of Cinder suggest that wisdom, the ability to understand complex situations, anticipate consequences, and make sound judgments under pressure, may be equally important. The Twin Princes exemplify this emphasis on wisdom over traditional heroic virtues. They were not the strongest or most skilled of the lords, but they may have been the wisest in their understanding of the long-term implications of firelinking. Their refusal to fulfill their expected role was based not on cowardice, but on a rational analysis of the costs and benefits of perpetuating the cycle. Whether their analysis was correct remains open to interpretation, but their approach suggests an alternative model of heroism based on careful thought rather than instinctive action. This model has its own risks: analysis paralysis, overthinking, the possibility of being wrong despite careful consideration, but it also offers the possibility of more sustainable and effective heroic action. The environmental storytelling surrounding the Lords of Cinder reinforces these themes while adding additional layers of meaning. The locations associated with each lord tell their own stories about the consequences of heroic action and the way that time and circumstance can transform even the most noble intentions. Anor Londo, once the glorious city of the gods, has become a hollow shell maintained only by illusion. This transformation reflects the way that Gwyn's sacrifice, while preserving the form of his golden age, could not preserve its substance. The city stands as a monument to the gap between appearance and reality, between the ideals that motivated heroic action and the results that action actually achieved. Farron Keep, the home of the Abyss Watchers, has become a poisonous swamp filled with hostile creatures and the corrupted remnants of the Legion's former glory. This environment reflects the way that the Watchers' noble mission became twisted and self-defeating, turning their homeland into the very kind of corrupted wasteland they had sworn to prevent. The Cathedral of the Deep, Aldrich's stronghold, shows what happens when religious institutions are corrupted from within. The sacred spaces that once served to protect people from spiritual dangers have become sources of those same dangers, reflecting the way that Aldrich's influence transformed everything it touched. The profaned capital, Yharnam's domain, stands as a charnel house filled with the remains of the people he died to protect. The architecture still shows signs of former grandeur, but it is overwhelmed by evidence of destruction and death, reflecting the tragic failure of even the most well-intentioned, heroic action. Lothric Castle, the Twin Princes' domain, represents decay and abandonment rather than destruction. The brothers' refusal to fulfill their duty has led not to catastrophic collapse, but to gradual decline, suggesting that inaction can be as consequential as action, though perhaps in less dramatic ways. These environmental stories reinforce the theme that heroic action always has consequences, often unintended and sometimes opposite to what was desired. They suggest that the world bears the permanent marks of heroic intervention, for better and worse, and that these marks become part of the context within which future heroes must act. The weapons and items associated with each Lord of Cinder also contribute to this environmental storytelling, serving as physical embodiments of their stories and values. These objects carry within them not just mechanical properties, but symbolic meanings that reflect the character and choices of their original owners. Gwyn's sword retains its lightning power, but has been diminished by his sacrifice, reflecting the way that his transformation into a Lord of Cinder preserved his strength while depleting his vitality. The Abyss Watcher's weapons combine elegance with practical effectiveness, reflecting their synthesis of noble ideals with practical necessity. Aldrich's weapons carry the corruption of their source, granting power at the cost of moral contamination. Yharnam's weapons reflect both his former strength and his ultimate failure, mighty but insufficient to the cosmic challenges he faced. The Twin Princes' weapons can be combined to create something greater than either alone, symbolizing the power of their united choice. These weapons serve as physical reminders of the Lord's stories, allowing future heroes to literally carry forward their legacy while making their own choices about how to use that inherited power. They represent the way that heroic achievement becomes part of the toolkit available to future generations, even when the specific context that created that achievement has passed. As we conclude our examination of the Lords of Cinder, we return to the fundamental questions with which we began. What is the nature of heroism? What are the costs of maintaining order in a chaotic world? When does duty become a prison and sacrifice become meaningless repetition? The stories of the Lords suggest that these questions have no simple answers. Heroism can manifest in many different forms, from willing sacrifice to conscious refusal, from faithful service to necessary rebellion. The costs of maintaining order include not just the obvious prices paid by heroes themselves, but the subtler costs of stagnation, corruption, and the perpetuation of flawed systems. Duty becomes a prison when it eliminates choice and reduces heroes to mere functions within cosmic machinery. Sacrifice becomes meaningless repetition when it serves systems rather than values, when it preserves forms while allowing substances to decay. Yet the stories also suggest that these risks do not negate the value of heroic action, but rather emphasize the importance of wisdom, compassion, and conscious choice in heroic endeavors. The Lords of Cinder, who retained their humanity and effectiveness, were those who understood what they were fighting for, not just what they were fighting against. The ultimate message of their collective story may be that heroism is not about achieving perfect outcomes or finding final solutions to cosmic problems. Instead, it is about responding to impossible situations with courage, wisdom, and genuine concern for others, accepting that the results of such action will always be imperfect, and that the struggle between light and dark, order and chaos, hope and despair, will continue in new forms. The cycle of firelinking may be eternal, but it is not unchanging. Each iteration brings new challenges, new opportunities, and new possibilities for heroic action that honors the past while remaining open to future change. The Lords of Cinder, in all their diversity and complexity, represent the full spectrum of human response to ultimate challenges. Their stories remind us that in our own world, faced with our own impossible choices and cosmic uncertainties, the value of action lies not in its guarantee of success, but in its affirmation of values that make existence meaningful. Whether we choose to link the fire, let it fade, or seek new alternatives entirely, we do so as inheritors of a heroic tradition that teaches us to act with courage, even when outcomes remain uncertain. And so, our journey through the tales of those heroes who fed the flame draws to a close. We have witnessed their triumphs and their failures, their wisdom and their folly, their sacrifices and their rewards. In their stories, we see reflections of our own struggles with duty and desire, individual and collective needs, the preservation of tradition, and the necessity of change. The Lords of Cinder achieved immortality not through avoiding death, but through embracing transformation. Their legacy lives on not in the permanence of their achievements, but in the inspiration their example provides to future heroes facing their own impossible choices. In the end, perhaps that is the most any hero can hope for, to light a flame that others can carry forward into the darkness ahead. Thank you for joining me on this epic journey through the lore of Dark Souls. The legends of the Lords of Cinder continue to inspire and challenge us, reminding us that heroism is not about perfection, but about the courage to act with conviction in the face of uncertainty. Next time on Lore 2 RPG, we'll explore another corner of gaming's rich mythological landscape. Until then, keep exploring those epic tales, fellow adventurers, and may you find your own flame to carry into the darkness. In the vast, cursed expanse of Dranglake, where kingdoms rise and fall like tides against an unyielding shore, few locations carry the weight of history, quite like Hyde's Tower of Flame. This semi-flooded realm of broken spires and weathered stones stands as a monument to ambition, faith, and the inevitable decay that claims all mortal endeavors. When you first glimpse this ruined landscape from the tunnels beneath Majula, ascending through the waterlogged passages that connect the hub of Dranglake to this ancient domain, you witness something profound, the skeletal remains of a civilization that once sought to rival the very gods themselves. The Tower of Flame rises from the waters like a beacon of defiance, its eternal fires still burning despite the centuries that have passed since its glory days. This tower appears to have served multiple functions, with its elevated position and eternal flame suggesting it may have provided navigation assistance to maritime traffic. Rather, it stands as a testament to the human desire to preserve divine light in a world increasingly consumed by darkness. The very name Hyde's Tower of Flame speaks to a dual nature, both the geographical anchor of an ancient kingdom and the spiritual beacon that guided its faithful through the long nights of their existence. As you emerge from those underground waterways, the vista that greets you is both breathtaking and melancholy. Broken walkways stretch across pools of still water, connecting towers that lean at precarious angles, their foundations eroded by time and tide. The architecture speaks of grand ambitions. Soaring arches, reminiscent of Anor Londo's golden age, intricate stonework that once gleamed with pride, and carefully planned layouts that accommodated both worship and warfare. Yet everything is touched by ruin, by the inexorable passage of eras that have seen kingdoms rise and crumble, like sandcastles before the inexorable waves of history. The silence that permeates Hayed's tower is perhaps its most haunting characteristic. This is not the vibrant quiet of a sacred space in use, but the hollow emptiness of abandonment, where once the voices of priests and pilgrims might have echoed through these halls. Now only the gentle lapping of water against stone provides a soundtrack to your exploration. The occasional distant rumble of machinery or the scrape of ancient armor against marble serves as the only reminder that this place once teemed with life, purpose, and divine aspiration. Yet beneath this surface, tranquility lies a complex web of mysteries that speak to the very heart of Dark Souls 2's narrative themes. Why does this place bear such striking resemblance to Anor Londo, the city of the gods from a previous age? What connection do the Blue Sentinels have to the ancient blades of the Dark Moon who served Gwyndolin? How did the statues of Gwyn come to bear the heads of eagles? And what does this tell us about the degradation of knowledge across the ages? These questions form the foundation of a story that spans millennia and touches upon the cyclical nature of history itself. The inhabitants you encounter in Hayed's Tower tell their own tales of loss and perseverance. The old knights, massive sentinels in corroded armor, stand as living monuments to an era so ancient that no records remain of their original purpose. Some scholars suggest they serve as trials for would-be Blue Sentinels, their combat prowess a test of worthiness for those who would take up the mantle of divine justice. Others theorize that madness has claimed them, leaving only the hollow echo of duty to drive their mechanical movements through these waterlogged halls. The Hayed Knights present an even more poignant mystery. These white-armored warriors sit motionless until provoked, their forms pierced with arrows that tell of some great battle or betrayal. Their very presence defies explanation. How can beings from an age when Hayed stood proud still exist in this flooded ruin? Time distortion, that nebulous concept that permeates Dark Souls lore, offers the only rational explanation. These knights exist as temporal refugees, displaced from their proper era and condemned to haunt the remnants of their fallen homeland. The Tower of Flame itself serves as the area's spiritual center, its circular arena suggesting purposes beyond mere illumination. The carefully designed lever system that can expand the fighting space speaks to intentional construction for combat trials or ceremonial duels. Perhaps this was where Hayed's greatest warriors proved their worth, where champions were crowned beneath the eternal fire that gave the tower its name. The very architecture tells a story of a civilization that valued both martial prowess and spiritual devotion, creating spaces where the two could intersect in meaningful ways. Leading away from the tower, the great bridge that connects to the Cathedral of Blue represents more than mere infrastructure. It symbolizes the connection between temporal power and spiritual authority, between the lighthouse that guided ships safely to harbor and the cathedral that guided souls safely to salvation. This bridge, guarded by a sleeping dragon in later iterations of the game, represents the perilous journey that any seeker of divine truth must undertake. It is not enough to see the light of salvation from afar. One must brave the guardians and overcome the trials that stand between the seeker and their spiritual destination. The Cathedral of Blue itself rises at the far end of this bridge, like a crown jewel of Hayed's architectural achievement. Its spires reach toward heaven with the desperate aspiration of mortals seeking to touch the divine, while its foundational stones rest firmly in the earthly realm of politics, warfare, and human ambition. This cathedral serves not merely as a house of worship, but as the headquarters of the Blue Sentinels, that covenant of righteous warriors who carry forward an ancient tradition of protecting the innocent and punishing the guilty. Within these sacred walls dwells the old Dragon Slayer, a figure who embodies the mystery and tragedy of Hayed's entire story. Clad in armor that bears striking resemblance to that of Dragonslayer Ornstein, this enigmatic guardian stands as a bridge between past and present, between the age of gods and the age of men. Whether he represents the actual Ornstein displaced by time, a masterful recreation built by those who remembered the original, or something else entirely, his presence speaks to Hayed's deep connection to the divine order that once ruled from Anor Londo. The religious significance of Hayed cannot be overstated. This was a civilization built upon faith, upon the belief that mortal hands could construct something worthy of divine attention. The Way of Blue, that covenant dedicated to protecting the helpless and providing sanctuary for those who cannot defend themselves, originated in these very halls. It represents a humanization of divine justice, an attempt to make the lofty ideals of celestial order accessible to mortal souls who sought meaning in an increasingly dark world. As you explore the various chambers and platforms of Hayed's tower, every architectural detail reinforces the theme of aspiration tempered by reality. The grand staircases speak of processions and ceremonies designed to inspire awe, while the practical lever mechanisms and defensive positions reveal a people who understood that even the most sacred spaces must sometimes serve as fortresses. The careful placement of healing items and upgrade materials suggests a community that welcomed pilgrims and warriors alike, providing both spiritual sustenance and practical support for those who ventured into this holy territory. The water that now claims so much of Hayed's domain serves as more than mere environmental hazard or atmospheric detail. It represents the inexorable force of time itself, the way that even the most carefully constructed human achievements must eventually succumb to forces beyond their control. The tide that claimed Hayed speaks to the cyclical nature of Dark Souls lore, where kingdoms rise to great heights only to be swept away by the turning of ages, leaving behind only ruins and memories for future civilizations to discover and misinterpret. Yet perhaps most importantly, Hayed's Tower of Flame serves as a perfect microcosm of Dark Souls 2's central themes. It demonstrates how knowledge degrades across time, how noble intentions can become twisted by misunderstanding, and how the symbols and rituals of one age can persist into another while losing their original meaning. The eagle-headed statues of Gwyn found throughout Hayed represent this perfectly, recognizable enough to show their divine inspiration, yet different enough to reveal the gaps in historical knowledge that separate this civilization from its spiritual predecessors. This introduction to Hayed's Tower of Flame sets the stage for a deeper exploration of one of Dark Souls 2's most significant locations. In the pages that follow, we will delve into every aspect of this remarkable place: its architecture and symbolism, its inhabitants and their stories, its role in the greater narrative of Dranglake, and its connections to the broader Dark Souls universe. Through careful examination of environmental details, item descriptions, character motivations, and narrative implications, we will construct as complete a picture as possible of Hayed's Tower of Flame and its place in the grand tapestry of Souls lore. The architectural legacy, Anor Londo's echo. When you first set foot in Hayed's Tower of Flame, the architectural similarities to Anor Londo strike you with the force of recognition, mixed with something uncanny. The pointed spires that reach toward the heavens, the elaborate archways that frame distant vistas, the carefully crafted stonework that speaks of master builders working with divine inspiration. All of these elements echo the grandeur of the city of the gods from the first Dark Souls. Yet there's something different about Hayed's interpretation of this architectural language, something that speaks to the game of telephone that historical knowledge becomes when passed down through generations of storytellers and builders who work from memory rather than direct experience. The most immediately striking features are the grand towers themselves, those spearing structures that give Hayed's domain its distinctive skyline. Unlike the perfectly preserved monuments of Anor Londo, these towers show the weight of ages. Some lean at angles that seem to defy structural logic, their foundations undermined by the rising waters that have claimed so much of the original city. Others stand straight and proud, but bear the weathering of countless storms, their once pristine surfaces now rough with the texture of time. The very fact that they still stand speaks to the skill of their creators and the quality of the stone from which they were carved. But their battered condition tells the story of a civilization that has weathered trials its builders never imagined. The pointed roofs that crown these towers follow the distinctive style pioneered in Anor Londo with their steep angles and geometric precision. However, where Anor Londo's rooflines presented a unified aesthetic born from divine architectural vision, Hayed's interpretations show subtle variations that suggest human hands working to recreate divine perfection. Some angles are slightly different, some proportions adjusted to accommodate local materials or construction techniques. These variations don't detract from the overall effect. Indeed, they often enhance it by adding visual interest and a sense of organic growth. But they speak to the fundamental difference between divine creation and human aspiration. The archways that connect various sections of Hayed's tower complex deserve particular attention for their role in both practical function and symbolic meaning. These are not mere structural elements, but carefully designed frames that shape how visitors experience the space. As you move from one area to another, each archway presents a new vista, a new perspective on the tower complex that builds toward the ultimate revelation of the Cathedral of Blue rising in the distance. The builders of Hayed understood that architecture is about more than mere shelter or function. It's about creating emotional and spiritual experiences that transform those who move through these carefully crafted spaces. The bridges that connect the various platforms and towers represent perhaps the most ambitious aspect of Hayed's architectural achievement. These are not simple spans of stone thrown across water gaps, but elaborate structures that serve multiple purposes. They provide practical access between different areas of the complex, yes, but they also serve as processional routes for ceremonies and rituals. The width and careful construction of these bridges suggests they were designed to accommodate large groups moving in formation, perhaps religious processions or martial parades that would have presented impressive spectacles to observers gathered on the various platforms and balconies throughout the complex. The defensive aspects of Hayed's architecture reveal a practical understanding that even the most sacred spaces must sometimes serve military purposes. The platforms where old knights now stand guard were clearly designed with combat in mind, providing excellent fields of fire and defensive positions that could control access to the more sacred areas of the complex. The careful placement of stairs, corridors, and choke points shows that Hyde's builders learned from the military architecture of Anor Londo, while adapting it to their own strategic needs and geographical constraints. The lever mechanisms found throughout Hayed's tower deserve special mention for their sophistication and purpose. These are not crude mechanical devices, but precisely engineered systems that demonstrate advanced understanding of hydraulics and mechanical advantage. The fact that these mechanisms can raise entire sections of the arena floor in the Tower of Flame shows the level of engineering expertise that Hyde's civilization achieved. These systems required not only skilled initial construction, but ongoing maintenance and operation, suggesting a technological infrastructure that could support such complex mechanical systems over extended periods. The flooded areas of Hyde's domain present unique archaeological challenges, but also reveal important information about the original layout and function of various spaces. Water levels have risen significantly since the city's active period, submerging what were once ground-level courtyards, gardens, and potentially residential areas. The foundations and partial walls visible beneath the current waterline suggest a much more extensive complex than what currently remains accessible. These submerged structures hint at a civilization that was far more populous and elaborate than the current ruins might suggest. The integration of the Tower of Flame itself into the overall architectural scheme represents perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of Hayed's design philosophy. This structure serves multiple functions simultaneously: lighthouse, ceremonial arena, defensive position, and spiritual beacon. The circular design of the tower's interior space creates perfect acoustics for ceremonial purposes, while also providing an ideal arena for combat trials or ritual duels. The carefully designed sightlines ensure that the eternal flame at the tower's apex is visible from multiple vantage points throughout the complex, serving as a constant reminder of the spiritual purpose that underlies all of Hayed's earthly activities. The Cathedral of Blue represents the culmination of Hayed's architectural achievement, combining all the lessons learned from studying Anor Londo's design with innovations driven by local needs and spiritual vision. The cathedral's massive scale demonstrates the civilization's commitment to creating a worthy house for their religious activities, while its defensive features show they understood the need to protect their most sacred spaces from worldly threats. The careful integration of the cathedral with the bridge system and the surrounding tower complex shows sophisticated urban planning that considered not just individual buildings, but the overall experience of moving through the sacred space. The statuary found throughout Hayed's domain provides perhaps the most fascinating insight into how architectural knowledge and religious understanding can become distorted across time. The eagle-headed statues that clearly represent Gwyn show both accurate preservation of basic iconographic elements and significant reinterpretation of specific details. The poses, the sword, the sun medallion, all these elements correctly identify the subject as Gwyn. However, the replacement of his human head with that of an eagle suggests that Hayed's artists may have worked from descriptions rather than direct observation, possibly interpreting symbolic language about Gwyn's solar associations through the lens of their own cultural understanding. This eagle symbolism could reveal fascinating layers of cultural transmission and reinterpretation. In many real-world mythologies, eagles are associated with sun gods and divine authority. Zeus, in Greek mythology, Ra in Egyptian tradition, and numerous other examples from cultures around the world. The artists of Haed, working from oral traditions that described Gwyn as a god of sunlight and lordly authority, may have naturally gravitated toward eagle imagery as the most appropriate way to represent these divine attributes. The result is artwork that captures the spiritual essence of its subject while revealing the cultural distance between the original divine reality and its later human interpretation. The construction techniques visible throughout Haed's architecture demonstrate sophisticated understanding of both engineering principles and aesthetic values. The massive stone blocks used in the primary structures show quarrying and transportation capabilities that rival those of Anor Londo itself, while the precise fitting of these blocks demonstrates masonry skills of the highest order. The integration of different types of stone and construction techniques in various areas suggests a building program that extended over considerable time periods, with different phases of construction employing evolving techniques and materials as they became available. The water management systems visible in some areas of the complex reveal another aspect of Haed's architectural sophistication. While much of the current flooding results from the general submersion of the city, some areas show evidence of intentional water features that would have functioned as fountains, reflecting pools or other decorative elements during the city's active period. These water features would have provided both practical benefits, cooling and humidity control in what may have been a warmer climate, and aesthetic enhancement of the architectural spaces. The lighting design of Haed's architecture deserves particular attention for its integration of both natural and artificial illumination. The placement and sizing of windows, archways, and other openings shows careful consideration of how sunlight would move through the spaces during different times of day and seasons. The eternal flames that burn in various locations throughout the complex would have provided dramatic focal points during nighttime use, while also serving practical navigation purposes for visitors moving through the complex after dark. The acoustic properties of various spaces within Haed's Tower complex reveal another layer of architectural sophistication. The cathedral spaces are designed to enhance vocal music and spoken word, while the more intimate chambers provide privacy for quiet conversation or contemplation. The arena space in the Tower of Flame creates dramatic echoes that would have enhanced the excitement of combat events, while also ensuring that important announcements or ritual declarations could be heard clearly by spectators gathered throughout the space. The integration of defensive and ceremonial functions throughout Haed's architecture reflects a realistic understanding of the world in which this civilization existed. Unlike the pure divine realm of Anor Londo, which could rely on godly power for protection, Haed existed in a mortal world where even the most sacred spaces might face worldly threats. The result is architecture that seamlessly blends defensive necessity with spiritual aspiration, creating spaces that could serve as both temples and fortresses as circumstances required. The preservation state of different areas within the complex provides clues about construction priorities and usage patterns during Haed's active period. The areas that remain in the best condition were clearly the most important or most frequently maintained, while areas showing greater deterioration may have been secondary spaces or areas that were abandoned before the final submersion of the city. This differential preservation creates a hierarchy of importance that helps us understand which functions and spaces were central to Haed's civilization and which were more peripheral. The symbolic geometry visible in Haed's architectural layouts reveals deeper layers of meaning embedded in the very structure of the complex. The circular forms of the tower arena the radiating patterns of the bridge connections, the axial alignments between major structures, all of these geometric relationships speak to architectural design principles that went beyond mere practical function to incorporate symbolic and spiritual meanings. These geometric relationships would have been meaningful to the inhabitants and visitors of Haid, creating layers of significance that transformed practical architecture into sacred space. The history and rise of Haid civilization. The origins of Haid remain shrouded in the mists of time, lost to the same historical amnesia that claims so much knowledge in the world of Dark Souls. What we know from item descriptions and environmental evidence indicates that Haid was founded by remnants of the late inhabitants of Anor Londo, suggesting a civilization that arose from the decline of the Age of Gods, carrying both knowledge and faith into a new era dominated by human ambition and mortal limitations. The very name Haid has become uncertain, whether it refers to a kingdom, a land, or simply the name of this particular region remains unclear, as no records survive from early enough periods to provide definitive answers. The founding of Haid appears to represent one of humanity's most ambitious attempts to recreate the glory of the divine age in mortal terms. The architectural evidence suggests a massive undertaking that would have required coordinated effort from thousands of skilled workers over periods spanning decades or centuries. The scale of the construction projects, the sophistication of the engineering solutions, and the integration of defensive and ceremonial functions all point to a civilization at the height of its power and confidence, willing to commit enormous resources to creating something worthy of divine attention. The cultural foundations of Haid's civilization reveal fascinating insights into how divine knowledge and traditions can be preserved, transmitted, and transformed by human institutions. The Blue Sentinels and the Way of Blue, both of which originated in Haid, represent clear institutional descendants of the Blades of the Dark Moon who served Gwyndolin in Anor Londo. However, the transformation from direct divine service to human institutional structure reveals both the possibilities and limitations of cultural transmission across the boundaries between divine and mortal realms. The Blades of the Dark Moon served a specific divine entity with direct supernatural oversight and clear divine mandate. Their blue-eye orbs were gifts from Gwyndolin that carried actual divine power and purpose. The Blue Sentinels, by contrast, operate as a human institution with human leadership, using cracked blue-eye orbs that represent worn remnants of the original divine artifacts. This degradation from divine gift to institutional tool reflects the broader pattern of how divine knowledge becomes humanized and institutionalized as it passes from the realm of gods to the realm of mortals. The Way of Blue represents an even more profound transformation of divine concepts into human religious practice. What began as direct service to specific deities evolves into a more generalized religious and ethical system focused on protecting the innocent and providing sanctuary for those who cannot defend themselves. This evolution shows how spiritual truth can be preserved even as its specific institutional forms change to meet the needs of different eras and different circumstances. The military aspects of Haid's civilization reveal a society that understood the need to balance spiritual aspiration with practical defense. The Haid Knights, those white armored warriors whose equipment demonstrates the civilization's advanced metallurgical capabilities, represent a military elite that combined martial excellence with religious devotion. Their special alloy, which remains mysterious even to the craftsmen of Drangleic, demonstrates technological achievements that allowed Hayed to field warriors equipped with weapons and armor superior to those available to later civilizations. The creation of such advanced metallurgy suggests not only skilled craftsmanship, but also access to rare materials and sophisticated techniques that may have been inherited from the Age of Gods or developed through intensive research and experimentation. The durability of Hayed weapons and armor, which remain functional after centuries of neglect, speaks to a level of technological achievement that subsequent civilizations have been unable to match or even fully understand. The religious life of Hayed appears to have centered around the preservation and reinterpretation of divine knowledge for human understanding and practice. The eternal flames that burn throughout the complex represent more than mere practical lighting. They serve as tangible connections to the first flame and the divine order that established the fundamental patterns of the world. The careful maintenance of these flames would have required dedicated priests and sophisticated understanding of the spiritual and practical techniques necessary to sustain divine fire in mortal spaces. The Tower of Flame itself likely served as the primary focus of Hayed's religious activities, with its arena providing space for ceremonial combats, religious trials, and other sacred events that combined spiritual significance with martial display. The sophisticated lever systems that can expand the arena space suggest events that could accommodate varying numbers of participants and spectators, from intimate ceremonies involving select initiates to grand public spectacles that would have drawn visitors from across the known world. The Cathedral of Blue represents the culmination of Hayed's religious architecture, designed to serve as both house of worship and institutional headquarters for the Blue Sentinels. The scale and grandeur of this structure demonstrate the importance that Hayed's civilization placed on creating a worthy center for their religious and military institutions. The integration of ceremonial spaces with practical administrative and defensive functions shows sophisticated understanding of how religious institutions must operate in the practical world while maintaining their spiritual focus. The educational and cultural aspects of Hayed's civilization remain largely mysterious, but the sophistication of their achievements suggests well-developed institutions for preserving and transmitting knowledge. The accurate preservation of certain aspects of Anor Londo's architectural and religious traditions implies systematic efforts to maintain cultural memory across generations. However, the distortions and misunderstandings visible in other aspects of their culture, such as the eagle-headed statues of Gwyn, suggest that this preservation was not perfect and that some knowledge was lost or transformed in transmission. The economic foundations that supported Hayed's ambitious construction and maintenance projects must have been substantial, though little direct evidence remains of their specific nature. The sheer scale of the building projects suggests either access to significant natural resources, extensive trade networks, or both. The advanced metallurgy and sophisticated engineering visible throughout the complex would have required not only skilled craftsmen, but also the economic infrastructure necessary to support their training, tools, and materials. The integration of lighthouse functions with the Tower of Flame suggests that Hayed may have served as an important maritime hub, providing navigation aids for ships traveling along the coast and potentially controlling or facilitating sea trade in the region. This maritime connection could have provided both the economic resources necessary for major construction projects and the cultural exchange that would have brought knowledge and influences from distant lands. The political structure of Hayed's civilization remains largely opaque, but the institutional development of the Blue Sentinels and the coordination required for major construction projects suggest sophisticated governmental or organizational systems. The ability to maintain complex engineering projects, like the lever systems in the Tower of Flame, implies administrative structures capable of organizing labor, managing resources, and maintaining institutional knowledge across extended time periods. The relationship between Haid and other contemporary civilizations provides important context for understanding its place in the broader historical development of the Dark Souls world. The fact that Haid equipment and traditions survived its civilization's collapse and continued to influence later developments suggests that Haid maintained significant contact with other regions and cultures. The eventual integration of Haid's traditions into the broader religious and military culture of Drangleic shows how even fallen civilizations can continue to influence historical development through the preservation of their innovations and insights. The decline of Haid appears to have been gradual rather than sudden, with the rising sea levels that eventually submerged much of the city representing the final stage of a longer process of decline. The fact that some areas of the complex remained above water and functional suggests that the inhabitants had time to adapt to changing conditions and potentially to relocate some of their most important activities to higher ground or to other locations entirely. The preservation of certain key institutions and traditions during Haid's decline demonstrates the resilience of cultural systems when they serve genuine human needs. The Blue Sentinels and the Way of Blue continued to function even after their original homeland was lost, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their core mission and values. This institutional survival shows how powerful cultural innovations can transcend the specific civilizations that create them. The influence of Haid on later developments in Drangleic shows how even fallen civilizations continue to shape historical development through the people, ideas, and institutions that survive their collapse. The integration of Blue Sentinel traditions into Drangleic's political and military systems demonstrates how successful cultural innovations can be adopted and adapted by successive civilizations, creating continuity of development that transcends the boundaries between specific historical periods. The mystery surrounding many aspects of Haid's history reflects the broader themes of knowledge loss and cultural amnesia that permeate Dark Souls lore. Even civilizations that achieve remarkable things and create lasting institutions can see much of their specific history lost to time, leaving later generations to piece together fragmentary evidence and wonder about the full scope of what was lost. This pattern of partial preservation and partial loss creates the archaeological puzzles that make exploration of these ancient sites so compelling for those who venture into their ruins. The legacy of Haid extends far beyond its physical ruins to encompass the institutional, technological, and spiritual innovations that it contributed to the broader development of human civilization in the Dark Souls world. The advanced metallurgy, sophisticated architecture, religious institutions, and military traditions that originated in Haid all continued to influence later developments, demonstrating how even collapsed civilizations can continue to contribute to human progress through the preservation and transmission of their achievements. The Old Dragon Slayer, Guardian of Memory. In the heart of the Cathedral of Blue, beyond the great drawbridge that spans the waters of Haed's domain, stands perhaps the most enigmatic figure in all of Dark Souls 2. The Old Dragon Slayer. This imposing warrior, clad in armor that bears unmistakable resemblance to that of Dragon Slayer Ornstein from the first Dark Souls, embodies all the mysteries and ambiguities that make Hayed's Tower of Flame such a fascinating location. His very presence raises fundamental questions about the nature of identity, memory, and the persistence of heroic ideals across the vast spans of time that separate the Age of Gods from the Age of Men. The armor worn by the old Dragon Slayer tells its own story of time's passage and the degradation of even the most carefully preserved artifacts. Where Ornstein's original golden armor gleamed with divine light and supernatural durability, the old Dragon Slayer's gear shows the unmistakable marks of age and wear. The once brilliant gold has faded to a darker hue. The intricate engravings have been worn smooth by centuries of use, and the overall condition speaks to equipment that has seen extensive service without the divine maintenance that preserved Ornstein's original gear in pristine condition. The Leo ring that can be obtained after defeating the old Dragon Slayer provides crucial evidence about both the connection to Ornstein and the passage of time. The ring's description notes that after many years of use, its face has worn down, though close inspection still reveals the engraved lion that gave the ring its name and its power. This detail is particularly significant because it demonstrates that this is not a replica or imitation, but the actual ring that once belonged to the original Dragon Slayer, aged by centuries of use but still retaining its essential identity and power. The combat techniques employed by the old Dragon Slayer reveal both continuity with and evolution from Ornstein's original fighting style. The fundamental spearwork remains essentially identical: the lightning-fast thrusts, the sweeping attacks that can catch unwary opponents off guard, the devastating jumping strikes that demonstrate superhuman athletic ability. However, the addition of dark magic attacks represents a significant departure from Ornstein's original repertoire, suggesting either learned adaptation to new circumstances or fundamental changes in the warrior's nature and allegiances. The use of dark magic by the old Dragon Slayer has sparked considerable debate among those who study the deeper mysteries of Dark Souls lore. Some interpret this as evidence of corruption or fall from grace, suggesting that the noble knight who once served the Lord of Sunlight has somehow been tainted by dark forces. Others propose that the dark magic represents practical adaptation, a recognition that the old divine powers are no longer reliable, and that survival in the current age requires mastering new and different forms of power. The physical condition of the old Dragon Slayer provides additional clues about his nature and origins. Unlike the perfectly preserved divine beings encountered in Anor Londo, the old Dragon Slayer shows signs of age and wear that suggest mortality rather than divine immortality. His movements, while still formidable, lack some of the supernatural grace that characterized Ornstein in his prime. This degradation could indicate either a divine being diminished by time and circumstances, or a mortal warrior who has achieved remarkable longevity through supernatural means. The arena where the old Dragon Slayer makes his stand, the first chamber of the Cathedral of Blue, serves multiple symbolic and practical purposes. As a test of worthiness for those seeking to join the Blue Sentinels, the encounter serves as the ultimate trial that separates the truly capable from the merely ambitious. The requirement to face such a formidable opponent before gaining access to the Covenant headquarters ensures that only those with genuine martial capability and unwavering determination can join the ranks of the Blue Sentinels. The symbolic significance of this trial extends beyond mere combat prowess to encompass deeper themes of honor, duty, and the preservation of noble ideals. The old Dragon Slayer represents the living embodiment of an earlier age's commitment to justice and protection of the innocent. By requiring potential Blue Sentinels to face him in combat, the Covenant ensures that its new members understand and accept the weight of responsibility that comes with taking up the mantle of divine justice in a mortal world. The question of the old Dragonslayer's true identity remains one of the most debated aspects of Dark Souls 2 lore, with his soul description noting only that he is reminiscent of a certain knight that appears in old legends. Several theories have emerged to explain his presence and nature, each with its own supporting evidence and implications. One interpretation holds that this could be the original Ornstein, somehow transported to this time and place through the temporal distortions that affect the Dark Souls universe. This theory finds support in the authentic equipment and sophisticated combat techniques that match those of the original Dragonslayer. An alternative theory suggests that the old Dragonslayer represents an artificial construct created by those who wish to preserve Ornstein's legacy and fighting techniques for future generations. The builders of Herd, with their deep knowledge of Anor Londo's traditions and their sophisticated understanding of both technology and magic, might have possessed the capability to create such a construct, using fragments of the original Ornstein soul or equipment as foundation material. A third possibility proposes that the old Dragonslayer represents a form of spiritual inheritance or reincarnation, where the essential heroic qualities of Ornstein have manifested in a new form suited to the changed circumstances of the current age. This interpretation would explain both the similarities and the differences between the old Dragonslayer and the original Ornstein, suggesting a continuity of heroic spirit rather than literal identity. The presence of red phantom knights in certain versions of the encounter adds another layer of complexity to the old Dragonslayer's role as guardian and test. These phantoms, wielding wicked eye great shields that suggest dark or corrupted nature, serve as practice opponents that prepare potential blue sentinels for the types of enemies they will face in their role as guardians of justice. The ability to summon or command such phantoms suggests that the old Dragonslayer possesses sophisticated understanding of the dark forces that threaten the innocent, even if he himself has not been corrupted by them. The institutional role that the old Dragonslayer plays within the Blue Sentinels organization reveals important information about how Hayed's civilization approached the preservation and transmission of heroic ideals. Rather than simply venerating past heroes through statues or stories, they created a system where the actual presence and challenge of heroic figures could continue to inspire and test future generations. This approach demonstrates remarkable sophistication in understanding how heroic traditions can be kept alive and meaningful across changing circumstances. The tactical aspects of the old Dragonslayer encounter provide insights into the combat doctrines and expectations of the Blue Sentinels. The combination of lightning attacks that emphasize raw power and dark magic that demonstrates adaptability to changing circumstances suggests that the Covenant may have expected its members to be versatile warriors capable of facing any threat. The requirement to master both offensive capability and defensive positioning during the encounter ensures that new Sentinels understand the full scope of martial skills they will need in their duties. The emotional and psychological impact of facing the old Dragonslayer extends beyond the immediate challenge of combat to encompass deeper themes of legacy and inspiration. For those familiar with Ornstein's reputation and achievements, the encounter represents a direct connection to the heroic age of divine knights and Dragonslayers. This connection can provide powerful motivation for those seeking to uphold similar ideals in their own time, creating a sense of continuity and purpose that transcends individual mortality. The decline and isolation evident in the old Dragonslayer's circumstances reflect broader themes about the fate of heroes in a world that has moved beyond their original context. Regardless of his true identity, The old Dragon Slayer represents heroic ideals, preserved in a world that may no longer fully understand or appreciate them. His solitary vigil in the cathedral speaks to the loneliness that can accompany the preservation of noble principles in times when such principles are no longer widely shared or supported. The equipment and items associated with the old Dragon Slayer provide tangible connections to the broader Dark Souls universe, while also demonstrating the evolution and adaptation of heroic traditions. The Dragon Slayer spear that can be crafted from his soul retains the lightning powers and dragon-slaying capabilities of the original, while bearing the marks of age and use that distinguish artifacts of the current age from the pristine divine weapons of the past. The broader implications of the old Dragon Slayer's presence extend to fundamental questions about the nature of heroism and its preservation across time. His existence suggests that heroic ideals and capabilities can persist even when the original circumstances that created them have long since passed away. This persistence offers hope that the noble traditions of the past can continue to inspire and guide future generations, even in times when such traditions seem forgotten or irrelevant. The mystery surrounding the old Dragon Slayer ultimately enhances, rather than diminishes, his significance as a character and symbol. By leaving key questions about his identity and nature unanswered, the game allows him to serve as a vessel for multiple interpretations and meanings. He can represent literal continuity with the past, symbolic preservation of heroic ideals, or the evolution of noble traditions to meet changing circumstances. And perhaps all of these meanings simultaneously. The Hyde Knights, warriors lost in time. Among the most haunting and mysterious figures that populate the ruins of Head's Tower of Flame are the Head Knights themselves, those white-armored warriors who sit motionless throughout the complex until provoked into action. These enigmatic figures embody the temporal distortions and historical mysteries that make Dark Souls 2 such a compelling exploration of how the past refuses to remain buried. Their very presence defies conventional understanding of time and mortality, serving as living reminders of a civilization that fell beneath the waves long before the current age began. The armor worn by the Head Knights tells a story of craftsmanship that has transcended its original era. The distinctive white and silver coloration, combined with the sophisticated metallurgy that has kept these suits functional for countless centuries, demonstrates the advanced technological capabilities of Hayed's civilization. The special alloy used in their construction remains a mystery even to the smiths of Drangleic, who have attempted to recreate it, but succeeded only in producing the inferior bradded steel that approximates but cannot match the original's durability and effectiveness. The arrows that pierce the Head Knight's armor provide crucial clues about what appears to have been their final battle and the circumstances that led to their current state. These projectiles, embedded deep in gaps between plates and in some cases penetrating the helmets themselves, suggest a fierce conflict where these warriors fought against overwhelming odds. The positioning and angle of many arrows could indicate attacks from multiple directions, possibly suggesting a siege or ambush situation where the knights found themselves surrounded and outnumbered. The fact that these arrows remain embedded in the armor centuries later raises important questions about the nature of the knights' current existence. Living beings would have long since removed such projectiles or succumbed to their wounds, while purely mechanical constructs would likely show different patterns of damage and preservation. The arrows suggest that the Head Knights exist in some intermediate state between life and death, preserving the wounds of their final battle as permanent reminders of their service and sacrifice. The passive behavior exhibited by most Hayed Knights until they are attacked or until certain game events occur provides fascinating insights into their mental and spiritual state. This passivity suggests that they retain some level of consciousness and decision-making capability, choosing not to engage in hostile action unless directly threatened or triggered by specific circumstances. This behavior could indicate several possibilities: residual honor and restraint from their original training, confusion about their current circumstances, or specific programming or instructions that govern their current existence. The breathing sounds made by the Hyde Knights create an unsettling audio signature that reinforces their liminal status between life and death. These are not the mechanical sounds one might expect from animated armor or constructs, but actual respiratory patterns that suggest some form of life or animation that requires air circulation. Notably, these breathing sounds are identical to those made by King Vendrick in his hollowed state, creating a mysterious connection between these ancient warriors and the more recent monarch of Drangleic, though the significance of this shared audio detail remains unexplained. The variety in weapons and fighting styles among the Hyde Knights suggests a military organization that valued tactical flexibility and specialized roles. Some knights wield sword and shield combinations that emphasize defensive capability and measured offensive action, while others employ spears that provide greater reach and thrusting power, and still others carry larger weapons that sacrifice speed for devastating striking power. This variety indicates a sophisticated military doctrine that recognized the need for different types of warriors to handle different tactical situations. The distribution of Hyde Knights throughout various locations in Drangleic raises important questions about their origins and the scope of their original duties. While most are found in Head's Tower of Flame itself, individual knights appear in locations as diverse as the Forest of Fallen Giants, the Lost Bastille, and even the depths of the Gutter. According to item descriptions, only time distortion could explain their presence in Drangleic, suggesting that these warriors exist as temporal refugees, displaced from their proper era and condemned to haunt the remnants of their fallen homeland. Their presence suggests that certain significant events or individuals can become unstuck from their proper historical moment, appearing in later ages as echoes or fragments of the past. The quality and craftsmanship of Hyde Knight equipment extends beyond mere durability to encompass aesthetic and functional excellence that reflects the civilization's values and capabilities. The elegant lines of their armor design balance protection with mobility, creating suits that are both beautiful and effective. The weapons show similar attention to both form and function, with careful attention to balance, reach, and striking power that indicates weapons designed by masters of their craft for warriors who demanded the highest quality tools for their dangerous profession. The symbolism embedded in Hyde Knight armor and equipment reveals important information about the cultural and religious context in which they served. The color scheme of white and silver associates them with purity, nobility, and divine service, while the careful attention to ceremonial details suggests warriors who served functions beyond mere combat. These were likely knights who participated in religious ceremonies, state functions, and other public events where their appearance and bearing were as important as their fighting capability. The connection between the Hyde Knights and the Blue Sentinels provides important continuity between past and present, showing how military and religious traditions can persist across the collapse and renewal of civilizations. The fact that Hyde Knights carry cracked blue eye orbs, the worn remnants of the divine artifacts used by the Blades of the Dark Moon, demonstrates their role as the institutional predecessors of the Blue Sentinels. This connection shows how the ideals of protecting the innocent and punishing the guilty can survive, even when the specific institutions that originally embodied them have fallen. The training and discipline visible in head knight combat techniques suggest a military culture that emphasized excellence, precision, and adaptability. Their movements show the muscle memory of countless hours of practice and drill, while their tactical awareness and ability to respond effectively to different types of threats demonstrate education that went beyond mere weapon proficiency to encompass broader understanding of combat principles and strategic thinking. The psychological state of the hired knights remains one of their most mysterious aspects. Their passive behavior, until provoked, suggests some level of conscious choice and restraint, while their immediate and effective response to threats demonstrates that their combat training and instincts remain intact. This combination could indicate warriors who retain their basic personality and training while being confused or disoriented about their current circumstances and purpose. The relationship between the hired knights and the broader narrative of curse and undeath in Dark Souls provides important context for understanding their current state. Like many other characters in the Dark Souls universe, they seem to exist in a condition that transcends normal mortality while falling short of true immortality. This liminal state allows them to persist across vast spans of time, while also subjecting them to the gradual erosion of memory, purpose, and identity that affects so many of the undead characters in the series. The impact of the hired knights on players and the broader Dark Souls community demonstrates the power of environmental storytelling and mysterious characterization. These figures manage to be simultaneously pitiable and threatening, ancient and immediate, mysterious and understandable. Their presence adds emotional weight to the exploration of Haird's Tower of Flame, while also serving as formidable gameplay challenges that require skill and strategy to overcome. The preservation of the Heed Knights across such vast spans of time speaks to the power of duty, honor, and institutional loyalty to transcend individual mortality and historical change. Even in their diminished and confused state, these warriors continue to embody the values and principles that defined their original service. Their persistence suggests that truly noble ideals can survive even the most catastrophic historical changes, maintaining their essential character even when their original context has been lost. The technical aspects of how the Head Knights have been preserved remain largely mysterious, but their existence suggests sophisticated understanding of the relationship between soul, body, and consciousness that goes beyond conventional necromancy or simple undeath. Their preservation seems to have maintained not just their physical forms and combat capabilities, but also significant portions of their original personalities and moral frameworks, indicating a process or circumstance that is far more sophisticated than simple reanimation. The tragedy inherent in the Head Knight's situation provides emotional depth that elevates them beyond mere obstacles or gameplay mechanics to become genuine characters worthy of sympathy and respect. These are warriors who served with honor and distinction, who fought bravely in their civilization's final battles, and who now exist in a world that has largely forgotten their service and sacrifice. Their persistence in maintaining their posts and their restraint in the face of potential threats demonstrate that their essential nobility has survived even when everything else about their world has changed. The Blue Sentinels and Cathedral of Blue. The Cathedral of Blue stands as more than mere architecture in the flooded realm of Head's Tower of Flame. It serves as the institutional heart of one of Dark Souls 2's most significant covenants and represents the evolution of divine justice from its origins in the Age of Gods to its expression in the Age of Men. This magnificent structure, with its soaring spires and Gothic grandeur, houses the Blue Sentinels, that covenant of righteous warriors who have taken upon themselves the sacred duty of protecting the innocent and punishing those who prey upon the defenseless. The physical grandeur of the Cathedral of Blue reflects the ambitious scope of the institution it houses. The massive scale of the structure, with its towering walls and elaborate architectural details, demonstrates the importance that head civilization placed on creating a worthy headquarters for their premier military and religious order. The careful integration of defensive features with ceremonial spaces shows sophisticated understanding of how religious institutions must operate in a world where spiritual ideals often conflict with worldly realities. The connection between the Blue Sentinels and their predecessor organization, the Blades of the Dark Moon, provides crucial insight into how divine institutions adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining their core mission and values. The Blades of the Dark Moon serve directly under Gwendolyn, receiving divine guidance and supernatural support for their mission of punishing sinners and protecting the faithful. The Blue Sentinels, by contrast, operate as a human institution with mortal leadership, relying on human organization and determination rather than direct divine intervention. This transition from divine to human institution reveals both losses and gains inherent in such transformations. The Blue Sentinels lack the direct divine authority and supernatural powers that made the Blades of the Dark Moon such formidable agents of divine justice. Their cracked blue eye orbs represent degraded versions of the original divine artifacts, worn down by time and use, but still retaining enough power to function for their intended purpose. However, the human leadership and institutional structure of the Blue Sentinels provides flexibility and adaptability that pure divine service might lack, allowing the organization to evolve and respond to changing circumstances in ways that divine servants bound by absolute divine will might not. Blue Sentinel Targray, the leader of the Covenant, embodies the transition from divine service to human leadership. Unlike Gwendolyn, who commanded the Blades of the Dark Moon through direct divine authority and supernatural presence, Targray leads through human qualities of experience, wisdom, and moral authority. His presence in the cathedral represents the humanization of divine justice, the transformation of abstract divine principles into practical human organization capable of operating effectively in the mortal world. The recruitment and training processes employed by the Blue Sentinels reveal sophisticated understanding of the qualities necessary for effective service in their demanding role. The requirement that potential members demonstrate their worthiness through successfully helping other players defeat bosses or overcoming the trials presented by the Old Knights and the Old Dragonslayer ensures that only those with genuine combat capability and proven commitment to helping others can join the Covenant. The token of fidelity system used by the Blue Sentinels provides an elegant solution to the problem of measuring and rewarding service that cannot be easily quantified through conventional means. These tokens represent more than mere administrative tools. They serve as tangible symbols of trust, commitment, and successful service that create bonds of mutual obligation and respect between Covenant members. The requirement to possess such tokens before joining the Covenant ensures that potential members understand the Covenant's values and have already demonstrated their commitment to upholding them. The Guardian Seal ring that Blue Sentinels receive upon joining the Covenant serves multiple practical and symbolic functions. Practically, it enables the automatic summoning system that allows Sentinels to respond immediately when Way of Blue members are threatened by invaders. Symbolically, it represents the burden of constant vigilance and the commitment to place service to others above personal convenience or safety. The ring's inscription emphasizes the dignified nature of the oath to protect others, framing covenant service as a noble calling rather than mere gameplay mechanic. The relationship between the Blue Sentinels and the Way of Blue creates a symbiotic system that addresses fundamental problems of justice and protection in a world where evil often seems to have significant advantages over good. The Way of Blue provides a covenant option for those who wish to align themselves with righteousness, but lack the combat capability or inclination to serve as active warriors. The Blue Sentinels provide the martial strength and commitment necessary to protect these peaceful members and to actively pursue and punish those who prey upon the innocent. The invasion and protection mechanics associated with the Blue Sentinels reveal sophisticated understanding of the moral complexities inherent in any system of justice. The ability to invade the worlds of sinners and wretches provides a mechanism for active pursuit of wrongdoers, ensuring that evil actions have consequences that extend beyond their immediate effects. However, the distinction between sinners, those who have killed 10 other players, and wretches, those who have killed 100, recognizes that not all transgressions are equivalent and that the response to wrongdoing should be proportional to its severity. The geographical reach of Blue Sentinel operations extends far beyond the Cathedral of Blue to encompass activities throughout Drangleic and potentially beyond. The Covenant's influence in commercial centers like Volgan, where merchants require their blessing to operate shops, demonstrates how the organization has evolved beyond purely military functions to encompass broader social and economic influence. This expansion shows how successful institutions can grow beyond their original mandate to address related needs and opportunities in the societies they serve. The sparring matches and dueling systems within the Cathedral of Blue provide important training opportunities that help maintain the combat readiness of Covenant members, while also serving as recruitment and evaluation tools. These controlled combat encounters allow Sentinels to practice their skills against worthy opponents without the life and death stakes of actual invasion situations. The formal nature of these duels, conducted within the sacred space of the cathedral, emphasizes the honorable and disciplined approach that distinguishes Blue Sentinel activities from the chaotic violence of Red Phantom invasions. The miracle rewards available to successful Blue Sentinels represent tangible recognition of their service, while also providing practical tools that enhance their effectiveness in their duties. Miracles like Wrath of the Gods and Bountiful Sunlight connect the Covenant to the ancient divine traditions from which it descended, while providing powerful abilities that can make the difference between success and failure in challenging encounters. The fact that these miracles are otherwise difficult or impossible to obtain in Drangleic emphasizes the special relationship between the Blue Sentinels and the preserved divine knowledge housed in their cathedral. The institutional memory preserved within the Cathedral of Blue represents one of the most significant repositories of knowledge about the Age of Gods and the early development of human civilization in the Dark Souls world. The preservation of accurate information about the Blades of the Dark Moon, the divine origins of their artifacts and practices, and the proper understanding of divine justice demonstrates sophisticated institutional mechanisms for maintaining cultural continuity across vast spans of time and dramatic historical changes. The challenges facing the Blue Sentinels in the current age reflect broader themes about the difficulty of maintaining noble ideals in a world that often seems indifferent or hostile to them. The Covenant operates in a landscape where evil often appears to have significant advantages, where the innocent frequently lack effective protection, and where the very foundations of moral order seem to be constantly under threat. The persistence of the Blue Sentinels in the face of these challenges demonstrates the power of institutional commitment and shared values to maintain hope and purpose even in the darkest of times. The internal culture and traditions of the Blue Sentinels, while not extensively documented, can be inferred from their practices and the behavior of their members. The emphasis on honor, duty, and service to others suggests a culture that values selflessness and moral courage above personal advancement or material gain. The formal procedures and ceremonial aspects of Covenant membership indicate an organization that understands the importance of ritual and tradition in maintaining group cohesion and commitment to shared values. The evolution of Blue Sentinel doctrine and practice over time demonstrates the organization's ability to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining its core mission and values. The incorporation of new technologies, tactics, and organizational structures shows institutional flexibility that has allowed the Covenant to remain relevant and effective despite the massive historical changes that have occurred since its founding. This adaptability suggests leadership that understands the difference between essential principles that must be preserved and tactical details that can be modified as circumstances require. The broader impact of the Blue Sentinels on Drangleic society extends beyond their immediate membership to influence social norms, political structures, and cultural values throughout the kingdom. Their reputation for integrity and effectiveness has made them a significant political force, while their commitment to protecting the innocent has created expectations and standards that influence how other institutions and individuals behave. This broader influence demonstrates how successful Covenant organizations can shape entire societies through their example and their active involvement in addressing social problems. The future prospects for the Blue Sentinels depend on their ability to continue attracting worthy members and adapting to new challenges while maintaining their essential character and mission. The Covenant's success in transitioning from its divine origins to human institutional form suggests robust foundations that could support continued evolution and development. However, the increasing darkness and chaos visible throughout Drangleic suggests that the Covenant will face increasingly severe tests of its capabilities and commitment in the times ahead. The Old Knights, Trials of the Faithful. Standing sentinel throughout the flooded corridors and platforms of Head's Tower of Flame are the Old Knights, those massive, armored figures whose very presence speaks to ages so distant that their original purpose has been lost to memory. These towering warriors represent more than mere obstacles to overcome. They serve as living monuments to a forgotten era, embodying the persistence of duty even when the reasons for that duty have been obscured by the passage of countless centuries. The physical characteristics of the Old Knights immediately distinguish them from any other warriors encountered in Drangleic. Their enormous stature, easily dwarfing even the largest human fighters, suggests origins that transcend normal human limitations. The massive armor that encases their forms shows craftsmanship of extraordinary quality, with plates and joints that have maintained their integrity despite obvious signs of age and wear. The green patination that covers much of their equipment speaks to centuries of exposure to the elements, yet the fundamental structure remains sound enough to support their continued function as guardians of Hayed's sacred spaces. The weapons wielded by the Old Knights demonstrate both the martial culture of their era and the specialized roles they were designed to fulfill. The variety in their armaments, from massive greatswords that require tremendous strength to wield effectively, to crushingly heavy maces that can shatter armor and bone with equal ease, to sword and shield combinations that balance offensive capability with defensive protection, suggests a military organization that understood the value of tactical flexibility and specialized equipment for different combat situations. The combat techniques displayed by the old knights reveal training and discipline that has persisted across the vast span of time since their active service ended. Their movements, while slowed by age and the weight of their equipment, still demonstrate the fundamental principles of effective combat that characterize professional soldiers of the highest caliber. The careful timing of their attacks, the efficient use of reach and leverage in their weapon techniques, and their ability to coordinate offense and defense all speak to training that was thorough, professional, and designed to create warriors capable of facing any threat. The strategic positioning of old knights throughout Hayed's Tower complex reveals careful thought about defensive priorities and the protection of important locations. These warriors are not randomly distributed, but placed in positions that control access to key areas, protect important items and resources, and provide overlapping fields of coverage that would have made unauthorized access to sacred spaces extremely difficult during the complex's active period. Their current positions suggest that they continue to fulfill their original defensive mission, even though the specific threats they were designed to counter may no longer exist. The relationship between the old knights and the lever mechanisms found throughout the area provides fascinating insight into the sophisticated systems that once operated in Hayed's Tower. These ancient warriors serve as both guardians of the lever systems and, upon their defeat, revelation of the mechanisms themselves. This connection suggests that the old knights were specifically positioned to control access to these important systems, ensuring that only those with sufficient strength and determination could operate the mechanisms that controlled various aspects of the complex's function. The arena expansion system in the Tower of Flame represents perhaps the most sophisticated example of the integration between the old knights and the complex's mechanical systems. The defeat of specific old knights reveals levers that can raise additional sections of the arena floor, expanding the fighting space for the confrontation with the Dragon Rider boss. This system demonstrates remarkable engineering sophistication, while also showing how the old knights served as both guardians and integral components of larger systems designed to test and challenge visitors to the complex. The items and equipment that can be obtained from defeated old knights provide important clues about their origins and the civilization that created them. The cracked blue eye orbs that they carry connect them directly to the Blue Sentinels and the broader tradition of divine justice that originated with the blades of the Dark Moon. These artifacts suggest that the old knights served functions beyond mere combat, participating in the religious and judicial activities that were central to Hayed's civilization. The Collector's Edition Guide provides crucial additional context for understanding the old knights' current role in Hayed's Tower, describing them as potential trials for would-be Knights of the Blue. This interpretation reframes their presence from mere obstacle to meaningful test, suggesting that their continued function serves the current needs of the Blue Sentinels, rather than simply persisting from outdated defensive requirements. The guide's observation that the old knights possess the cracked blue-eye orbs that prospective Blue Sentinels require frames the encounters with them as rites of initiation, rather than random combat encounters. The psychological impact of the old knights extends beyond their immediate physical threat to encompass deeper themes about the weight of history and the persistence of duty across time. These figures represent the continuation of service, even when the original context and purpose of that service has been lost or transformed beyond recognition. Their steadfast maintenance of their posts, despite the obvious changes in their environment and circumstances, demonstrates a commitment to duty that transcends individual understanding or immediate reward. The technical aspects of how the old knights have been preserved across such vast spans of time remain largely mysterious, but their continued function could suggest preservation methods or circumstances that go far beyond conventional understanding of armor animation or undead persistence. Unlike simple animated armor or basic undead creatures, the old knights demonstrate sophisticated tactical awareness, coordinated movement, and apparently unlimited endurance that suggests preservation of not just physical form, but also significant portions of their original training and capabilities. The variation in old knight equipment and capabilities across different encounters suggests either specialized roles within their original organization or adaptation to different defensive requirements in various locations. Some old knights focus on pure offensive power with massive two-handed weapons, while others emphasize defensive capability with shields and more measured attacks. This variety indicates military doctrine that recognize the need for different types of fighters to handle different tactical situations and threats. The relationship between the old knights and the other inhabitants of Hyde's Tower provides important context for understanding the complex social and military relationships that once characterized this civilization. The passive behavior of the head knights until specific triggers are activated, combined with the immediate hostility of the old knights toward any intruders, suggests different roles and different activation conditions for these various guardian types. The old knights appear to represent the first line of defense, while the head knights serve as more specialized or reserved forces. The durability and maintenance requirements of old knight equipment speak to the advanced metallurgy and engineering capabilities of Heard's civilization. The fact that their weapons and armor remain functional after centuries of neglect demonstrates manufacturing quality that exceeds anything available in the current age of Drangleic. The weapon's extremely low durability when used by modern warriors suggests either degradation over time or fundamental incompatibility between ancient manufacturing techniques and current maintenance capabilities. The symbolic significance of the old knights extends beyond their immediate function to encompass broader themes about the relationship between past and present, the persistence of duty across changing circumstances, and the way that ancient institutions can continue to serve purposes even when their original context has been transformed. These figures represent the weight of history made manifest, the way that past decisions and commitments continue to shape present realities, even when the reasons for those original decisions have been forgotten. The environmental storytelling provided by the old knight's positioning and behavior reveals important information about the layout and function of Hyde's Tower during its active period. Their placement near important items, their protection of key passages, and their integration with mechanical systems all provide clues about how the complex operated when it was a living, functioning center of religious and military activity. The old knights serve as archaeological evidence made animate, preserving through their continued function information about past arrangements and priorities that might otherwise have been lost. The challenge level and combat difficulty presented by the old knights creates an interesting dynamic where these ancient guardians often prove more formidable than the official bosses of the area. This difficulty relationship suggests that the old knights were indeed intended to serve as significant trials rather than mere obstacles, requiring genuine skill and strategy to overcome, rather than simple persistence or overwhelming force. Their challenge level reflects the serious nature of the tests they were designed to administer, and the importance of ensuring that only truly capable individuals could access the sacred spaces they protect. The broader implications of the Old Knight's existence extend to fundamental questions about the nature of duty, the persistence of institutional memory, and the way that ancient civilizations can continue to influence present events through the preservation of their most important values and practices. These figures demonstrate that even when specific knowledge and understanding are lost, the essential commitment to core principles can persist and continue to serve meaningful purposes for new generations who encounter and must grapple with the legacy of the past. Environmental storytelling and hidden truths. The flooded ruins of Head's Tower of Flame tell their story not through explicit exposition or detailed written records, but through the subtle language of environmental design and architectural detail that rewards careful observation and thoughtful interpretation. Every broken stone, every water-stained wall, every carefully preserved artifact speaks to the broader narrative of rise, glory, decline, and submersion that characterizes this remarkable location. The art of environmental storytelling reaches perhaps its highest expression in Dark Souls 2 through these ruins, where the physical environment itself becomes a character in the larger story. The water levels throughout the complex provide the most obvious evidence of the catastrophic changes that have transformed Head from a thriving city to a partially submerged ruin. The varying depths of flooding in different areas tell a story of gradual submersion rather than sudden disaster, with some locations showing evidence of adaptation to rising water levels, while others appear to have been abandoned when the situation became untenable. The preservation of certain items and structures above the waterline suggests that the inhabitants had time to relocate their most valuable possessions and potentially to continue some activities in the areas that remained accessible. The positioning and condition of various architectural elements reveal important information about the priorities and activities of Head's civilization during different periods of its existence. The most elaborate and best preserved structures are those associated with religious and ceremonial functions. The Cathedral of Blue, the Tower of Flame, and the various platforms and bridges that connected these sacred spaces. The differential preservation suggests that these areas receive priority for maintenance and protection, even as other parts of the complex were allowed to deteriorate or were abandoned to rising waters. The mechanical systems integrated throughout the complex demonstrate sophisticated engineering capabilities, while also providing clues about the practical needs and activities that shape daily life in Head. The lever-operated arena expansion system in the Tower of Flame speaks to regular events that required flexible space configurations, suggesting either religious ceremonies with varying attendance requirements or combat events that needed different arena sizes for different types of encounters. The complexity and reliability of these systems indicate not only skilled initial construction, but also ongoing maintenance and operation by personnel who understood their function and importance. The distribution and placement of valuable items throughout the complex reveals important information about storage priorities, security concerns, and the final activities of Head's inhabitants before the complex was abandoned or became inaccessible. Items hidden in difficult-to-reach locations suggest either security measures designed to protect valuable resources from potential threats or emergency caching of important materials during the final crisis that led to the complex's abandonment. The specific types of items preserved in different locations provide clues about what the inhabitants considered most worth protecting and preserving for potential future recovery. The statuary and decorative elements found throughout Head provide fascinating insights into the religious beliefs, cultural values, and historical knowledge of the civilization that created them. The eagle-headed statues that clearly represent Gwyn demonstrate both accurate preservation of certain iconic elements and significant misunderstanding or reinterpretation of specific details. The poses, weaponry, and solar symbolism correctly identify the subject as the Lord of Sunlight, while the avian head suggests that the artists worked from descriptions rather than direct observation, interpreting symbolic language about divine solar associations through the lens of their own cultural understanding. The integration of divine and architectural symbolism throughout the complex suggests sophisticated understanding of how physical space can be designed to support and enhance spiritual experience. The carefully planned sightlines that ensure the Tower of Flame's eternal fire is visible from multiple vantage points throughout the complex create a unified visual experience that reinforces the spiritual significance of the sacred flame. The geometric relationships between major structures follow patterns that suggest symbolic meaning beyond mere practical function, creating layers of significance that would have been meaningful to the initiated, while remaining accessible to casual observers. The defensive features integrated throughout the complex tell a story of a civilization that understood the need to balance spiritual openness with practical security considerations. The strategic positioning of choke points, the overlapping fields of coverage from various defensive positions, and the integration of defensive and ceremonial functions show sophisticated military engineering adapted to the specific geographical and architectural constraints of the site. These features suggest that Hayed's builders learned from the military architecture of Anor Londo, while adapting it to their own strategic needs and circumstances. The water management and drainage systems, visible in various areas of the complex, provide evidence of the original layout and function of spaces that are now partially or completely submerged. The sophisticated understanding of hydraulics and water control demonstrated by these systems suggests engineering capabilities that extended beyond mere construction to encompass ongoing maintenance and operation of complex mechanical systems. The failure or abandonment of these systems during the final crisis provides clues about the nature and timeline of the events that led to the complex's submersion. The preservation patterns of different materials throughout the complex reveal important information about construction techniques, material properties, and environmental conditions during both the active period and the subsequent abandonment. Stone structures show differential weathering that provides clues about exposure to wind, water, and other environmental factors, while metal objects demonstrate the superior metallurgy of Hyde's craftsmen compared to later civilizations. The organic materials that have survived in certain protected environments provide rare insights into daily life activities that are not preserved in more durable architectural elements. The acoustic properties of various spaces within the complex demonstrate sophisticated understanding of how architectural design can enhance communication, ceremony, and community activities. The cathedral's spaces provide natural amplification for spoken word and vocal music, while more intimate chambers offer privacy for quiet conversation or contemplation. The arena space in the Tower of Flame creates dramatic echoes that would have enhanced the excitement of combat events, while also ensuring that important announcements could be heard clearly throughout the space. The lighting design visible throughout the complex reveals careful consideration of both practical illumination needs and aesthetic enhancement of architectural spaces. The placement and sizing of windows, archways, and other openings show understanding of how natural light moves through spaces during different times of day and seasons, while the positioning of eternal flames and other artificial light sources provides dramatic focal points and practical navigation aids. The integration of natural and artificial lighting creates atmospheric effects that enhance the spiritual and emotional impact of moving through these sacred spaces. The hidden passages and secret areas discoverable throughout the complex suggest either security features designed to protect important resources and personnel, or simply additional spaces that are not immediately obvious to casual visitors. The careful concealment of these areas, combined with the valuable items and strategic positions they often contain, indicates that they served important functions during the complex's active period. The specific design and location of these hidden spaces provide clues about the security concerns and operational requirements that shaped the complex's final configuration. The integration of natural landscape features with architectural elements demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how human construction can work with, rather than against, existing geographical conditions. The use of natural rock formations as foundations for artificial structures, the adaptation of building layouts to work with existing water features and elevation changes, and the preservation of natural vistas and landscape elements show environmental awareness that goes beyond mere practical efficiency to encompass aesthetic and spiritual considerations. The wear patterns and damage visible throughout the complex provide important evidence about usage patterns, maintenance practices, and the events that led to its eventual abandonment. Heavy wear in certain areas suggests high traffic or frequent use, while pristine preservation in other locations indicates either limited access or careful maintenance. The specific types and patterns of damage reveal information about both gradual deterioration over time and specific catastrophic events that caused sudden destruction or abandonment of particular areas. The ritual and ceremonial features integrated throughout the complex demonstrate the importance of religious and spiritual activities in the daily life of Hayed's civilization. The carefully designed processional routes, the strategic placement of altars and shrines, and the integration of symbolic elements into practical architectural features all show how spiritual considerations shaped every aspect of the complex's design and function. These features provide insights into religious practices and beliefs that complement and expand upon the information available from written sources and artifact descriptions. The evidence of adaptation and modification visible throughout the complex tells a story of a living, evolving institution that changed over time to meet new needs and respond to changing circumstances. Areas that show multiple phases of construction, spaces that were clearly repurposed from their original function, and systems that were modified or expanded to accommodate new requirements, all demonstrate the flexibility and adaptability that allowed Hayed's civilization to persist and thrive over extended periods despite changing conditions and evolving needs. The Dragon Rider and Guardian. Dragon, Vendrick's influence. The presence of both a Dragon Rider and a Guardian Dragon within the confines of Hayed's Tower of Flame represents more than mere coincidence. These figures embody the complex political and military relationships that connected the ancient realm of Hayed to the more recent kingdom of Drangleic under King Vendrick's rule. Their placement within this sacred space tells a story of institutional evolution, political alliance, and the ways in which newer powers must accommodate and work within the frameworks established by their predecessors. The Dragon Rider, who makes his stand in the Tower of Flame itself, represents the elite military forces that served King Vendrick with unwavering loyalty and exceptional skill. These warriors, mounted on worms and feared across the battlefield for their unparalleled strength, underwent training so arduous and dangerous that many aspirants were literally torn apart by the very creatures they sought to command. Only the most exceptional individuals could complete this training and join the elite ranks of Vendrick's Dragon Riders, making each one a warrior of extraordinary capability and proven determination. The positioning of a Dragon Rider as the primary guardian of Hayed's Tower of Flame speaks to the integration of Vendrick's military forces with the existing sacred and defensive structures of the ancient realm. Rather than simply displacing or destroying the older institutions, Vendrick's approach appears to have involved careful integration that respected existing traditions, while ensuring that his own authority and military presence were clearly established in strategically important locations. The arena configuration that the Dragon Rider defends reveals sophisticated understanding of both combat requirements and ceremonial needs. The circular platform, with its carefully designed lever systems that can expand the fighting space as needed, demonstrates engineering capabilities that bridge the gap between Hayed's ancient mechanical sophistication and Vendrick's more recent military requirements. The arena serves multiple functions: as a defensive position that controls access to important areas of the complex, as a training ground where warriors can test their skills against worthy opponents, and as a ceremonial space where formal challenges and ritual combats can be conducted with appropriate dignity. The combat techniques employed by the Dragon Rider reflect the advanced military doctrine that characterized Vendrick's elite forces. The combination of heavy armor for protection, skilled weapon work with halberd and shield, and tactical awareness that allows effective use of the arena's features demonstrates training that prepared these warriors for combat against the most formidable opponents. The Dragon Rider's fighting style emphasizes controlled aggression and tactical patience, allowing him to take advantage of opponent mistakes while maintaining defensive positioning that minimizes his own vulnerability. The symbolic significance of placing a Dragon Rider in the Tower of Flame extends beyond mere military practicality to encompass broader themes about the relationship between temporal and spiritual authority. By positioning one of his elite warriors in this sacred space, Vendrick demonstrates both his respect for Heed's religious traditions and his determination to ensure that these traditions serve the broader interests of his kingdom. The Dragon Rider serves as a bridge between old and new, representing continuity with past traditions, while ensuring that current political realities are properly acknowledged. The guardian dragon that watches over the bridge leading to the Cathedral of Blue represents an even more complex layer of political and military arrangement. This creature, which appears only in certain versions of the game, serves as both a formidable guardian and a symbol of the sophisticated dragon-taming capabilities that characterized some of the most advanced civilizations in Dark Souls lore. The dragon's placement suggests that it serves the same general defensive purpose as the Dragon Rider, but represents either an alternative arrangement or an additional layer of security for the most sacred areas of the complex. The relationship between the Guardian Dragon and the Dragon Rider reveals important information about the tactical doctrines and strategic thinking that shaped Vendrick's approach to integrating existing defensive systems with his own military requirements. Rather than simply replacing ancient guardians with his own forces, The arrangement suggests a layered defense system that takes advantage of both traditional protections and more recent military innovations. This approach demonstrates sophisticated strategic thinking that recognizes the value of existing systems while ensuring that newer capabilities are properly integrated and utilized. The implications of dragon taming technology being available to Vendrick's forces extend far beyond the immediate defensive requirements of Hayed's Tower to encompass broader questions about the technological and magical capabilities that characterized his reign. The ability to train, control, and deploy dragons as guardian creatures suggests access to knowledge and techniques that may have been inherited from earlier civilizations or developed through intensive research and experimentation. This technological capability would have provided significant military and political advantages that help explain Vendrick's success in establishing and maintaining his kingdom. The integration of both Dragon Rider and Guardian Dragon into the existing sacred and defensive framework of Hayed's Tower demonstrates remarkable sensitivity to the religious and cultural significance of the location. Rather than simply imposing his will through overwhelming force, Vendrick's approach appears to have involved careful negotiation and accommodation that allowed existing institutions to continue functioning while ensuring that his authority was properly recognized and his strategic requirements were met. The training and selection processes that produced both Dragon Riders and Guardian Dragons reveal important information about the values and priorities that characterized Vendrick's military establishment. The emphasis on exceptional individual capability, the willingness to accept high casualty rates during training, and the investment of enormous resources in developing elite units all suggest a military doctrine that prioritized quality over quantity and recognized that certain strategic objectives could only be achieved through the deployment of truly exceptional forces. The maintenance and support requirements for both Dragon Riders and Guardian Dragons would have created significant logistical challenges that required sophisticated organizational capabilities and substantial resource commitments. The care and feeding of dragon mounts, the maintenance of specialized equipment, and the ongoing training required to keep both riders and mounts at peak effectiveness would have required dedicated infrastructure and personnel that represented major investments in military capability. The psychological impact of having both Dragon Rider and Guardian Dragon present at Hayed's Tower extends beyond their immediate combat effectiveness to encompass broader symbolic and political implications. These formidable guardians serve as visible reminders of Vendrick's power and reach, demonstrating that even the most sacred and traditionally autonomous locations fall within his sphere of influence and protection. At the same time, their presence within the existing religious and ceremonial framework shows respect for traditional authority and suggests partnership rather than conquest. The tactical coordination between different guardian types within the complex reveals sophisticated understanding of how different military assets can be combined to create defensive systems that are more effective than the sum of their individual parts. The Old Knights serve as initial challenges that test basic combat competency. The Dragon Rider provides a serious trial of martial skill and determination, and the Guardian Dragon represents an ultimate test that requires advanced tactical thinking and specialized knowledge to overcome successfully. The technological implications of the mechanical systems that support both Dragon Rider and Guardian Dragon operations demonstrate the advanced engineering capabilities that characterize the height of Drangleick's civilization. The arena expansion mechanisms, the bridge controls, and the support systems required for dragon maintenance all represent sophisticated engineering solutions that required both theoretical knowledge and practical craftsmanship of the highest order. The broader strategic context that led to the placement of these guardians at Head's Tower reflects Vendrick's understanding of the location's importance, not just as a religious center, but as a strategic position that controlled access to important resources, trade routes, and political influences. The investment of elite military assets in defending this location suggests that Vendrick recognized its value as more than just a symbolic or ceremonial site, seeing it as a crucial element in the broader strategic framework that supported his kingdom's security and prosperity. The evolution of Guardian duties and responsibilities from the ancient era of Head's independence to the more recent period of integration with Vendrick's kingdom demonstrates the flexibility and adaptability that allowed both institutions to survive and thrive despite dramatic changes in political circumstances. The ability to maintain essential functions while adapting to new requirements and authorities shows institutional resilience that transcends the specific individuals or organizations involved in any particular historical moment. The fall of Hyde and submersion by the sea. The submersion of Hyde beneath the rising waters represents one of the most poignant examples of how even the greatest human achievements must ultimately succumb to forces beyond mortal control. We know from item descriptions that Hyde was later subsumed by the sea, though the specific causes and timeline remain mysterious. The gradual drowning of this magnificent civilization serves as a powerful metaphor for the cyclical nature of history in the Dark Souls universe, where kingdoms rise to extraordinary heights only to be swept away by the inexorable turning of ages. The archaeological evidence visible throughout the flooded areas tells a story of gradual rather than sudden submersion, suggesting that the inhabitants of Hyde had time to adapt to changing conditions and potentially to salvage some of their most valuable possessions and institutions. The differential water levels in various areas of the complex indicate that the flooding occurred over an extended period, with some sections becoming inaccessible earlier than others. This gradual process would have allowed for organized evacuation of personnel and resources from the most vulnerable areas, while maintaining operations in spaces that remained above the waterline. The specific pattern of submersion reveals important information about the geographical and geological factors that contributed to Hyde's downfall. The areas that remain accessible today are generally those with higher elevation or better drainage, while the most extensively flooded sections appear to be those that were originally at lower elevation or in natural water collection areas. This pattern suggests that the submersion resulted from a combination of rising sea levels and the natural topography of the site, with water following predictable paths as it claimed increasingly large portions of the complex. The preservation of certain structures and areas above the waterline demonstrates both the quality of Hyde's construction and the careful planning that went into the layout of the complex. The most important religious and ceremonial structures, the Cathedral of Blue, the Tower of Flame, and the primary bridges and platforms, were positioned at elevations that allowed them to survive the submersion and continue functioning even after large portions of the complex became inaccessible. This preservation suggests either remarkable foresight in the original planning or subsequent modifications that prioritize the protection of the most essential facilities. The evidence of attempted adaptation to rising water levels visible in various areas of the complex tells a story of a civilization that refused to simply abandon their achievements without a fight. Modified drainage systems, raised walkways, and protective barriers all suggest efforts to maintain access to important areas, and to continue essential operations despite increasingly challenging conditions. These adaptations demonstrate both the technical capability and the determination that characterized Hayed's response to the crisis that ultimately overwhelmed them. The items and artifacts that have been preserved in accessible areas provide crucial insights into the priorities and values that guided Hayed's inhabitants during their final period. The careful placement of religious artifacts, military equipment, and administrative materials in locations that would remain above water suggests deliberate curation efforts designed to preserve the most important elements of their civilization for potential future recovery. The specific choices about what to preserve and what to abandon reveal important information about what the inhabitants considered most essential to their identity and mission. The timing of Hayed's submersion relative to other historical events in the Dark Souls timeline provides important context for understanding the broader forces that shape this catastrophe. The submersion appears to have occurred long before the events of Dark Souls 2, as evidenced by the established integration of Blue Sentinel traditions into Drangleics institutional framework and the ancient status accorded to Hayed's artifacts and knowledge. This timing suggests that the submersion was not directly related to the immediate crises facing Drangleic, but rather represents an earlier cycle of rise and fall that predates the current age. The migration patterns that resulted from Hayed's submersion can be traced through the distribution of Hayed Knights, Blue Sentinel traditions, and architectural influences found throughout Drangleic and beyond. The survival of these elements in various locations suggests that the inhabitants of Hayed did not simply perish with their city, but rather dispersed to other locations where they continued to maintain their traditions and contribute their knowledge and skills to new communities and institutions. The environmental factors that may have contributed to Hayed's submersion could reflect broader themes about the relationship between human ambition and natural forces that permeate Dark Souls lore. The rising sea levels that claimed the city may have resulted from global climatic changes, geological shifts, or supernatural influences related to the cycles of fire and darkness that govern the broader world. The inability of even Hayed's advanced technology and sophisticated engineering to prevent this submersion demonstrates the limits of human achievement when confronted with forces beyond mortal control. The psychological and cultural impact of watching their civilization gradually disappear beneath the waves must have been devastating for Hayed's inhabitants, creating trauma and loss that would have influenced their subsequent development and the transmission of their traditions to future generations. The preservation of certain rituals, practices, and beliefs in later institutions suggests efforts to maintain cultural continuity despite the loss of the physical spaces and infrastructure that originally supported these traditions. The strategic implications of Hayed's submersion extend beyond the immediate loss of the city itself to encompass broader changes in trade routes, political relationships, and military balance throughout the region. The loss of Hayed as a functioning port and political center would have created opportunities for other cities and kingdoms to expand their influence, while also eliminating important resources and capabilities that had previously contributed to regional stability and prosperity. The technological knowledge that was lost with Hayed's submersion represents one of the most significant casualties of this disaster, as evidenced by the inability of later civilizations to reproduce the advanced metallurgy, sophisticated engineering, and other technical achievements that characterized Hayed's civilization. The loss of institutional knowledge, skilled craftsmen, and physical infrastructure created technological regression that affected not only immediate successes, but also subsequent civilizations that might have benefited from continued development of these capabilities. The religious and philosophical implications of Hayed's submersion touch upon fundamental questions about divine justice, the meaning of suffering, and the relationship between faith and worldly success. For a civilization that had dedicated itself to preserving and serving divine ideals, the loss of their homeland to natural disaster might have seemed like divine abandonment or punishment, creating theological crises that would have influenced the subsequent development of their religious traditions and institutions. The documentation and record-keeping challenges created by Hayed's submersion help explain the gaps and uncertainties that characterize later knowledge about this civilization. The loss of libraries, archives, and administrative records to flooding would have created immediate problems for the survivors, while also ensuring that future generations would have limited access to detailed information about Hayed's history, achievements, and the specific circumstances of its decline. The economic disruption caused by Hayed's submersion would have had cascading effects throughout the broader region, as trade networks, resource flows, and commercial relationships that had developed around the city's central role were suddenly disrupted. The need to establish new economic arrangements and to replace the services and capabilities that Hayed had provided would have created both challenges and opportunities for other communities and institutions in the area. The military and political vacuum created by Hayed's loss as a functioning political entity would have altered the balance of power throughout the region, creating opportunities for expansion by neighboring kingdoms, while also eliminating important defensive capabilities that had previously contributed to regional security. The dispersal of Hayed's military forces and the loss of their institutional structure would have created both opportunities and challenges for other political entities seeking to recruit skilled personnel and integrate military capabilities. The cultural legacy of Hayed's submersion can be traced through the continued influence of its institutions, traditions, and values in later civilizations, demonstrating how even catastrophic loss can lead to the preservation and transmission of important cultural elements. The survival of the Blue Sentinels, the continued veneration of Hayed's technological achievements, and the preservation of architectural and artistic influences all show how cultural death and rebirth can occur simultaneously, creating continuity despite apparent discontinuity. The lessons that can be drawn from Hayed's rise and fall reflect broader themes about the cyclical nature of history, the limits of human achievement, and the importance of preserving and transmitting valuable knowledge and traditions across generational and institutional boundaries. The story of Hayed serves as both inspiration and warning, demonstrating the heights that human civilization can achieve, while also illustrating the vulnerability of even the greatest accomplishments to forces beyond human control. Legacy and connections to greater Dark Souls lore. The story of Hayed's Tower of Flame extends far beyond its immediate geographical and temporal boundaries to encompass fundamental themes and connections that link it to the broader narrative tapestry of the Dark Souls universe. This remarkable location serves not merely as a standalone area within Dark Souls 2, but as a crucial bridge between the Age of Gods, depicted in the original Dark Souls, and the more human-centered civilizations that dominate the sequel. Through its architecture, institutions, characters, and symbolism, Hayed embodies the process by which divine knowledge and authority are transmitted, transformed, and preserved across the vast spans of time that separate these different eras. The architectural connections between Hayed and Anor Londo represent one of the most visible and significant links between Dark Souls 2 and its predecessor, demonstrating how cultural influence can persist across centuries and across the boundaries between divine and mortal civilizations. The similarities in design philosophy, construction techniques, and aesthetic choices speak to more than mere coincidence or nostalgic reference. They suggest actual historical continuity between the two locations, whether through direct inheritance of knowledge, migration of skilled craftsmen, or deliberate emulation of admired models. The institutional evolution from the Blades of the Dark Moon to the Blue Sentinels provides perhaps the clearest example of how divine institutions can be adapted to serve human needs while maintaining their essential mission and character. This transformation illustrates broader themes about the democratization of divine authority and the humanization of abstract spiritual principles that characterize much of Dark Souls 2's approach to its source material. The Blue Sentinels represent what the Blades of the Dark Moon might become in a world where direct divine guidance is no longer available, but where the need for justice and protection of the innocent remains as urgent as ever. The degradation of divine artifacts from the pristine blue-eye orbs of Gwendolyn's servants to the cracked blue-eye orbs carried by haired knights and Blue Sentinels provides a powerful metaphor for the broader process of cultural transmission and the inevitable loss of perfection that occurs when divine gifts are adapted for human use. This degradation is not simply decay, but transformation. The cracked orbs still function for their intended purpose, but require human organization and determination to achieve effects that once flowed directly from divine will. The reinterpretation of Gwyn's imagery in Heed's eagle-headed statues demonstrates how religious and historical knowledge can be preserved in essence, while being transformed in detail as it passes from one cultural context to another. The accuracy of basic iconographic elements, combined with the misunderstanding of specific details, creates a perfect example of how oral tradition and cultural memory work to transmit important information across time, while also introducing changes that reflect the understanding and assumptions of each generation of transmitters. The presence of the old dragon slayer in Heid's cathedral creates direct character continuity between Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, while also raising fundamental questions about identity, memory, and the persistence of heroic ideals across time. Whether this figure represents the literal Ornstein, a spiritual successor, or an artificial recreation designed to preserve his legacy, his presence demonstrates how individual heroic figures can transcend their original historical moment to become enduring symbols that inspire and challenge future generations. The technological achievements visible throughout Hyde's complex, particularly the advanced metallurgy that created weapons and armor superior to anything available in the current age, illustrate the theme of technological regression that characterizes much of Dark Souls lore. The inability of current craftsmen to reproduce Hyde's alloys parallels similar patterns throughout the series, where ancient achievements remain unparalleled by later civilizations, suggesting cycles of advancement and decline that prevent linear progress. The cyclical nature of kingdoms rising and falling that Hyde exemplifies connects directly to the broader Dark Souls theme of eternal recurrence and the futility of attempting to permanently escape the cycles of fire and darkness that govern the world's fundamental structure. Hyde's rise as a successor to Anor Londo's divine authority, its eventual submersion beneath the sea, and its influence on subsequent civilizations like Drangleic all demonstrate the pattern of rise, glory, decline, and renewed influence that characterizes historical development in the Dark Souls universe. The preservation of specific knowledge and traditions through institutional continuity demonstrates how certain human achievements can transcend the collapse of the civilizations that created them by embedding themselves in organizations and practices that prove adaptable to changing circumstances. The survival of Blue Sentinel traditions, haired metallurgy, and architectural influences shows how cultural evolution can preserve essential elements while allowing adaptation to new conditions and requirements. The integration of lighthouse and religious functions in the Tower of Flame creates symbolic connections to broader themes about guidance, hope, and the human need for orientation in both physical and spiritual realms. The tower serves as both practical navigation aid for ships seeking safe harbor and spiritual beacon for souls seeking divine guidance, embodying the dual nature of human institutions that must address both worldly and transcendent needs simultaneously. The flooding that claimed much of Hayed's domain connects to recurring water symbolism throughout the Dark Souls series, where water often represents both purification and destruction, renewal and ending. The submersion of Hayed beneath the rising sea parallels similar themes of civilizations being claimed by natural forces that appear in various forms throughout the series, suggesting that even the greatest human achievements must ultimately yield to forces beyond human control. The time distortion that allows Hayed knights and other figures from the ancient past to appear in the current age demonstrates the fluid nature of temporal boundaries in the Dark Souls universe, where past, present, and future can intersect in ways that defy conventional understanding. This temporal flexibility allows past achievements and failures to directly influence current events, while also suggesting that the choices made in any given age can have consequences that extend far beyond their immediate historical moment. The influence of Hayed on Dranglike's political and religious institutions shows how fallen civilizations can continue to shape subsequent developments through the people, ideas, and practices that survive their collapse. The integration of Blue Sentinel traditions into Dranglike's governmental structure demonstrates how successful innovations can transcend the specific civilizations that create them to become part of the broader heritage available to future societies. The scholarly and antiquarian interest that Hayed's artifacts generate among characters like Strayed of Olafis demonstrates the ongoing importance of preserving and studying the achievements of past civilizations for their potential contributions to current understanding and capability. The respect accorded to Hayed's technological and institutional achievements shows how even collapsed civilizations can maintain relevance and influence through the enduring value of their innovations. The theological implications of Hayed's story touch upon fundamental questions about the relationship between divine and human authority, the persistence of spiritual truth across changing institutional forms, and the responsibility of mortals to preserve and transmit sacred knowledge even when direct divine guidance is no longer available. The evolution of divine service into human institution without loss of essential mission suggests possibilities for maintaining spiritual truth through human agency and organization. The broader narrative function that Hayed serves within Dark Souls 2's story structure demonstrates how individual locations can embody larger themes and provide concrete examples of abstract concepts that might otherwise remain purely theoretical. Hayed makes tangible the ideas of cyclical history, cultural transmission, institutional evolution, and the relationship between ambition and limitation that permeate the game's philosophical framework. The ongoing mystery and debate that surrounds many aspects of Hayed's story reflects the broader Dark Souls approach to storytelling that values interpretation and discovery over explicit exposition. The gaps in knowledge and the multiple possible explanations for various phenomena encourage active engagement with the material and allow different players to develop their own understanding of the deeper meanings and connections that link Hayed to the broader Dark Souls universe. The enduring influence of Hayed's legacy on subsequent events and developments within Dark Souls 2 and potentially beyond demonstrates how the consequences of past choices and achievements continue to shape future possibilities long after their original creators have passed from the scene. The preservation of certain traditions, the loss of specific knowledge, and the adaptation of inherited practices all contribute to the complex web of causation that connects past, present, and future within the Dark Souls narrative framework. Through its comprehensive exploration of themes related to heritage, loss, preservation, and transformation, Hayed's Tower of Flame serves as a microcosm of the entire Dark Souls universe, embodying in a single location the vast cycles of time, the persistence of hope amid decay, and the eternal human struggle to create meaning and preserve value in a world that seems designed to frustrate such efforts. The complete story of Hayed thus becomes not just the tale of a single civilization, but a meditation on the nature of civilization itself and humanity's enduring quest to transcend the limitations of mortality through the creation of lasting institutions, enduring art, and persistent traditions that can survive the individuals who created them. Thank you for joining me on this comprehensive exploration of Hayed's Tower of Flame. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Dark Souls 2 lore, please hit that like button and subscribe for more detailed examinations of the intricate worlds crafted by FromSoftware. What aspects of Hayed's story resonated most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let me know which Dark Souls location you'd like to see covered next in this level of detail. In the mournful groves of Darkroot Garden, where ancient trees whisper secrets of a forgotten age, there stands a sentinel, a guardian whose loyalty transcends death itself. This is the story of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, a tale that weaves through time itself, connecting the present moment to a past filled with heroism, tragedy, and the unbreakable bonds between knight and companion. As we walk through the misty forests of Lordran, our footsteps echo against weathered stone and moss-covered paths. Here, behind doors sealed by ancient magic, lies one of Dark Souls' most emotionally devastating encounters. Yet to truly understand the weight of this meeting, we must first journey back through the ages, to when legends were born and heroes walked among mortals. Let us begin with the knight whose story is forever intertwined with our silver-furred guardian. Knight Artorias, one of the 4 legendary knights who served under Lord Gwyn himself. These 4 comprised the most elite warriors in all of Lordran. Dragonslayer Ornstein, whose lightning spear could split boulders, Hawkeye Goff, the giant archer whose arrows could pierce the heavens, Lord's Blade Kieran, the mysterious assassin who moved like shadow-made flesh, and Artorias, the Abyss Walker, whose unbendable will of steel made him peerless with a great sword. Artorias was one of the 4 knights of Gwyn, the commanding knights of Lord Gwyn's army. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel, which both helped and fed his hatred for servants of the dark, particularly the dark wraiths of Koth. Lord Gwyn had recognized something special in this knight, bestowing upon him a custom ring, the Wolf Ring, to enhance his already unmatched prowess with his great sword. this ring would prove to be more than mere equipment. It would become a symbol of the bond between man and beast that defined Artorias' greatest strength. In those days, when the Age of Fire still blazed brightly, darkness was not yet the overwhelming force it would become. The Abyss existed as a contained threat, dwelling primarily beneath the ruins of New Londo. Here, the four kings had fallen to corruption, becoming servants of the primordial serpent, Darkstalker, Koth. From this dark realm emerged the Dark Wraiths, former knights of Lordran turned into wraiths that fed on humanity itself. When in New Londo, Artorias discovered the ability of abyss walking, earning him his title, Artorias the Abyss Walker. This allowed him to enter the Abyss, the home of the Dark Wraiths and the four kings themselves. Few beings could traverse the Abyss and return unchanged, but Artorias possessed something that made such journeys possible, a covenant with the very beasts of the Abyss itself. This covenant manifested as a ring, the Covenant of Artorias, which would later become crucial to understanding his relationship with his faithful companion. But Artorias did not walk these dark paths alone. By his side padded a wolf, silver-furred and steadfast. In those early days, Sif was not the massive creature we encounter in the present age of Dark Souls. In the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, during which the player character is taken back in time hundreds of years earlier, Sif is shown to have been slightly larger than a normal wolf during its time as the companion of Knight Artorias. This young wolf would accompany the legendary knight on his most perilous missions, a bond forged not merely in companionship, but in shared purpose against the encroaching darkness. The name Sif itself carries deep meaning, rooted in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, Sif is the golden-haired wife of the god Thor. The goddess Sif's name in Old Norse is pronounced Cf, Sif, though it is often anglicized to Sif, Sif. The name Sif is believed to be a singular form derived from Old Norse Sifjar, connection by marriage. The choice of this name suggests the deep connection, the spiritual marriage, if you will, between knight and wolf. Some have speculated that the Arabic word sayf, meaning sword, might also have influenced this naming, given how Sif would one day wield Artorias' own blade. The partnership between Artorias and Sif was not merely one of convenience. In the world of Dark Souls, where trust is a rare commodity and betrayal lurks around every corner, their bond represented something pure. Based on what we observe in the DLC content, the wolf had chosen to follow this knight not for reward or compulsion, but out of genuine loyalty and perhaps recognition of Artorias' noble purpose. Together, they hunted the servants of darkness, keeping the spreading influence of the Abyss in check. For years, this partnership flourished. Artorias' reputation grew with each victory, and Sif grew alongside his master, not just in size, but in wisdom and combat prowess. From what we can observe in the DLC, the wolf learned to fight alongside the knight, moving in perfect synchronization, each understanding the other's intentions without need for words. In a world where communication between species was rare, their bond transcended such barriers through pure trust and shared experience. Yet their greatest test was yet to come. in the form of a tragedy that would reshape both their destinies forever. The fall of Ulasil. Far to the north of the main kingdom of Lordran lay the land of Ulasil, a peaceful realm known for its sorcerers and their pursuit of magical knowledge. Dusk of Ulasil states that the land was reduced to ashes long ago. The people of Ulasil were human, like so many others in this world, but they had developed a particular affinity for sorcery and magical research. Their princess, Dusk of Ulasil, was known for her wisdom and her mastery of light-based sorceries. The land of Ulasil might have continued in peace, its scholars pursuing their arcane studies while their princess ruled with gentle wisdom. But peace in the world of Dark Souls is always a fragile thing. The serpents that whisper in the darkness have their own plans, and they are patient beyond mortal comprehension. Believe it or not, Ulasil has brought the abyss upon itself. Fooled by that toothy serpent, they upturned the grave of primeval man and incited his ornery wrath. These would be the words of the mysterious, marvelous Chester, a man who seemed to know far more about the tragedy than he initially let on. The toothy serpent he referred to, whether Darkstalker Koth or even Kingseeker Frampt remains a subject of debate, had convinced the people of Ulasil to dig deep beneath their lands, to unearth something that had been buried for good reason. What they found was a grave, not just any grave, but the resting place of what the inhabitants of Ulasil would come to know as the primeval man. According to both Marvelous Chester and Hawkeye Goff, an unidentified primordial serpent urged the citizens of Ulasil to go delving in the dark beneath their lands, where they awoke this primordial man. This being had slumbered for ages untold, and perhaps should have remained so forever. But the sorcerers of Ulasil, driven by their thirst for knowledge and power, did more than simply disturb the grave. They began to experiment on the creature they found within, seeking to unlock the secrets of what they believed to be an ancient form of humanity. Their torture was methodical, calculated, and ultimately catastrophic, for the being they had unearthed was none other than Manus, who would become known to history as the father of the Abyss. Manus was in fact once human. He became the father of the Abyss when his humanity went wild, but it is not known what caused this. The torture inflicted by the people of Ulasil, combined with the theft of his most precious possession, a broken pendant, drove this primeval human beyond the boundaries of sanity and into something far worse. His humanity, the very essence that defined his being, spiraled out of control and gave birth to a new kind of darkness. The transformation was not merely physical, though Manus did become a creature of terrifying aspect. Manus appears to be a massive beast-like humanoid with a long spiked tail and multiple chaotic horns sprouting from his head and neck, covered with red glowing eyes. He wields a staff in his right hand to attack and to cast dark sorceries, while his larger, furry left arm, capable of extending to reach enemies, is complete with a hand laden with teeth inside the palm. More significantly, his anguish and rage created the abyss itself, a spreading darkness that began to consume everything it touched. The abyss was unlike any threat Lordran had faced before. Where fire brought light and order, the abyss brought consuming darkness and chaos. It transformed whatever it touched, corrupting both the land and its inhabitants. The people of Ulasil found themselves changed into grotesque forms, bloated heads with multiple eyes, shambling creatures that barely resembled their former selves. The very geography of their homeland twisted and warped under the influence of this spreading darkness. Princess Dusk, perhaps because of her pure heart or her mastery of light sorceries, remained uncorrupted longer than most, but even she could not stand against the power of Manus forever. As Elizabeth would later tell the chosen undead, she was snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. The Father of the Abyss took her, and while his exact motivations remain unclear, what we know suggests an obsession with reclaiming something precious that had been taken from him. Word of Ulasil's plight reached Lord Gwyn, and the Lord of Sunlight knew that this was a threat that could not be ignored. If the Abyss were allowed to spread unchecked, it could consume not just Ulasil, but all of Lordran, perhaps even the entire world. The decision was made to send the 4 knights, Gwyn's most trusted warriors, to contain this spreading darkness. But this would not be a simple military campaign. The Abyss was not an enemy that could be defeated through conventional warfare. It required warriors who could traverse its dark depths, who could resist its corrupting influence long enough to strike at its source. And among the 4 knights, only one had the experience and the covenant necessary for such a task. Artorius the Abyss Walker would lead this mission, accompanied by his faithful wolf companion. But first, he needed additional protection for what lay ahead. He was awarded the silver pendant for facing the Abyss, an ancient treasure of Anor Londo that deflects the dark of the Abyss, especially in its magic forms. This pendant, one of the most valuable treasures in all of Anor Londo, was Lord Gwyn's recognition of the extreme danger Artorius would face. The other knights had their own roles to play in this desperate mission. Hawkeye Goth, the giant archer, positioned himself to deal with external threats, including the black dragon Calamite that had been drawn to the chaos. Lord's Blade Kieran, the assassin, worked to eliminate corrupted inhabitants and gather intelligence, and Dragonslayer Ornstein remained in Anor Londo, guarding the palace alongside Executioner Smove, though whether this was by choice or command, we can only speculate. So it was that Artorius and Sif set out for Ulasil, not knowing that they were walking toward a fate that would transform them both forever. The knight carried his greatsword and his great shield, protected by his silver pendant and his covenant of Artorius. The wolf padded beside him, loyal as always, ready to follow his master into the very depths of the Abyss if necessary. They had no way of knowing that this mission would be their last together. They could not foresee that their greatest victory would also become their most tragic defeat. For sometimes, in the world of Dark Souls, even the purest intentions and the strongest bonds cannot overcome the weight of destiny. Into the Abyss. The journey to Ulasil must have been a somber one. Based on what we know of the corruption's spread, as Artorius and Sif travelled north from the familiar lands of Lordran, they would have witnessed the signs of the spreading corruption long before reaching their destination. The very air would have grown thicker, tinged with an unnatural darkness that seemed to sap the warmth from the world around them. Upon their arrival in Ulasil, the true scope of the disaster became clear. This was not merely a village under siege or a kingdom fallen to conventional warfare. The abyss had fundamentally altered the nature of reality itself in this region. Buildings stood at impossible angles, their architecture warped by forces beyond normal comprehension. The inhabitants, those who had not fled or perished, had been transformed into creatures that inspired both pity and revulsion. Yet even in this twisted landscape, there were signs of resistance. The other Knights of Gwyn were already at work. In a tower overlooking the royal wood, Hawkeye Goth had established his position, his massive great bow ready to strike down the black dragon Calamite should it interfere with their mission. The giant's presence was a comfort, his deep voice still carrying the wisdom and determination that had made him one of Lord Gwyn's most trusted warriors. Lord's blade. Kieran moved through the shadows of the corrupted township, her twin blades dancing as she cut down the grotesque inhabitants that had once been peaceful citizens of Ulasil. Her porcelain mask hid whatever emotions she might have felt at this necessary slaughter, but those who knew her well could sense the weight this mission placed upon her usually composed demeanor. Sensing the presence of her compatriot's soul, she requests the chosen undead to give it to her, so she may pay proper respect to Artorias. Even then, before the tragedy had fully unfolded, this could imply that Kieran may have sensed what was coming. Some scholars speculate that she harbored feelings for Artorias that went beyond mere comradeship, feelings that would make the outcome of this mission all the more painful for her to bear. But Artorias could not afford to dwell on such concerns. His mission was clear: penetrate to the heart of the abyss, confront Manus directly, and rescue Princess Dusk. When Ulasil was attacked by the abyss, Artorias traveled to Ulasil to rescue Princess Dusk of Ulasil. It was the kind of heroic quest that belonged in the songs of bards, a noble knight venturing into darkness to save a princess from a monster. With Sif at his side, Artorias descended into the deepest parts of the corrupted Ulasil. The further they went, the stronger the influence of the abyss became. Humanity sprites, twisted fragments of dark souls, fluttered through the air like malevolent fireflies. The ground itself seemed to pulse with a dark energy that sought to corrupt everything it touched. Lesser warriors would have been overwhelmed within moments, but Artorias possessed the covenant of Artorias, the ring that allowed him to walk in the abyss without immediate corruption. Yet even with his protections, the journey took its toll. The silver pendant could deflect the direct assaults of dark magic, but it could not completely shield against the ambient corruption that filled the air. The covenant of Artorias allowed him to survive in the abyss, but survival and immunity are not the same thing. With each step deeper into the darkness, both knight and wolf were exposed to influences that slowly began to work their way into their very souls. The path led them through caverns that seemed to stretch into infinity, past pools of dark water that reflected no light, around pillars of twisted stone that whispered secrets in languages that predated human speech. Strange creatures lurked in the shadows, not the transformed citizens of Ulasil, but beings that seemed to be made from the abyss itself. These were the servants of Manus, constructs of pure darkness that existed only to serve their master's will. Through it all, Sif remained steadfast. The wolf had been Artorias' companion through many dangers, But this was unlike anything they had faced before. The corruption of the abyss worked differently on beasts than on humans, but it worked nonetheless. Yet Sif's loyalty to his master proved stronger than the whispers of darkness. Where the wolf went, he went, because Artorias was there. Nothing else mattered. Finally, they reached the deepest chambers of the chasm of the abyss, where Manus himself dwelt. The Father of the Abyss was a sight that defied description, a creature of such corruption and power that merely looking upon him was enough to drive lesser minds to madness. His lair was filled with giant humanity spirits that drifted through the air like dark stars, and the very ground seemed to writhe with malevolent life. Manus can actually be infinitely stun-locked by firing arrows directly at his head, though of course Artorias and Sif could not have known such tactical knowledge. They faced this creature in direct combat, knight and wolf fighting side by side as they had so many times before. The battle was fierce beyond imagining. Manus wielded dark sorceries that could tear reality itself, his massive catalyst raining down destruction, while his grotesque left hand reached out to crush or devour his enemies. His larger, furry left arm was capable of extending to reach enemies, and was complete with a hand laden with teeth inside the palm. This was not merely a physical confrontation, but a battle for the very souls of those involved, and slowly, inexorably, the tide began to turn against them. Artorias fought with all the skill and determination that had made him a legend, but Manus was no ordinary foe. The Father of the Abyss possessed power drawn from the very essence of humanity itself, power that had been corrupted and concentrated into something monstrous. Each blow Artorias struck seemed to be absorbed and reflected back with dark interest. Each spell Manus cast grew stronger, fed by the spreading influence of the abyss. Sif, meanwhile, darted between the combatants, striking where he could, trying to distract Manus long enough for his master to land decisive blows. But the wolf, too, was beginning to feel the effects of prolonged exposure to the abyss. The darkness was seeping into his very being, clouding his thoughts and weakening his resolve. The moment of crisis came when Manus unleashed one of his most devastating attacks. Dark magic poured forth like a tide of liquid night, threatening to engulf both knight and wolf in corruption so pure that it would have transformed them instantly into servants of the abyss. Artorias saw what was coming and made a choice that would define the rest of both their existences. Defeated by Manus and the abyss, Artorias sacrificed his great shield to protect his loyal companion, a young Sif, from the myriad humanity sprites that littered the deepest reaches of Ulasul. In that moment of supreme peril, when it seemed certain that both would be consumed by the darkness, Artorias did not think of his own survival. Instead, he thought of his faithful companion, the wolf, who had followed him through countless dangers without question or hesitation. The knight raised his cleansing great shield, channeling all his remaining power through it to create a barrier of pure protection around Sif. When Artorias is overwhelmed by the power of Manus, his shield arm broken and useless, he uses his cleansing great shield to form a magical barrier around the wolf and save it. The shield, imbued with the power of light and order, created a sanctuary of purity in the heart of the abyss itself. But such protection came at a terrible cost. The effort of creating and maintaining this barrier required not just Artorias' strength, but his very life force. His left arm, already strained from the battle, shattered under the spiritual pressure of channeling such power. Even with the severe corruption of his soul, Artorias' determination shines through, still dedicating himself to the destruction of Abyss with his kill. The barrier held, protecting Sif from corruption, but Artorias himself had no such protection. The darkness of Manus flowed over the night like a tide, seeping into his armor, his flesh, his very soul. The covenant of Artorias that had protected him from the ambient corruption of the Abyss could not shield him from this direct assault. The silver pendant, meant to deflect dark magic, was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of corruption being directed against him. As the darkness took hold, Artorias felt his consciousness beginning to slip away. The last thing he saw with his own eyes, unclouded by corruption, was Sif safe within the protective barrier he had created. The wolf was calling out to him, trying to break through the magical shield to reach his master, but the barrier held firm. It would protect Sif from the corruption, but it would also prevent the wolf from sharing whatever fate awaited the knight. With his final act of free will, Artorias had ensured that his most faithful companion would survive. The shield barrier would maintain itself, powered by the knight's sacrifice, keeping Sif safe until someone could come to rescue him. Though Artorias could not have known it then, that rescue would come, though not in the way anyone might have expected. The corruption completed its work. The legendary knight who had once been the pride of Lord Gwyn's forces, who had walked the abyss and hunted the dark wraiths with impunity, became something else entirely. His mind was consumed by the influence of Manus, his noble purpose forgotten, replaced by an animal fury directed at anything that moved within his sight. By the time that the chosen undead arrives, it is too late. Artorias is by then completely overtaken by the corruption of the Abyss and attacks the player. The Abyss Walker had become a creature of the Abyss itself, forever separated from the wolf he had died to protect. And so the legend was born, not of victory, but of sacrifice, not of a knight who conquered the darkness, but of one who gave everything to save what mattered most to him. In the years that followed, few would know the true story of what happened in that dark chamber. The official history would speak of Artorias' heroic defeat of the Father of the Abyss, of his rescue of Princess Dusk, of his triumph over the spreading corruption. But Sif would know the truth. Trapped within the protective barrier, the wolf witnessed his master's final moments of clarity before the corruption took hold. He saw the knight he had loved and served become something monstrous and alien. And when the barrier finally faded, when Sif was free to move through the abyss once more, he found himself alone in a way that few creatures have ever experienced. The companion of legend had become its guardian, protector of a secret too terrible to be widely known. For if the world learned that even Artorias the Abyss Walker could fall to corruption, what hope was there for anyone else? The long vigil. Time flows strangely in the realm of dark souls. And nowhere is this more true than in the aftermath of great tragedies. For Sif, the period following Artorias' transformation must have been a nightmare beyond comprehension. The wolf, who had once fought alongside the greatest knight in Lordran, now found himself alone in the deepest reaches of the abyss, surrounded by the very corruption his master had fought against. But Sif was no ordinary wolf. The years of companionship with Artorias had changed him in ways that went beyond mere size or intelligence. The wolf had been touched by the same forces that had made his master a legend, exposed to the power of the covenant of Artorias, trained in combat against supernatural foes, and most importantly, bound by a loyalty that transcended death itself. In the ensuing years, it continued to survive and grow to tremendous size to protect Artorias' grave. Within the protective barrier that Artorias had created, Sif began to change. Whether this was due to prolonged exposure to the night's protective magic, the ambient energies of the abyss itself, or simply the natural progression of a creature touched by legend, the wolf began to grow, not just in size, but in understanding and purpose. The barrier that had protected Sif from corruption also served as a prison of sorts. The wolf could see out into the twisted realm of the abyss, could witness the corrupted form of his former master stalking through the darkness, but could not reach him. This must have been a torture beyond imagining, to see the knight he had served and loved transformed into something monstrous, yet be powerless to help or even approach. Yet even in this darkest of times, Sif maintained his loyalty. The wolf understood, perhaps better than any human could, that the creature prowling the abyss was no longer truly Artorias. The knight's body remained, his fighting skills were still formidable, but the mind and heart that had made him a hero were gone, consumed by the corruption he had fought against for so long. During this period of imprisonment, Sif would have had ample time to contemplate the fate that had befallen them both. The wolf had been witness to the greatest sacrifice in the history of Lordran, a sacrifice made not for kingdom or cause, but for the simple love between knight and companion. This knowledge would become both burden and purpose for the years that followed. Eventually, somehow, Sif escaped from the chasm of the abyss. The details of this escape are lost to history, though we might speculate that the protective barrier gradually weakened over time, or that some outside intervention allowed the wolf's freedom. What is certain is that when Sif finally emerged from the depths, the wolf was no longer the same creature that had descended with Artorias. The Sif that emerged from the abyss was massive, easily several times the size of any natural wolf. A wolf that has grown to a massive size. It protects the grave of its deceased master, Knight Artorias the Abyss Walker. More than size, though, the wolf had gained something that few creatures in the world of Dark Souls possessed: a clear and unwavering purpose. Sif knew that the true story of what had happened in the abyss must not be widely known. The people of Lordran needed their heroes to remain heroic, their legends to remain untainted. If word spread that even Artorias the Abyss Walker could fall to corruption, the despair might do more damage than the abyss itself. But the wolf also knew that some record must remain, some guardian must keep watch over the truth. The solution was elegant in its simplicity. Sif would become the guardian of Artorias' memory, protecting not just the knight's grave, but the ring that had allowed him to walk in the abyss, the covenant of Artorias. Now, Sif guards her fallen comrade's grave and ring to ensure that what happened to Artorias doesn't happen to anyone else. The location Sif chose for this eternal vigil was significant. Darkroot Garden, with its ancient trees and mournful atmosphere, had connections to the lost kingdom of Ulasil. The locations of both the Enchanted Ember and Dusk of Ulasil in Darkroot Garden and Darkroot Basin, respectively, as well as the grave of Artorias located in Sif's boss area, strongly suggest that Ulasil was once located nearby. Here, in a serene clearing surrounded by weathered stone monuments, Sif established Artorias' final resting place. But this was not merely a grave in the conventional sense. Sif fights by grabbing Artorias' sword from in front of the grave and holding it in its mouth. The sword, whether the original blade wielded by the knight or a replica forged in his memory, stood as both monument and warning. Only those who proved themselves worthy by defeating Sif would be allowed to claim the covenant of Artorias, and only then, if they truly needed it, to complete their own mission into the abyss. The wolf's reasoning was sound, if heartbreaking. The Covenant of Artorias was one of the most powerful artifacts in existence, capable of allowing its wearer to survive in the abyss itself. But it was also dangerous, a temptation that might lead other heroes down the same path that had claimed Artorias. By serving as its guardian, Sif could ensure that only those with the strength and determination to face the abyss would be allowed access to this power. Over the years, many would-be heroes came to challenge the Great Grey Wolf. Some came seeking the ring for noble purposes, hoping to follow in Artorias' footsteps and cleanse the world of corruption. Others came for less pure reasons, treasure hunters and glory seekers who had heard legends of the knight's power and wanted to claim it for themselves. To all of them, Sif showed the same response. The wolf would not simply hand over the ring to anyone who asked. The covenant of Artorias had to be earned, and the only way to earn it was to prove oneself capable of defeating its guardian. This was not cruelty on Sif's part, but wisdom born of painful experience. The wolf had seen what the abyss could do to even the greatest of heroes. He would not allow another to walk that path without first proving they possess the strength to survive it. Yet each battle must have been a torment for Sif. The wolf was not protecting the ring out of greed or malice, but out of love for his fallen master and genuine concern for those who sought to follow in Artorias' footsteps. Every challenger who fell to his sword was a potential hero lost. Every victory, a reminder of the isolation that defined his existence. The years passed, and Sif's vigil continued. The wolf aged, but did not weaken. If anything, the constant battles against worthy opponents kept him sharp, his skills honed to perfection. The massive sword that he wielded with such grace became as much a part of him as his own limbs, an extension of his will and his purpose. But through it all, Sif remained alone. The Forest Hunter Covenant, led by Alvina of the Darkroot Wood, recognized the wolf's role as guardian and generally left him undisturbed. She asks if the chosen undead has come to plunder the grave of Sir Artorias, though in many more words, and writes off the legend of Artorias and the abyss as nothing more than a fabrication, and to leave it all alone. Even the enigmatic cat seemed to understand that some secrets were best left undisturbed. Occasionally, travelers would glimpse the great wolf through the mists of Darkroot Garden, and stories would spread of the massive creature that guarded ancient secrets. But few understood the true nature of Sif's vigil, the weight of responsibility that rested upon his broad shoulders. To most, he was simply another monster to be feared or overcome, another obstacle in the path of those seeking power or glory. And so Sif waited, through seasons and years that blurred together in an endless cycle of solitude and purpose, The wolf, who had once run alongside the greatest knight in Lordran, now stood as the sole guardian of his master's legacy, protecting both the truth of Artorius' sacrifice and the ring that represented the knight's greatest achievement. It was a burden that would have broken lesser beings, but Sif endured, sustained by love, loyalty, and an unwavering sense of duty. But every vigil, no matter how faithfully maintained, must eventually come to an end. And when that end finally came, it would arrive in a form that even Sif's wisdom could not have fully anticipated. The chosen undead. The age of heroes was drawing to a close, though few realized it at the time. Lord Gwyn, the great king who had brought the Age of Fire into being, had made his own terrible sacrifice to prevent the fading of the first flame. In doing so, he had become something both more and less than what he once was. The soul of Cinder, an eternal guardian whose very existence was bound to the flame he had died to preserve. Without their lord, the kingdom of Lordran had begun to decay. The undead curse spread throughout the land, transforming humans into hollow shells of their former selves. Some, driven by desperation or madness, sought to claim the power that Lord Gwyn had left behind. Among these were the 4 kings of New Londo, former allies who had fallen to the corruption of the abyss, and other great beings who had been driven to desperate measures by the fading of the light. It was into this world of decline and desperation that the chosen undead emerged. This figure, whose identity varied depending on the telling of the tale, was marked by the dark sign, the brand of the undead curse. Yet unlike so many others afflicted with this curse, the chosen undead retained their sanity and their will. More importantly, they possessed something that had become increasingly rare in these dark times: the determination to see their quest through to its end, no matter what obstacles stood in their path. The chosen undead's mission was clear, if monumentally difficult. They must claim the Lord's souls, the powerful artifacts left behind by the great beings who had shaped the Age of Fire. Only by gathering these souls and placing them within the Lord vessel could they gain access to the kiln of the first flame, where they could choose the fate of the world itself, either linking the fire as Lord Gwyn had done, or allowing it to fade and ushering in the Age of Dark. One of the most crucial elements of this quest was the need to face the 4 kings in the ruins of New Londo. But the 4 kings dwelt in the deepest part of the abyss, a realm that was instantly fatal to any who entered it without proper protection. The only artifact that could provide such protection was the Covenant of Artorius, the very ring that Sif had spent years guarding in Darkroot Garden. And so it was that the chosen undead's path inevitably led to that misty grove where the great grey wolf maintained his eternal vigil. The chosen undead would have heard tales of Sif, perhaps from the enigmatic Alvina or from other travelers who had glimpsed the massive wolf through the ancient trees. They would know that claiming the Covenant of Artorius would require them to defeat its guardian in combat. What they could not know was the weight of history and tragedy that surrounded this encounter. To the chosen undead, this was simply another boss battle, another obstacle to overcome in their quest to save or damn the world. They could not see the loneliness in the wolf's eyes, could not understand the burden of knowledge that had shaped every day of Sif's existence since Artorias' fall. When the chosen undead first approached the great doors that led to Sif's grove, they would have felt the weight of ancient magic upon them. These doors, sealed by power that dated back to the time of the Four Knights themselves, could only be opened by the crest of Artorias, an artifact that served as both key and warning. Many adventurers have left for the grave, but none have returned, for they make easy prey for local bandits. With such dangers, the crest can do more harm than good in the hands of the uninitiated. The crest itself told a story for those who knew how to read it. Its very existence suggested that Artorias himself had wanted his final resting place to be protected, accessible only to those who had proven themselves worthy through trials and perseverance. The chosen undead would have had to gather significant resources: 20,000 souls to purchase the crest from blacksmith Andre, or the knowledge and skill to acquire it through other means. Beyond the sealed doors lay Darkroot Garden proper, a realm that seemed caught between the natural world and something far more ancient. The trees here were older than memory, their branches twisted into shapes that suggested consciousness and malevolent intent. Stone giants, ancient automatons from an earlier age, stood motionless until disturbed, then moved with purpose that belied their apparent lifelessness. But the most immediate danger came from the Forest Hunter Covenant and their guardians. Alvina's followers patrolled these woods, striking down any they deemed to be intruders or grave robbers. These were not mindless monsters, but skilled warriors who had dedicated themselves to protecting the sanctity of this place. Each one the chosen undead faced was a guardian who had chosen duty over personal safety, much like Sif himself. The parallels would have been clear to any who took the time to consider them. Here was a place where loyalty transcended death, where beings of various forms and origins had united around a common purpose. The forest hunters fought to protect the grove because they believed in something greater than themselves. Alvina, the ancient cat who led them, spoke of the desecration that would occur if grave robbers were allowed to claim Artorias' legacy without earning it. Through trials and battles, the chosen undead would eventually reach the heart of the grove, where Sif maintained his vigil. The approach to this final encounter would have been sobering for any with the sensitivity to appreciate it. Here, ancient monuments stood as silent testimony to forgotten heroes, their inscriptions worn by time, but their presence still commanding respect. The very air seemed heavy with memory and loss. And there, in the center of this sacred space, stood the great grey wolf. Sif can be found in Darkroot Garden behind large glowing doors, guarding the grave of Artorias, the Abyss Walker, one of Gwyn's 4 knights. The wolf was massive, easily the size of a horse, his silver fur gleaming in the dappled light that filtered through the ancient canopy. At his feet lay a gravestone, simple, unadorned, but somehow more significant than the most elaborate monument. Embedded in the ground before the grave was a sword. Not just any sword, but a great sword of legendary proportions, its blade bearing the weight of history and sacrifice. This was the weapon that the wolf would claim for their battle, lifting it in his jaws with a grace that spoke of long practice and grim determination. The chosen undead would have had a moment to take in this scene, to appreciate the majesty and tragedy of what lay before them. Here was a creature that had chosen to spend eternity guarding the memory of his fallen master, armed with nothing but loyalty and the weapon of the knight he had served. It should have been a moment of recognition, of understanding that what was about to unfold was not merely a battle, but a test of worthiness. Yet the nature of the chosen undead's quest allowed for no alternatives. They needed the covenant of Artorias to proceed, and Sif would not simply surrender it to anyone who asked. The wolf's position was as unyielding as it was understandable. He had seen what the abyss could do to even the greatest of heroes, and would not allow another to walk that path without first proving they possessed the strength to survive it. And so the battle was joined, knight against wolf, with the fate of both the world and Artorias' legacy hanging in the balance. The Battle of Hearts. The fight between the chosen undead and Sif is unlike any other encounter in the world of Dark Souls, not because of its mechanical complexity, but because of the emotional weight that underlies every exchange of blows. This is not a battle between hero and villain, not a clash between order and chaos, but a tragic necessity born from love, duty, and the cruel demands of fate. When Sif first takes up Artorias' greatsword in his jaws, there is a moment of profound ceremony to the act. The wolf does not grab the weapon in haste or anger, but lifts it with the reverence due to a sacred relic. This sword, whether the original blade wielded by Artorias or a replica forged in his memory, represents everything that the knight stood for: courage, sacrifice, and the will to stand against the darkness, no matter the personal cost. For the chosen undead, seeing this massive wolf wielding a greatsword with such obvious skill and determination must have been both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. This was clearly no ordinary beast, but a creature touched by legend and shaped by loss. The way Sif moved, the precision of his attacks, the obvious intelligence behind his tactics, all of these spoke to the years of training and battle alongside one of the greatest knights in history. The battle itself unfolds like a dance of death, each participant bringing their own unique strengths to the encounter. Sif possesses size, reach, and the kind of raw power that can only come from years of constant vigilance and the desperate need to prove oneself worthy of guarding such sacred ground. The great sword in his jaws becomes an extension of his will, sweeping in great arcs that can cleave through stone and steel alike. The chosen undead, meanwhile, must rely on speed, cunning, and the hard-won experience of countless battles against impossible odds. They have faced dragons and demons, navigated traps that would destroy lesser beings, and overcome challenges that have claimed the lives of heroes and legends. Yet even with all this experience, Sif represents something different. Not just a powerful opponent, but a guardian whose every attack carries the weight of absolute conviction. As the battle progresses, certain patterns become clear. Sif fights with a style that clearly reflects his training alongside Artorias. The wolf's movements echo the techniques of a knight trained in formal combat, adapted for his unique physiology, but retaining the fundamental principles of spacing, timing, and strategic thinking that made his former master so formidable. For melee fighters, getting underneath Sif is generally the best strategy, as it makes most attacks miss the player character completely. This tactical reality creates a poignant irony. The very technique that proves most effective against Sif mirrors the way the wolf himself might once have fought alongside Artorias, darting beneath larger enemies to strike at their vulnerable points while his master engaged them from the front. Yet even as the chosen undead exploits this tactical advantage, there is something deeply uncomfortable about the encounter. Sif is not fighting out of malice or greed, but from a sense of duty that parallels the chosen undead's own quest. Both combatants are seeking to protect something precious, the chosen undead fighting to claim the power needed to save the world, and Sif fighting to prevent another hero from suffering the same fate that befell Artorias. The tragedy of the battle becomes most apparent as Sif's health begins to dwindle. Once players get his health to a critical point, the wolf will begin to limp and whimper in pain as it struggles to continue the fight. This is perhaps the most heartbreaking moment in all of Dark Souls, as the massive creature that had seemed so formidable begins to stumble and falter, yet continues to fight with desperate determination. The wolf's whimpers are not merely sounds of pain, but expressions of genuine anguish. Sif understands what his defeat will mean, not just his own death, but the release of the covenant of Artorias to another potential victim of the abyss. Every labored breath, every struggling step, carries the weight of centuries of guardianship and the knowledge that his vigil is finally coming to an end. Yet even in his weakened state, Sif does not surrender. The wolf continues to lift Artorias' greatsword, though the weapon now seems impossibly heavy in his jaws. His attacks become slower, less coordinated, but they carry a desperate intensity that speaks to his unwillingness to abandon his post. This is a creature fighting not for victory, but for the honor of his fallen master and the slim hope that he might yet prevent another tragedy. For the chosen undead, these final moments of the battle must represent a supreme test of will. It would be easy to hesitate, to hold back in the face of such obvious suffering. Yet, the necessities of their quest allow for no mercy. The four kings wait in the abyss, and without the covenant of Artorias, the chosen undead cannot hope to face them and survive. The world itself hangs in the balance, and personal feelings must be set aside in favor of the greater good. When the final blow is struck, when Sif finally falls beside the grave he has guarded for so long, the silence that follows is profound. The great grey wolf, guardian of Artorias' legacy and keeper of one of the most important secrets in Lordran's history, breathes his last in the same grove where he had maintained his vigil for untold years. The chosen undead receives several rewards for their victory: the soul of Sif, which can be used to forge powerful weapons or consumed for souls, and most importantly, the covenant of Artorias. This ring, which had cost Artorias his life to obtain and had been guarded by Sif for centuries, now passes to a new bearer who will carry it into the abyss to face the four kings. There is also the Hornet Ring, hidden behind Artorias' gravestone, which had once belonged to Lord's Blade Kieran. Its presence here suggests that she had visited this place at some point, perhaps to pay her respects to the knight she had served alongside, and had left this token of remembrance. But perhaps the most significant reward is the knowledge gained through this encounter, though it is knowledge that comes at a terrible emotional cost. The chosen undead has learned something about sacrifice, about loyalty, and about the price that must sometimes be paid to protect what is precious. They have seen what true devotion looks like, embodied in a creature who chose to spend eternity guarding the memory of his fallen friend. Yet there is another version of this encounter, one that reveals even deeper layers of tragedy and connection. If the chosen undead has experienced certain events in their journey through time, the battle with Sif takes on an entirely different emotional resonance. The recognition. Not all encounters with Sif unfold in the same manner. For those chosen undead who have journeyed through time itself to the lost land of Ulasil, who have walked the same paths that Artorias once travelled and faced the same darkness that claimed the legendary night, the meeting with the Great Grey Wolf becomes something far more complex than a simple boss battle. If the chosen undead saves Sif in the chasm of the abyss before killing Sif in Darkroot Garden, a different cutscene will play before the fight. This alternate introduction represents one of the most emotionally devastating moments in gaming, as it transforms what would otherwise be a straightforward encounter into a recognition scene of profound tragedy. To understand the full impact of this alternate cutscene, we must first examine what transpires in the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. This content takes the chosen undead back through time, some 200 to 300 years into the past, to witness firsthand the events that gave birth to the legends they have heard in their own era. It is a journey that reveals the gap between legend and reality, between the stories told of heroes and the truth of their struggles. In the chasm of the abyss, the deepest and most dangerous part of the corrupted Ulasil, the chosen undead can discover something that changes everything. A young Sif, trapped within the magical barrier that Artorias created with his final act of free will. Sif is found protected by a magical barrier which was created by Artorias using his great shield in order to shield the wolf from the corruption of the abyss. The discovery of young Sif requires both courage and compassion on the part of the chosen undead. The wolf is surrounded by humanity phantoms, twisted fragments of corrupted souls that attack anything living that enters their domain. These creatures represent the very corruption that Artorias died to protect Sif from, and defeating them becomes both a practical necessity and a symbolic act of completing the knight's final mission. Upon reaching Sif, after defeating the humanity phantoms, Sif will vanish and leave behind Artorias' shield. The wolf, recognizing that his rescuer is not his beloved master, but someone else entirely, flees into the darkness of the abyss. Yet this act of rescue creates a bond that transcends time itself, a connection that will persist even centuries later when the chosen undead encounters the grown Sif in their own era. If the chosen undead takes the time to rescue Sif in the past, they gain the ability to summon the wolf as an ally in their battle against Manus, father of the abyss. Sif can be summoned during the battle against Manus, father of the abyss, after being rescued by the player. This summon represents a chance for the wolf to participate in avenging his master, to strike back against the creature that was responsible for Artorias' corruption and fall. The battle against Manus, with Sif as an ally, is deeply symbolic. Here is the faithful companion finally getting the chance to fight alongside a hero once more, to stand against the darkness that claimed his master. The wolf's presence in this battle is not merely tactical but emotional, a small measure of justice for the loyalty he had shown and the sacrifice he had witnessed. Yet even this moment of triumph is tinged with tragedy, for the chosen undead and Sif both know that this partnership is temporary. When the battle ends, when Manus is defeated and the immediate threat is contained, the chosen undead will return to their own time, leaving Sif alone once more in a world that is slowly dying around him. But the impact of this encounter extends far beyond the battle itself. Having rescued Sif in the past, having fought alongside him against the very force that corrupted Artorias, the chosen undead has created a connection that will persist across the centuries. It has a strong memory, as it remembers the player if they saved it during the DLC beforehand, but still engages the player in battle. When the chosen undead finally approaches Sif's grove in Darkroot Garden, having completed their journey through time and returned to their own era, the wolf recognizes them. Not as a stranger seeking to plunder his master's grave, but as the hero who once saved him from a fate worse than death. In the cutscene, Sif will recognize the player as they approach and let out a whimper. This recognition transforms the entire encounter. Instead of immediately taking up his weapon to defend the grave, Sif hesitates. The wolf approaches the chosen undead, his massive head lowering as if in greeting or perhaps gratitude. The protagonist reaches out to pet the wolf, but Sif pulls away and howls mournfully before sadly picking up Artorias' greatsword. That howl contains multitudes of emotion. It is a sound of recognition, of gratitude, of profound sadness, and of desperate reluctance. Sif remembers the chosen undead, remembers being rescued from the abyss, remembers fighting alongside them against Manus. Yet he also understands the cruel irony of their current situation, that the very person who once saved him must now fight him to the death. The wolf's reluctance to engage in battle is palpable. When he finally takes up Artorias' greatsword, it is with obvious sorrow rather than determination. This is a creature caught between loyalty to his fallen master and gratitude to his rescuer, forced to choose between two conflicting duties. He must protect the covenant of Artorias, must ensure that only the worthy can claim it, yet he is facing someone he knows to be worthy, someone who has already proven their heroism through action. For the chosen undead, this recognition must be equally devastating. They have come to claim the ring they need to complete their mission, but they now face a creature they have personally saved, a being with whom they have shared both danger and victory. The knowledge that this battle is necessary but cruel adds a layer of emotional complexity that few other encounters in Dark Souls can match. The fight that follows is mechanically identical to the standard encounter with Sif, yet it carries an entirely different emotional weight. Every blow struck feels like a betrayal of the bond forged in the abyss. Every whimper from the wounded wolf resonates with the memory of their partnership against Manus. When Sif begins to limp and struggle in his final moments, the chosen undead knows that they are not just defeating a guardian, but destroying a friend. This alternate version of the encounter serves as a perfect encapsulation of Dark Souls' approach to storytelling. The game does not simply present moral choices with clear right and wrong answers. but instead creates situations where doing the right thing requires terrible sacrifices. The chosen undead must claim the covenant of Artorias to save the world, but doing so requires them to kill a creature they have befriended, a being whose only crime is loyalty to his fallen master. The tragedy is compounded by the knowledge that there is no alternative. Sif cannot be reasoned with or persuaded to step aside, not because he is unintelligent or stubborn, but because his sense of duty is absolute. He has witnessed firsthand what the abyss can do to heroes, has seen his beloved master transformed into a creature of corruption and madness. The thought of allowing another to walk that same path, even someone he recognizes as a friend, is unbearable to him. When the battle finally ends, when Sif falls for the final time beside his master's grave, the silence that follows carries the weight of broken bonds and necessary cruelties. The chosen undead has gained the power they need to face the four kings, but they have lost something irreplaceable in the process: the respect and friendship of one of the most loyal creatures in all of Lordran. Legacy of the Wolf Knight. With Sif's death, an era comes to an end. The last living connection to Knight Artorias, the final guardian of the true story of what happened in Ulasil, has passed into history. Yet death, in the world of Dark Souls, is rarely the end of a story, but rather its transformation into something new. The soul of Sif, obtained upon the wolf's defeat, carries within it echoes of both the guardian and the master he served. Soul of Sif, the great grey wolf, who inherited the divine Nightsword, who guards the grave of Artorias the Abyss Walker. This soul can be used by a skilled blacksmith to forge weapons that channel the essence of the legendary partnership between knight and wolf, ensuring that their bond continues to have meaning even after both have passed beyond the physical world. The weapons that can be created from Sif's soul are particularly significant, as they represent different aspects of the Artorias legend. The Great Sword of Artorias, forged from Sif's soul combined with a straight sword, embodies the knight's noble purpose and his dedication to hunting the servants of darkness. Sword born from the soul of the great grey wolf, Sif, guardian of the grave of the Abyss Walker Knight Artorias. Sir Artorias hunted the dark wraiths, and his sword strikes harder against dark servants. There is also the cursed great sword of Artorias, which requires a different base weapon to forge, but carries additional properties that speak to the knight's tragic end. This version of the sword can strike ghosts and other incorporeal beings, a reflection of Artorias' covenant with the creatures of the abyss and his ability to traverse realms that would destroy ordinary mortals. The great shield of Artorias, meanwhile, can be forged from Sif's soul using a shield as the base material. This creates a defensive item that embodies the protective aspect of the knight's legend, his willingness to shield others from harm, even at the cost of his own safety. It serves as a tangible reminder of Artorias' final act, when he used his own great shield to protect Sif from the corruption of the abyss. But perhaps the most important legacy of Sif's sacrifice is not found in weapons or armor, but in the covenant of Artorias itself. This ring, passed from the fallen knight to his faithful guardian, and finally to the chosen undead, represents a lineage of heroes who have been willing to face the abyss for the sake of others. Each bearer of the ring has carried forward not just its protective power, but the responsibility that comes with it. When the chosen undead finally descends into the abyss to face the four kings, they carry with them more than just magical protection. They bear the accumulated weight of everyone who has made this journey before them. Artorias, who first forged the covenant and paid the price for his willingness to walk in darkness. Sif, who guarded the ring for centuries to ensure it would only pass to worthy hands. And now themselves, the latest link in a chain of heroism that stretches back through the ages. The battle against the four kings, made possible by the protection of Artorias' ring, becomes a form of completion for the stories that began in Ulasil centuries before. Here, in the deepest part of the abyss that claimed the legendary night, the chosen undead faces the very corruption that Artorias had fought against throughout his career. It is, in a very real sense, the battle that Artorias might have fought if he had not fallen to Manas's power. Yet even victory against the four kings cannot undo the tragedies that made it possible. Artorias remains corrupted, trapped in the past in his maddened state. Sif is dead. His vigil finally ended. The price of progress in Dark Souls is always measured in loss. And the chosen undead's success comes at the cost of destroying bonds that had endured for centuries. The influence of Artorias and Sif extends beyond their own immediate story, reaching into the legends and practices of future generations. In Dark Souls 3, set long after the events of the original game, we encounter the Abyss Watchers, a group of warriors who have dedicated themselves to continuing Artorias' mission of fighting against the forces of darkness. The soldiers of Faerun formed a legion to carry on Artorias and Sif's heritage of battling the Abyss. They worship a being known as the Old Wolf and use its blood to gain power. This wolf may be Sif himself, supposing he was not killed in DS1, or more likely one of his descendants. The Abyss Watchers have organized themselves around the memory of the Wolf Knight, as Artorias came to be known in later ages, and they seek to emulate both his dedication to fighting the Abyss and his partnership with his wolf companion. The fact that these future warriors remember Artorias specifically as the Wolf Knight speaks to the enduring impact of his partnership with Sif. In the collective memory of Lordran, the knight and his companion have become inseparable, their bond serving as a model for the kind of loyalty and dedication that heroes should aspire to. The Abyss Watcher's reverence for the Old Wolf suggests that even in death, Sif's legacy continues to inspire those who fight against the darkness. This continuation of their story across multiple games demonstrates the power of the bond between Artorias and Sif to transcend individual mortality and become something larger, a symbol of hope in a world that often seems devoid of it. Their partnership has become a legend that inspires others to similar acts of heroism and sacrifice, ensuring that their influence extends far beyond their own lives. Yet there is something bittersweet about this legacy. The Abyss Watchers, for all their good intentions, ultimately fall to the very corruption they sought to fight against. Like their inspiration, they become consumed by the darkness they opposed, requiring the intervention of another hero, the Ashen One, to put them to rest. The cycle continues, with each generation of heroes ultimately requiring salvation by the next, a reminder that even the greatest victories in Dark Souls are temporary. The deeper meanings. The story of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, operates on multiple levels of meaning that extend far beyond the immediate narrative of knight and companion. At its surface, it is a tale of loyalty and sacrifice, but beneath that lies a meditation on the nature of duty, the cost of heroism, and the question of whether some prices are too high to pay. One of the most profound aspects of Sif's story is what it reveals about the nature of loyalty in a world where traditional bonds have largely broken down. The realm of Lordran is filled with characters who have abandoned their original purposes, who have been corrupted by power or driven mad by despair. Kings have become tyrants, knights have become hollow shells of their former selves, and even gods have descended into madness or retreated from the world entirely. Against this backdrop of universal decay, Sif stands as something remarkable, a being whose loyalty has not only survived intact, but has actually grown stronger over time. The wolf's devotion to Artorias does not diminish with the knight's transformation into a creature of the abyss. Instead, it transforms into something more complex, a commitment to preserving the memory of who Artorias was at his best, while also protecting others from suffering the same fate. This evolution of loyalty from simple devotion to complex guardianship represents one of the most sophisticated character developments in the Dark Souls series. Sif does not merely continue to follow his master's commands after Artorias' fall. He makes an independent moral choice about how best to honor his master's memory. The decision to guard the covenant of Artorias, to ensure that only the worthy can claim it, reflects a level of moral reasoning that transcends simple animal instinct. The tragic irony of this choice is that it puts Sif in direct conflict with the very people who most deserve his help. The heroes who seek the covenant of Artorias are, by definition, individuals who are willing to risk everything to save others. They are the spiritual successors to Artorias himself, yet Sif must fight them to ensure they are truly ready for the trials ahead. This creates a situation where doing the right thing requires causing harm to good people, a moral complexity that is characteristic of the Dark Souls universe. The battle between Sif and the chosen undead also serves as a metaphor for the conflict between past and future, between preservation and progress. Sif represents the past, memory, tradition, the weight of history, and loss. The chosen undead represents the future, change, possibility, the willingness to risk everything for the chance of something better. Neither position is inherently wrong, yet they are incompatible. This conflict reflects real-world tensions between conservation and progress, between honoring the past and moving forward into an uncertain future. Sif's position is understandable and even admirable. He has seen what happens when heroes venture unprepared into the darkness, and he refuses to be complicit in another tragedy. Yet the chosen undead's position is equally valid. The world is dying, and only by taking risks and making sacrifices can there be any hope of salvation. The emotional impact of this conflict is amplified by the recognition that both parties are acting from noble motives. This is not a battle between good and evil, but between two different interpretations of what good means. Sif believes that preventing tragedy is more important than enabling potential heroism. The chosen undead believes that the chance of success, however small, is worth the risk of failure. Both are right, and both are wrong. And the tragedy lies in the fact that there is no resolution that does not require the destruction of something precious. Another layer of meaning in Sif's story relates to the nature of memory and how we choose to honor those we have lost. The wolf's decision to guard Artorias' grave rather than simply mourn his passing represents an active choice about how to process grief and loss. Rather than being paralyzed by sorrow or consumed by a desire for revenge, Sif transforms his pain into purpose. This transformation is not without its costs. Sif's centuries-long vigil has isolated him from the world of the living, trapping him in a cycle of solitary duty that offers little in the way of comfort or companionship. Yet this isolation is also a form of devotion, a willingness to sacrifice his own happiness for the sake of preserving something he considers more important than his personal well-being. The question of whether this sacrifice is worthwhile is one that the story deliberately leaves unanswered. From one perspective, Sif's vigil serves an important purpose, ensuring that the covenant of Artorias only reaches those capable of using it responsibly. From another perspective, his isolation serves primarily to compound the tragedy of Artorias' fall, adding his own suffering to the sum total of loss that resulted from the knight's corruption. The ambiguity of this question reflects the broader themes of Dark Souls, where heroic actions often have unintended consequences, and where the line between meaningful sacrifice and pointless suffering is often unclear. Sif's story asks us to consider what we owe to the memory of those we have lost, and whether there comes a point where devotion to the dead prevents us from serving the living. The story also explores the relationship between knowledge and responsibility. Sif is one of the few beings in Lordran who knows the true story of what happened to Artorias, not the legend of heroic triumph that has been passed down through the ages, but the reality of corruption and fall. This knowledge becomes both a burden and a source of purpose. The wolf's decision to keep this knowledge secret, to allow the legend of Artorias' victory to persist even though he knows it to be false, represents a choice about the relationship between truth and hope. Sif understands that the people of Lordran need their heroes to remain heroic, that knowledge of Artorias' fall might do more harm than good. Yet he also knows that some record of the truth must be preserved, that the reality of what the abyss can do to heroes must not be forgotten entirely. This tension between public myth and private truth runs throughout Dark Souls, where many of the legends that characters reference turn out to be incomplete or entirely false. Sif's role as keeper of hidden knowledge makes him complicit in this myth-making, yet also positions him as a guardian of authentic memory. He preserves the truth not by proclaiming it, but by ensuring that those who seek to follow in Artorias' footsteps understand the real stakes involved. The emotional core of Sif's story lies in its exploration of what it means to love someone so deeply that you are willing to spend eternity protecting their memory, even when that protection requires you to fight against people who share your values. The wolf's love for Artorias is not possessive or selfish, but transformative. It becomes a force that shapes not only his own existence, but the lives of everyone who encounters him. This kind of love, devoted, selfless, and enduring beyond death itself, serves as a counterpoint to the corruption and decay that characterizes so much of the Dark Souls universe. While kingdoms fall and heroes succumb to madness, while gods abandon their responsibilities and mortals lose themselves to despair, Sif's love remains constant. It becomes a fixed point in a world of constant change, an anchor of meaning in a realm where meaning itself often seems absent. Yet even this pure love is not without its costs and complications. Sif's devotion to Artorias requires him to become something he was never meant to be, a solitary guardian rather than a companion, a judge of worthiness rather than a friend to heroes. The very depth of his love transforms him into something isolated and dangerous, capable of great violence in service of what he sees as a greater good. This transformation speaks to one of Dark Souls' central themes, the way that even our noblest impulses can become corrupted when taken to extremes. Sif's love for Artorias is pure and admirable, yet it also traps him in a cycle of violence and loneliness that ultimately serves no one well. The wolf becomes so focused on protecting others from Artorias' fate that he loses sight of other ways his devotion might be expressed. The story also functions as a meditation on the nature of time and how it changes the meaning of our actions. When Artorias first made his sacrifice to protect Sif, it was an act of immediate heroism, a knight saving his companion from certain death. Over the centuries that followed, that same sacrifice took on different meanings, becoming both a source of purpose for Sif and a burden that shaped every day of his existence. The passage of time does not diminish the significance of Artorias' sacrifice, but it does reveal the full complexity of its consequences. What began as a moment of pure heroism becomes the foundation for centuries of tragedy, isolation, and necessary violence. This evolution illustrates how even our most heroic actions can have unintended consequences that extend far beyond our original intentions. For the chosen undead, encountering Sif represents a confrontation with the weight of history itself. They are not simply fighting a guardian or claiming a treasure, but engaging with the accumulated grief and devotion of centuries. The battle forces them to become complicit in the very cycles of tragedy they are seeking to end, to add their own actions to the sum total of loss that began with Artorias' fall. This complicity is what gives the encounter its emotional power. The chosen undead cannot claim moral superiority over Sif, cannot dismiss him as simply an obstacle to be overcome. They must acknowledge that they are participating in a tragedy, that their heroic quest requires them to destroy something precious and irreplaceable. The recognition scene, available to those who have rescued young Sif in the past, intensifies this moral complexity by making the relationship personal. When the wolf recognizes the chosen undead as someone who once saved him, the battle becomes not just tragic, but heartbreaking. It forces both participants to confront the cruel irony that their friendship, forged in the crucible of the abyss, has led them to this moment of necessary conflict. The geography of memory, the setting of Sif's encounter, is as carefully constructed as the emotional narrative that unfolds within it. Darkroot Garden is not simply a location, but a carefully crafted environment that reinforces the themes of memory, loss, and the weight of the past that define the Great Grey Wolf's story. The garden itself exists in a state of beautiful decay, when nature has begun to reclaim the works of civilization without entirely erasing them. Ancient stone monuments stand throughout the grove, their inscriptions weathered by time, but their presence still commanding respect. These monuments serve as silent testimony to forgotten heroes and lost causes, creating an atmosphere where the past feels more real and immediate than the present. The trees of Darkroot Garden are particularly significant, as they seem to possess a consciousness that transcends normal plant life. These ancient oaks and elms have witnessed centuries of history, and their twisted branches appear to reach toward visitors with an almost deliberate intent. They create a sense of being watched, of walking through a space where memory itself has taken physical form. The path to Sif's Grove is deliberately circuitous, forcing visitors to navigate through increasingly sacred ground before reaching their destination. This journey serves as both a practical challenge and a spiritual preparation, giving those who seek the covenant of Artorias time to consider the weight of what they are attempting to do. The Forest Hunter Covenant and their guardians serve as the first line of protection for this sacred space, but they also function symbolically as representatives of different approaches to dealing with loss and memory. Some of the Forest Hunters are human, warriors who have chosen to dedicate their lives to protecting the grave of a hero they never knew personally. Others are more ancient beings, creatures who may have actual memories of the age when Artorias walked among the living. Each of these guardians represents a different relationship to the past. The human forest hunters embody the power of inherited purpose, the way that stories and legends can inspire people to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of preserving something they consider sacred. The more ancient guardians represent direct memory, the weight of personal experience and loss that cannot be fully communicated to others. Alvina of the Darkroot Wood, the enigmatic cat who leads the forest hunters, occupies a particularly complex position in this landscape of memory. Her attitude toward Artorias' legend is notably cynical. She dismisses the story of the knight's triumph over the abyss as fabrication and expresses doubt about whether the truth is worth preserving. Yet despite this cynicism, Alvina continues to protect the grove where Artorias is buried, suggesting that her motivations go deeper than simple reverence for legends. Perhaps she, like Sif, understands the difference between public myths and private truths, and recognizes that both serve important functions in helping people make sense of their world. The sealed door that guards the entrance to the deeper parts of Darkroot Garden serves multiple symbolic functions. On a practical level, it ensures that only those with sufficient resources and determination can access Sif's Grove. The 20,000 souls required to purchase the crest of Artorias from blacksmith Andre represent a significant investment that weeds out casual treasure hunters. More symbolically, the sealed door represents the barrier between legend and truth, between the comfortable distance of stories and the immediate weight of reality. Those who pass through it are making a conscious choice to engage with history rather than simply hearing about it, to become participants in ongoing narratives rather than passive observers of completed tales. The architecture within the grove itself tells a story of its own. The stone monuments are clearly ancient, predating the current age of fire and possibly reaching back to the time of the ancient dragons. Yet they have been carefully maintained, suggesting ongoing reverence for whatever they commemorate. This combination of age and preservation creates a sense of continuity that spans geological ages. Artorias' grave, by contrast, is remarkably simple, a single stone marker with minimal ornamentation. This simplicity is striking in a world where power and importance are typically displayed through elaborate monuments and grand architecture. The grave's modest appearance suggests either humility on the part of those who built it, or perhaps a recognition that some forms of greatness transcend physical display. The sword embedded in the ground before the grave serves multiple functions within this carefully constructed environment. As a weapon, it represents the readiness to defend this sacred space against any who would desecrate it. As a symbol, it embodies the ideals that Artorias lived and died for, the willingness to stand against darkness regardless of personal cost. When Sif takes up this sword to fight the chosen undead, the act transforms the weapon from a monument into a living extension of the knight's legacy. The blade that once symbolized Artorias' ideals becomes an active force in the world once more, wielded not by the knight himself, but by the companion who understood those ideals better than anyone. The grove's position within the larger geography of Lordran is also significant. Darkroot Garden sits between the familiar civilization of the undead parish and the more dangerous territories that lie beyond it. This placement makes it a threshold space, a point of transition between the known and the unknown, the safe and the perilous. For the chosen undead, reaching Sif's grove represents a crucial step in their journey from relative novice to true hero. The challenges they face in Darkroot Garden, the forest hunters, the stone giants, the various traps and hazards, serve as a test of their readiness for the greater trials ahead. Only by proving themselves capable of reaching Sif can they demonstrate that they might be worthy of wielding the covenant of Artorias. This function of the grove as a testing ground adds another layer to Sif's role as guardian. The wolf is not just protecting the ring from the unworthy, but serving as the final examination for those who seek to follow in his master's footsteps. The battle between Sif and the chosen undead becomes a test of everything they have learned up to that point. Their combat skills, their determination, and perhaps most importantly, their willingness to do what is necessary even when it causes them pain. The weather and lighting within the grove contribute to its emotional impact. Darkroot Garden exists in a state of perpetual twilight, with sunlight filtering through the ancient canopy in ways that create dramatic pools of light and shadow. This lighting gives the entire area a dreamlike quality, as if it exists slightly apart from the normal flow of time. When mist rolls through the trees, as it often does, the grove takes on an even more ethereal appearance. Shapes become indistinct, distances become difficult to judge, and the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds seems to blur. This atmospheric effect reinforces the sense that this is a place where normal rules do not fully apply, where the past and present coexist in ways that would be impossible elsewhere. The sounds of the grove are equally important to its emotional impact. The rustle of leaves in the ancient trees, the distant howl of wolves, the scrape of stone against stone as the monuments slowly shift and settle. All of these contribute to a soundscape that feels both natural and supernatural, familiar and alien. When Sif finally appears, his presence transforms the entire environment. The massive wolf seems to command the very air around him, his silver fur catching what light penetrates the canopy. and reflecting it in ways that make him appear almost luminous. The sound of his breathing, deep and measured, becomes the dominant audio element in the grove, a reminder of the life force that has maintained this vigil for so many years. The moment when Sif takes up Artorias' sword creates a shift in the entire atmosphere of the grove. What had been a place of solemn remembrance becomes a battlefield, yet it retains its sacred character even as violence unfolds within it. This transformation speaks to one of the central paradoxes of Dark Souls, the way that combat can become a form of communion, a means of understanding and honoring opponents, even as we fight to defeat them. The philosophical foundations. Beneath the surface narrative of knight, wolf, and sacrifice lies a complex philosophical framework that gives Sif's story its enduring power and relevance. The tale operates as an exploration of several fundamental questions about duty, love, memory, and the price of heroism. Questions that extend far beyond the boundaries of any single game or story. One of the central philosophical tensions in Sif's story revolves around the relationship between individual agency and inherited obligation. The wolf was not born into his role as guardian of Artorias' legacy. He chose it, transforming his grief and loyalty into a sense of purpose that would define the rest of his existence. Yet once that choice was made, it became a prison as much as a purpose, limiting his options and requiring him to act in ways that caused both himself and others significant pain. This tension reflects real-world questions about the nature of commitment and the ways that our deepest values can sometimes conflict with our immediate desires or even our rational understanding of what might produce the best outcomes. Sif knows that fighting the chosen undead will likely result in his own death and the release of the covenant of Artorias to someone who may or may not be capable of using it wisely. Yet his commitment to his role as guardian compels him to fight anyway, regardless of the probable consequences. The philosophical framework here draws on concepts from duty-based ethics, particularly the idea that certain actions are inherently right or wrong, regardless of their consequences. From this perspective, Sif's behavior is admirable precisely because it is not calculated to produce optimal outcomes, but rather reflects his unwavering commitment to principles he has chosen to uphold. Yet the story also invites us to question whether such rigid adherence to principle is ultimately virtuous or destructive. Sif's commitment to his role as guardian prevents him from forming new relationships, from finding happiness, from contributing to the world in ways that might ultimately be more valuable than his solitary vigil. The philosophical question becomes whether there is a point at which devotion to duty becomes its own form of corruption. Another philosophical dimension of the story concerns the nature of love and its relationship to freedom. Sif's love for Artorias is profound and genuine, yet it also becomes a source of bondage that shapes every aspect of his existence for centuries. This raises questions about whether true love should liberate or constrain, whether the deepest forms of affection are compatible with individual autonomy. The wolf situation can be read as an extreme example of the ways that love can become possessive or controlling, even when the person or being feeling that love has the best of intentions. Sif's determination to protect others from Artorias' fate stems from genuine care. yet it also represents a form of paternalism that denies others the right to make their own choices about risk and sacrifice. From this perspective, Sif's story becomes a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing love to override respect for others' agency. The wolf's certainty that he knows what is best for the heroes who seek the covenant of Artorias reflects a kind of arrogance that is all the more problematic because it is motivated by genuine care rather than malice. Yet the story also supports a more sympathetic reading of Sif's motivations. The wolf has unique knowledge about the dangers of the abyss, having witnessed firsthand what it did to one of the greatest heroes in history. His reluctance to allow others to face those same dangers without proving their worthiness first can be seen as a form of tragic wisdom rather than mere possessiveness. This interpretation draws on philosophical traditions that emphasize the importance of earned wisdom and the responsibility that comes with special knowledge. From this perspective, Sif's role as gatekeeper is not just legitimate but necessary. He serves as a filter that ensures the covenant of Artorias reaches only those capable of using it responsibly. The temporal structure of Sif's story also raises fascinating philosophical questions about the nature of identity and continuity across time. The young wolf that Artorias died to protect, and the massive guardian that the chosen undead eventually faces, are separated by centuries of experience, growth, and change. In what sense are they the same being? This question becomes particularly acute when considering the recognition seen available to those who rescue young Sif in the past. The adult Sif remembers being saved by the chosen undead, yet he has also been fundamentally transformed by the intervening centuries. His personality, his understanding of the world, even his physical form have all changed dramatically. The continuity lies not in static identity, but in the persistence of certain core commitments and emotional attachments. This exploration of identity across time reflects broader philosophical questions about what makes us who we are. Are we defined by our memories, our values, our relationships, or some combination of all these factors? Sif's story suggests that identity may be less about maintaining consistency than about the ways we integrate our experiences into coherent narratives that give meaning to our lives. The wolf's transformation from companion to guardian represents a fundamental shift in his relationship to the world. Yet it is presented as a natural evolution of his original loyalty to Artorias, rather than a betrayal of it. This suggests that growth and change, even dramatic change, can be compatible with continuity of identity when they flow from our deepest commitments. Another philosophical dimension concerns the relationship between public narratives and private truths. Sif is one of the few beings who knows that the legend of Artorias' triumph over the abyss is false, yet he participates in maintaining that legend by keeping the truth secret. This raises questions about the ethics of myth-making and the circumstances under which it might be justifiable to allow false but inspiring stories to persist. The philosophical tradition offers various perspectives on this dilemma. A utilitarian analysis might support Sif's choice to preserve the legend if doing so produces better overall consequences than revealing the truth would. The inspirational power of heroic stories can motivate people to acts of courage and self-sacrifice that benefit society, even if the specific details of those stories are inaccurate. From a deontological perspective, however, there might be an inherent duty to truth-telling that makes Sif's participation in myth-making problematic, regardless of its consequences. This view would emphasize the intrinsic value of honesty and the ways that allowing false narratives to persist, even for good reasons, undermines the foundations of trust and communication that society depends upon. Sif's story does not resolve this tension, but rather explores its complexities. The wolf's choice to preserve the legend while also serving as guardian of the truth represents an attempt to honor both the value of inspiring narratives and the importance of authentic memory. Whether this compromise is ultimately successful or simply postpones the need for a more definitive resolution is left for individual interpreters to decide. The story also engages with questions about the nature of heroism itself. Both Artorias and Sif can be seen as heroic figures, yet their heroism manifests in very different ways. The knight's heroism is active and dramatic. He ventures into the abyss to fight monsters and rescue princesses. The wolf's heroism is patient and enduring. He maintains a centuries-long vigil to protect others from making the same mistakes. These different forms of heroism reflect broader philosophical debates about the relative value of action and contemplation, of dramatic intervention and steady maintenance. Artorias represents the heroism of the moment, the willingness to risk everything for the chance of achieving something great. Sif represents the heroism of duration, the willingness to sacrifice personal happiness for the sake of long-term responsibility. The story suggests that both forms of heroism are valuable and necessary, yet it also shows how they can come into conflict. The chosen undead embodies Artorias-style heroism, seeking to change the world through bold action and personal sacrifice. Sif embodies a more conservative form of heroism, seeking to protect the world by preventing potentially catastrophic mistakes. The battle between them becomes a conflict between these different philosophical approaches to heroism. Neither is clearly superior to the other, yet they are incompatible in this specific situation. The tragedy lies not in the failure of either approach, but in the way that both, pursued to their logical conclusions, make conflict inevitable. The cultural resonance. The story of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, has achieved a level of cultural impact that extends far beyond the boundaries of Dark Souls itself, becoming a touchstone for discussions about loyalty, loss, and the emotional power of interactive storytelling. This broader resonance speaks to the way that the Wolf's Tale taps into fundamental human experiences and concerns that transcend the specific context of any single game or narrative. One of the most significant aspects of Sif's cultural impact lies in the way the character has become an emblem for the emotional sophistication that video games can achieve when they move beyond simple power fantasies or mechanical challenges. The encounter with Sif is frequently cited as evidence that games can create emotional experiences as complex and meaningful as those found in any other artistic medium. This recognition has been particularly important in ongoing debates about the artistic legitimacy of video games. Critics who dismiss games as mere entertainment or technical exhibitions often struggle to account for experiences like the Sif encounter, where mechanical gameplay and narrative meaning are so thoroughly integrated that they become inseparable. The emotional impact of fighting the Great Grey Wolf depends entirely on the interactive nature of the medium. It could not be replicated in film, literature, or any other art form. The character has also become a focal point for discussions about the ethics of game design and the responsibilities that developers have toward their players' emotional well-being. The Sif encounter is deliberately designed to cause emotional distress, forcing players to participate in an action they know to be tragic and wrong. This has led to debates about whether such manipulation is justifiable in service of artistic expression or whether it crosses ethical lines by causing unnecessary pain. Some critics argue that the mandatory nature of the Sif fight, the fact that players cannot progress through the game without killing the wolf, represents a form of emotional coercion that is problematic, regardless of its artistic merits. They contend that forcing players to act against their moral instincts without providing alternatives undermines player agency in ways that other media cannot. Defenders of the design choice argue that this forced participation is precisely what gives the encounter its power. By making players complicit in the tragedy, the game creates a level of emotional investment and moral reflection that would be impossible if the violence were merely observed rather than enacted. The discomfort that players feel is not a flaw in the design, but rather its intended effect, a way of making abstract philosophical questions about duty and sacrifice immediate and personal. The character of Sif has also become significant in discussions about representation and diversity in video games, though in ways that might not be immediately obvious. The wolf represents a form of non-human intelligence and agency that is rarely seen in games, where most characters are either human or humanoid. Sif's story demonstrates that compelling characterization does not require human-like psychology or motivations. This aspect of the character has been particularly important for players who feel marginalized by the predominantly human-centric focus of most game narratives. Sif offers an example of how games can create meaningful connections between players and characters whose ways of being in the world are fundamentally different from human experience. The wolf's lack of dialogue is particularly significant in this context. Unlike most major characters in video games, Sif never speaks, yet his emotional states and motivations are clearly communicated through animation, sound design, and environmental storytelling. This demonstrates the power of nonverbal communication in interactive media and suggests possibilities for representing perspectives that cannot be easily translated into human language. The character has also had a significant impact on discussions about masculinity and emotional expression in gaming culture. The story of Artorias and Sif presents a model of masculine heroism that is based on emotional connection and mutual care, rather than domination or competition. The knight's greatest act of heroism is not defeating an enemy, but protecting his friend. And the wolf's heroism is defined by his emotional faithfulness rather than his combat prowess. This representation has been particularly meaningful for players who feel alienated by the aggressive, hyper-masculine tone that characterizes much of gaming culture. Sif's story suggests that strength can be compatible with gentleness, that power can be used for protection rather than conquest, and that the most meaningful victories are often those that involve preserving relationships rather than destroying enemies. The cultural impact of Sif extends into creative communities as well. where the character has inspired countless works of fan art, fan fiction, and musical tribute. These creative responses often focus on expanding the emotional dimensions of Sif's story, exploring the psychological impact of his centuries-long vigil, or imagining alternative scenarios where the tragic confrontation with the chosen undead might be avoided. The prevalence of these creative responses speaks to the way that Sif's story leaves space for reader interpretation and emotional investment. The game provides the basic narrative framework, but much of the emotional meaning emerges from players' own imaginative engagement with the character and his situation. This collaborative aspect of meaning-making is characteristic of the most culturally significant forms of interactive entertainment. Academic analysis has also begun to engage seriously with Sif as a character worthy of sustained critical attention. Scholars in game studies, narrative theory, and digital humanities have used the wolf story as a case study for examining various aspects of interactive storytelling, from the role of environmental narrative to the ways that player agency can be structured to create specific emotional effects. This academic attention has helped to establish Sif as more than just a popular character, but as a legitimate object of scholarly inquiry. The complexity of the moral and philosophical questions raised by his story makes him a valuable subject for academic analysis, while his cultural impact demonstrates the broader significance of video games as a medium for serious artistic expression. The character has also become important in discussions about mental health and emotional well-being within gaming communities. Many players report that the Sif encounter helped them process their own experiences of loss, loyalty, and difficult moral choices. The game's willingness to engage seriously with themes of grief and sacrifice has provided a framework for players to explore their own emotional lives in ways that feel safe and meaningful. This therapeutic dimension of Sif's story speaks to the potential for video games to serve functions beyond entertainment or artistic expression. By creating spaces where players can engage with difficult emotions in structured and meaningful ways, games can serve as tools for personal growth and emotional development. The ongoing cultural significance of Sif also reflects the way that certain characters can transcend their original context to become part of broader cultural conversations. References to the Great Grey Wolf appear in contexts far removed from Dark Souls, used as shorthand for concepts like unwavering loyalty, tragic duty, or the emotional power of interactive media. This level of cultural penetration suggests that Sif has achieved something approaching archetypal status. He has become a recognizable symbol for certain universal human experiences and concerns. Like the great literary or mythological figures who continue to resonate across cultures and centuries, Sif represents ideas and emotions that transcend the specific story in which he first appeared. The technical mastery. The emotional and philosophical power of Sif's story would mean nothing without the technical mastery that brings the character to life on screen. Every aspect of the wolf's presentation, from his animation and sound design to the environmental storytelling that surrounds his encounter, represents a carefully orchestrated effort to create maximum emotional impact through the specific capabilities of the video game medium. The animation of Sif is particularly remarkable for the way it communicates complex emotional states through purely physical expression. The wolf never speaks, yet his mental state is always clear to observant players through subtle details in his movement and posture. The designers understood that creating an emotional connection with a non-human character would require exceptional attention to body language and behavioral detail. When Sif first appears in his grove, his movements are fluid and confident, befitting a creature who has spent centuries perfecting his role as guardian. The wolf carries himself with dignity and purpose, his massive frame moving with surprising grace as he approaches Artorias' grave. Every step communicates both power and solemnity, establishing immediately that this is no ordinary beast, but a being of significance and intelligence. The moment when Sif takes up Artorias' greatsword is choreographed with particular care. The wolf does not simply grab the weapon, but approaches it with obvious reverence, lowering his head in what appears to be a gesture of respect before gently taking the hilt in his jaws. The animation suggests both reluctance and determination. He knows what he must do, but he takes no pleasure in it. During the battle itself, Sif's animations continue to tell a story beyond the immediate mechanics of combat. His attacks are powerful, but measured, reflecting years of training and discipline rather than wild animal fury. The wolf fights with the precision of a trained warrior, his movements echoing the techniques that Artorias himself might have used when wielding the same weapon. As Sif's health diminishes, the animation becomes increasingly heartbreaking. The wolf's movements become labored and unsteady, his breathing grows heavier, and his attacks lose their precision and power. Yet even in his weakened state, he continues to fight, driven by a sense of duty that transcends physical limitations. The final phase of the battle, where Sif begins to limp and struggle to lift the greatsword, represents some of the most emotionally effective animation in video game history. The wolf's obvious pain and exhaustion, combined with his continued determination to fulfill his role as guardian, creates a perfect storm of sympathy and admiration that few players can resist. The sound design accompanying Sif's encounter is equally masterful, using audio cues to reinforce the emotional themes of the battle, while also providing practical information about the wolf's condition and intentions. Sif's breathing, heavy and measured, becomes a constant presence throughout the encounter, reminding players that they are fighting a living being rather than a mere obstacle. The wolf's vocalizations are particularly effective at communicating emotional states. His initial growl upon seeing the chosen undead carries a note of warning rather than aggression. He is announcing his intention to defend the grave rather than expressing hatred toward his opponent. When Sif recognizes the chosen undead in the alternate cutscene, his whimper of recognition and subsequent mournful howl communicate complex emotions that would be difficult to convey through dialogue. During the battle, Sif's sounds of exertion and pain serve both mechanical and emotional functions. They provide audio cues about his attacks and condition, but they also humanize the wolf in ways that make each blow struck against him feel significant. The designers understood that making players feel the impact of their actions would be crucial to the encounter's emotional effectiveness. The environmental storytelling surrounding Sif's encounter represents another level of technical mastery, using visual design and spatial arrangement to communicate narrative information without relying on explicit exposition. The grove itself tells a story about memory, reverence, and the passage of time through carefully placed details and atmospheric effects. The ancient monuments scattered throughout the area suggest a long history of heroism and sacrifice, positioning Artorias and Sif within a broader tradition of noble deeds and tragic ends. The weathered inscriptions and moss-covered stone communicate the passage of centuries, while also suggesting that some forms of meaning persist despite the ravages of time. Artorias's grave, simple and unadorned, stands in stark contrast to the elaborate monuments that surround it. This simplicity communicates something important about the knight's character, that his greatness lay not in his desire for recognition, but in his willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of others. The sword, embedded in the ground before the grave, serves as both weapon and monument, ready to be claimed by one worthy of its power. The lighting throughout the grove is carefully designed to create dramatic visual effects that reinforce the emotional themes of the encounter. Shafts of sunlight filtering through the ancient canopy create pools of illumination that highlight important details while leaving other areas in shadow. This interplay of light and dark serves as a visual metaphor for the themes of the story, the way that heroic acts can emerge from dark circumstances, and the way that tragedy can coexist with beauty. The technical implementation of the recognition scene available to players who rescue young Sif represents a particularly sophisticated example of how games can use player actions to modify narrative meaning. The game tracks whether the player has completed certain actions in the DLC content and uses that information to trigger an alternate cutscene that completely changes the emotional context of the encounter. This technical feature serves important narrative functions by making the player's previous actions feel consequential and meaningful. The recognition scene would have no emotional impact if it were available to all players, regardless of their choices. Its power comes from the fact that it represents a unique reward for players who took the time and effort to rescue Sif in the past. The programming required to implement this feature is relatively straightforward, but its narrative impact is profound. It demonstrates how technical systems can be used to create emotional experiences that are uniquely available through interactive media. The relationship between the chosen undead and Sif becomes personal in a way that would be impossible in non-interactive narratives. The boss fight mechanics themselves are designed to reinforce the emotional themes of the encounter while still providing an engaging gameplay challenge. Sif's attacks are powerful but well telegraphed, giving players time to react while also creating dramatic visual moments. The wolf's size and reach create natural spacing that encourages players to think tactically about positioning and timing. The decision to make Sif's attacks slower and more predictable as his health decreases serves both mechanical and emotional functions. From a gameplay perspective, it ensures that the encounter becomes easier as it progresses, preventing players from becoming stuck at the most emotionally difficult part of the fight. From a narrative perspective, it reinforces the tragedy of the situation by showing the wolf's obvious decline in real time. The integration of all these technical elements, animation, sound design, environmental storytelling, and mechanical design, creates an encounter that feels cohesive and emotionally coherent. Every aspect of the presentation works together to support the central narrative themes, creating a unified experience that demonstrates the unique storytelling capabilities of interactive media. The lasting impact. As we reach the conclusion of Sif's tale, we find ourselves confronting not just the end of one story, but the beginning of its transformation into something larger. A legend that continues to resonate with new audiences and inspire fresh interpretations years after its original telling. The Great Grey Wolf has become more than a character in a video game. He has become a symbol of the emotional depths that interactive storytelling can achieve when it combines technical mastery with genuine artistic vision. The story of Sif operates on multiple temporal levels that reflect the complex relationship between past, present, and future that defines the Dark Souls universe. In the immediate present of the game's narrative, the wolf serves as guardian of Artorias' legacy, protecting both the truth of the knight's sacrifice and the ring that represents his greatest achievement. In the deeper past revealed through the DLC, Sif appears as companion and witness, the surviving observer of heroism and tragedy on an unprecedented scale. Yet the story also extends into our own present and future, as players continue to discover new meanings and applications for the themes that Sif embodies. The Wolf's Tale has become a touchstone for discussions about loyalty, duty, sacrifice, and the price of heroism. Conversations that extend far beyond the boundaries of gaming into broader cultural dialogues about how we should live and what we owe to one another. This multi-temporal quality gives Sif's story a mythic resonance that few video game narratives achieve. Like the great legends and folktales that have shaped human culture across millennia, the tale of the Great Grey Wolf addresses fundamental questions about the nature of love, loss, and moral responsibility that remain as relevant today as they were in any previous era. The technical achievement represented by Sif's character design and implementation has also had lasting impact on the development of video games as an artistic medium. The encounter demonstrated that games could create emotional experiences as complex and meaningful as those found in any other art form, helping to establish interactive entertainment as a legitimate subject for serious critical analysis and artistic appreciation. The influence can be seen in subsequent games that have attempted to recreate the emotional impact of the Sif encounter, though few have achieved the same perfect integration of mechanical design, visual presentation, and narrative meaning. The Wolf story has become a benchmark for emotional storytelling in games, a standard against which other attempts at interactive pathos are measured. More broadly, Sif's character has contributed to evolving conversations about representation and diversity in gaming, demonstrating that meaningful characters do not need to conform to human norms of psychology or behavior. The wolf's non-verbal communication and animal perspective offer insights into alternative ways of being that expand our understanding of what kinds of stories games can tell and what kinds of experiences they can facilitate. The philosophical dimensions of Sif's story continue to generate new interpretations and applications as scholars and critics engage with the character from different theoretical perspectives. The wolf's situation raises questions about duty and agency, about the relationship between individual choice and inherited obligation, about the nature of love and its potential to become destructive when taken to extremes. These philosophical questions have proven remarkably durable, continuing to generate new insights and applications as they are examined through different critical lenses. Feminist critics have explored the ways that Sif's story challenges traditional narratives about heroism and masculinity. Environmental philosophers have found in the wolf's connection to the natural world a model for sustainable relationships between humans and their surroundings. Scholars of disability studies have examined the ways that Sif's physical transformation reflects broader questions about identity, capability, and the social construction of normalcy. The story's engagement with themes of memory and historical truth has also proven particularly relevant in an era of increasing concern about the reliability of public narratives and the manipulation of collective memory. Sif's role as keeper of both public legend and private truth offers a framework for thinking about the responsibilities that come with possessing knowledge that contradicts widely accepted stories. The wolf's choice to preserve Artorius's heroic reputation while also serving as guardian of the more complex reality speaks to contemporary debates about the relationship between inspirational narratives and factual accuracy. In an age when the line between myth and history has become increasingly blurred, Sif's story provides a nuanced exploration of how societies negotiate between the need for hope and the demand for truth. The character's influence extends into creative communities as well, where Sif continues to inspire new works of art, music, literature, and game design. Fan creators have expanded on the wolf's story in countless ways, exploring the psychological dimensions of his centuries-long vigil, imagining alternative scenarios where the tragic confrontation with the chosen undead might be avoided, or creating entirely new narratives that build on the emotional and thematic foundations that his story established. This ongoing creative engagement demonstrates the generative power of well-crafted, interactive narratives. Unlike more passive forms of storytelling, games like Dark Souls create spaces for audience participation that extend far beyond the original experience. Players become collaborators in the creation of meaning, using the tools and frameworks provided by the game to explore their own questions and concerns. The therapeutic dimensions of Sif's story have also proven to have lasting significance. Mental health professionals have noted the ways that the wolf's encounter can serve as a catalyst for processing experiences of loss, loyalty, and difficult moral choices. The game's willingness to engage seriously with themes of grief and sacrifice provides a framework for emotional exploration that many players find valuable and meaningful. This therapeutic potential speaks to broader questions about the role that entertainment media can play in supporting individual and collective well-being. By creating safe spaces for encountering difficult emotions and moral dilemmas, games like Dark Souls can serve functions that extend beyond entertainment into the realm of personal growth and emotional development. The educational applications of Sif's story have also begun to be explored by teachers and curriculum developers who recognize the potential for using interactive narratives to engage students with complex philosophical and ethical questions. The wolf situation provides a concrete context for exploring abstract concepts about duty, sacrifice, and moral reasoning that might otherwise remain purely theoretical. As we look toward the future of interactive storytelling, Sif's legacy serves as both inspiration and challenge for developers who seek to create emotionally meaningful experiences through games. The wolf story demonstrates that the most powerful interactive narratives are those that integrate mechanical gameplay with thematic meaning in ways that create unique experiences unavailable through any other medium. Yet replicating the success of Sif's encounter requires more than simply copying its surface elements. The emotional power of the wolf's story emerges from the careful integration of technical mastery, artistic vision, and genuine insight into fundamental human experiences. Future creators who wish to achieve similar impact must be willing to engage seriously with the philosophical and emotional dimensions of their work, while also mastering the technical tools needed to bring their visions to life. The ongoing relevance of Sif's story also speaks to the enduring power of certain narrative archetypes and emotional patterns. The loyal companion, the guardian of sacred knowledge, the tragic necessity of conflict between good people. These elements resonate across cultures and historical periods because they address fundamental aspects of human experience that transcend specific contexts. Yet the wolf story also demonstrates how these universal themes can be given fresh expression through the unique capabilities of interactive media, the player's forced participation in the tragedy, the way that mechanical gameplay reinforces emotional themes, the integration of environmental storytelling with character development. All of these represent innovations that are specifically enabled by the interactive nature of games. The eternal vigil ends. As the great grey wolf breathes his last beside the grave he has guarded for so long, we witness not just the death of a character, but the completion of a cycle that began centuries earlier in the depths of the chasm of the abyss. Sif's final moments represent the fulfillment of purposes both chosen and imposed, the resolution of tensions between loyalty and necessity that have defined his entire existence since Artorias' fall. The silence that follows Sif's death is profound and multifaceted. It is the silence of a vigil finally ended, of a duty completed at tremendous personal cost. It is the silence of recognition, as the chosen undead confronts the full weight of what their victory has required. Most significantly, it is the silence of transition, as the responsibility for protecting the world from the abyss passes from one guardian to another. The Covenant of Artorias, now freed from its centuries-long protection, carries with it not just the practical power to traverse the abyss, but the accumulated weight of everyone who has possessed it before. When the chosen undead places the ring upon their finger, they become the latest link in a chain of heroism that stretches back through Sif to Artorias himself, and perhaps even further into the forgotten reaches of Lordran's history. This transfer of responsibility represents one of Dark Souls' most sophisticated explorations of how heroic legacies persist across time. The power that the chosen undead gains is not simply magical, but moral. They inherit not just Artorias' ability to walk in darkness, but his commitment to standing against it. Not just Sif's strength, but his understanding of the price that such strength requires. Yet even as one story ends, others continue. The influence of Artorias and Sif extends far beyond their immediate narrative, reaching into future ages where their example continues to inspire new generations of heroes. The Abyss. Watchers of Dark Souls III, the legends and artifacts that bear their names, the very concept of the Wolf Knight that persists in collective memory. All of these represent the ongoing life of stories that might otherwise be considered complete. This persistence across multiple games and centuries of fictional time demonstrates something crucial about the nature of meaningful narratives. The most powerful stories are not self-contained, but generative, creating frameworks and inspirations that continue to produce new meanings and applications long after their original telling. Sif and Artorias have become mythic figures whose influence transcends their specific historical moment. The wolf's death also represents a moment of profound transformation for the chosen undead, though this transformation may not be immediately apparent. By forcing players to participate in Sif's destruction, the game creates a form of moral complicity that changes the player's relationship to heroism itself. The comfortable distance between player and character is collapsed, making it impossible to maintain illusions about the clean, uncomplicated nature of heroic action. This collapsing of distance represents one of interactive storytelling's unique capabilities. Unlike readers of novels or viewers of films, game players cannot remain passive observers of tragedy, but must become active participants in its unfolding. This participation creates forms of knowledge and understanding that are available only through interactive media, forms of moral education that emerge from direct involvement rather than abstract contemplation. The educational dimension of this participation should not be underestimated. By requiring players to act against their moral instincts while simultaneously maintaining their commitment to saving the world, the game creates a visceral understanding of the kinds of moral dilemmas that define real-world heroism. The lesson is not that heroic action is impossible or meaningless, but that it always comes at a cost that must be honestly acknowledged and carefully weighed. The grove where Sif maintained his vigil will now stand empty, its guardian gone and its sacred purpose fulfilled. Yet the space itself retains the accumulated meaning of centuries of devotion and sacrifice. The ancient trees continue to whisper their secrets. The weathered monuments continue to testify to forgotten heroism. And Artorias's simple grave continues to mark the resting place of one who gave everything for the sake of others. This persistence of sacred space, even after its guardian has departed, speaks to something fundamental about how meaning accumulates and persists in physical environments. Places can become repositories of significance that transcends the presence of any individual being, holding memory and meaning in their very stones and shadows. For players who discovered the recognition scene through rescuing young Sif in the past, the wolf's death carries additional layers of tragedy and meaning. The knowledge that this creature once trusted them enough to fight alongside them against Manus makes his death feel not just necessary, but deeply personal. They have not simply defeated a guardian, but destroyed a friendship, not simply claimed a treasure, but broken a bond forged in the crucible of shared danger. This personal dimension transforms the entire encounter from tragedy into something approaching sacrilege. The player becomes complicit, not just in necessary violence, but in the betrayal of trust and friendship. Yet even this betrayal serves the greater good, preventing the spread of corruption and enabling the salvation of the world itself. The moral complexity of this situation reflects the sophisticated ethical framework that underlies much of Dark Souls storytelling. The game consistently refuses to offer easy answers or comfortable moral positions, instead creating scenarios where doing the right thing requires accepting terrible costs, and where heroic action becomes indistinguishable from tragic necessity. As the chosen undead leaves Darkroot Garden behind, carrying the covenant of Artorias toward their confrontation with the Four Kings, they bear with them more than just magical protection. They carry the weight of sacrifice, the knowledge of what their quest has already cost and will continue to demand. They carry the memory of a wolf whose loyalty transcended death itself and whose final gift was to ensure that only the worthy could follow in his master's footsteps. Most importantly, they carry forward the story itself, not just the public legend of Artorias' triumph, but the private truth of his sacrifice, not just the myth of heroic victory, but the reality of heroic cost. In becoming the bearer of these stories, the chosen undead becomes responsible for their preservation and continuation, ensuring that the lessons embedded within them will not be lost to time. This responsibility extends beyond the fictional boundaries of the game world into our own reality, where players carry forward the insights and understandings they have gained through their engagement with Sif's story. The emotional and philosophical complexity of the wolf's tale does not remain confined to the virtual realm, but spills over into real-world conversations about loyalty, duty, sacrifice, and the nature of heroic action. The great grey wolf's vigil may have ended, but his story continues to live in the memories of all who encountered him, continuing to generate new meanings and applications as each new player discovers the grove in Darkroot Garden and confronts the tragic necessity of claiming Artorias' ring. In this sense, Sif has achieved a form of immortality that transcends physical death, becoming part of the collective cultural memory that shapes how we understand ourselves and our responsibilities to one another. The legacy of the Wolf Knight and his faithful guardian endures not as a completed narrative, but as an ongoing conversation about what it means to love deeply enough to sacrifice everything, to remain loyal despite centuries of solitude, and to find meaning in duties that bring no reward beyond the knowledge of having served something greater than oneself. In the end, perhaps this is the most fitting tribute we can offer to Sif, the great grey wolf, to carry his story forward, to find in his example inspiration for our own commitments and sacrifices, and to remember that the greatest acts of heroism are often the quiet ones, performed without recognition or reward by those who understand that some things are worth protecting regardless of the personal cost. The mists of Darkroot Garden may have closed over the empty grove where Sif once maintained his eternal vigil, but the wolf's influence continues to ripple outward through time and space, touching the lives of everyone who has ever struggled with questions of duty and devotion, loyalty and loss, love and sacrifice. His story remains unfinished not because it lacks conclusion, but because its themes are eternal, as relevant today as they were in the fictional past, where knight and wolf first walked together into the darkness of the abyss. And so, we leave the great grey wolf not with a sense of ending, but of beginning. The beginning of our own engagement with the questions his story raises. The beginning of our own attempts to live with the kind of loyalty and dedication he embodied. The beginning of our own understanding that the most meaningful victories are often those that cost us everything we thought we valued, yet somehow leave us richer for the sacrifice. In the world of Dark Souls, as in our own, The greatest heroes are often those who guard what is precious not for glory or recognition, but simply because someone must, and they have chosen to be that someone. Sif, the great grey wolf, stands as eternal testament to the power of such choices, and to the enduring significance of love that transcends even death itself. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of gaming's most emotionally powerful stories. The tale of Sif reminds us that even in the darkest of worlds, loyalty endures, love persists, and sacrifice retains its meaning. Like and subscribe for more deep dives into the rich lore and unforgettable characters that make these virtual worlds feel so profoundly real and emotionally resonant. Until next time, may your own vigils be purposeful, your loyalties well chosen, and your sacrifices meaningful. Welcome back to Lore 2 RPG, where we dive deep into gaming's greatest stories. Today, we journey into the shadow depths of Dark Souls 3 to explore one of the most fascinating and complex organizations in FromSoftware's dark universe, the Sable Church of Lundor, and the three sisters who founded it. Over the next couple hours, we'll uncover the tragic tale of Elfrida, Yuria, and Lillian, their service to the primordial serpent Darkstalker Koth, and their relentless pursuit of an age of dark. We'll explore how these three women, bound by blood and dark purpose, shaped the very foundations of Lundor and created a church that would challenge the gods themselves. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin this epic adventure together into the hollow realms where salvation comes at the cost of one's humanity. The birth of darkness. According to the game's canonical sources, the origins of Lundor and the Sable Church can be traced back to a time when the Age of Fire was waning, and hope seemed lost for those who had fallen to the curse of undeath. The game tells us through various item descriptions and dialogue that the primordial serpent Koth, known as Darkstalker Koth, was steadfast in his pursuit of bringing about an age of dark. His past attempts had largely failed. The order of the old gods remained dominant, and the Age of Fire persevered, albeit increasingly faintly. But Koth was nothing if not persistent. The lore reveals that at some point in the distant past, this ancient serpent welcomed three human sisters into his service as his maidens. According to the Dark Souls wiki, these sisters were named Elfrida, the eldest, Yuria, the middle child, and Lillian, the youngest. We know from item descriptions that these sisters were already highly skilled fencers before entering Koth's service, suggesting they were formidable warriors even before their transformation into something more. The game's lore tells us that Koth taught these three sisters his art of the Dark Hand, a technique that could sap the essence of its victims. This is not speculation. We can see this directly through the Dark Hand weapon description, which states it is an ancient relic of a primordial serpent that mercilessly saps the essence of its victims. The sisters learned this dark art and used it as one of their primary weapons in the battles to come. But their training under Koth went far beyond simply learning how to drain life force from their enemies. According to multiple canonical sources, the sisters pursued Koth's ultimate goal of ending the Age of Fire, founded by the gods, and ushering in the Age of Dark. They searched for a Dark Lord who could usurp the First Flame and use its powers to lead humans into a new age. This wasn't merely a political endeavor. It was a religious crusade with cosmic implications. To achieve these lofty goals, the game tells us that the three sisters used their battle prowess to establish the Sable Church. This organization claimed to offer salvation to Hollows, those unfortunate souls who had lost their humanity to the undead curse. The church became, as described in multiple item descriptions, a haven for those with unsavory or blurry pasts, along with other rejects of the Age of Fire. Now this is where we might theorize about the psychological and social implications of what they were creating. It's possible that the sisters, having witnessed the suffering of countless Hollows, genuinely believed they were offering a form of salvation. The idea that hollows were the true face of man, a concept we'll explore in detail, could have emerged from their observations of how the undead curse stripped away all pretense and social conditioning, leaving only the core essence of humanity. According to the lore, an increasing number of undead and hollows flocked to the church, forming what the game describes as a society of wretchedly aged, deceitful, deeply detested hollows. This wasn't exactly a paradise they were creating, but rather a gathering place for those who had been cast aside by the world above. The realm they settled in would become known as Londor, the Hollow Realm, or the Land of Hollows. We learn from Uria's dialogue that the Sisters of Londor sought to crown not a lord of men, but instead a lord of hollows, who they claimed would wear the true face of man. This is a crucial philosophical point that the game establishes. By the time of the Sable Church, the form of the hollow appears to have been acknowledged as the original condition, the most honest shape of humans. Whether this position was espoused by Koth himself is uncertain, but it became central to the Church's doctrine. This philosophical stance is fascinating when we consider its implications. It's possible that the sisters came to view the undead curse not as a tragedy, but as a revelation, a stripping away of illusions to reveal humanity's true nature. The well-fed, comfortable citizens of kingdoms like Lothric might have seemed false to them, hiding behind their humanity, while the hollows of Londor wore their truth openly. The geographical location of Londor is also significant. According to the game's canonical sources, Londor is located to the south of Lothric, consequently placing it even further south of Drangleic. This positioning suggests that Londor existed on the periphery of the known world, a fitting location for a realm dedicated to those who had been cast out from traditional society. It's worth noting that at some point before seeing his dream realized, Koth died of unknown causes. We know this from Uria's dying dialogue, where in the original Japanese version, she makes direct reference to having failed Koth's dying wish, implying that he is no longer alive. This left the Sisters of the Sable Church to carry on his vision of an age of dark, led by the Dark Lord. The death of their master must have been a profound moment for the three sisters. We can only speculate about how this affected them individually, but it's reasonable to imagine that losing their guide and mentor would have forced them to step more fully into their roles as leaders of the church. Perhaps this is when their individual personalities and approaches began to diverge more significantly. Elfrida, the fallen leader. Of the three sisters, Elfrida, also known as Sister Frida in her later incarnation, perhaps has the most complex and tragic story. According to the game's lore, Elfrida was the eldest sister and became the leader of the Sable Church. Her position as both the oldest sibling and the church's leader suggests she carried tremendous responsibility for the organization's direction and the welfare of its followers. The game reveals through various item descriptions that Elfrida was a skilled pyromancer in addition to her swordsmanship. This dual mastery of blade and flame would prove significant in her later story. As the leader of the Sable Church, she would have been responsible for interpreting Koth's teachings and guiding the organization's efforts to find and empower a Dark Lord. But something went wrong. According to multiple canonical sources, at some point, Elfrida departed Londor, abandoning the Sable Church and her sisters. The circumstances of this departure are complex and somewhat mysterious. When we examine Uria's dialogue after defeating Sister Frida in the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, she provides crucial insight. "Ah, our lord and Liege, 'twas the soul of my sister, Elfrida, a poor wench turned to ash who would abandon Londor." This dialogue reveals several important facts. First, that Elfrida became ash, meaning she became an unkindled, which only happens to those who attempt to link the first flame, but fail. This is particularly significant because linking the first flame is exactly the opposite of what the Sable Church stands for. The Church seeks to usurp the flame and bring about an age of dark, not perpetuate the age of fire. The description of Frida's ordained trousers provides another piece of the puzzle, implying that during the founding of the Sable Church, Frida had to spill blood on behalf of those she swore to protect. This suggests that establishing and maintaining the church required violent actions that may have weighed heavily on Elfrida's conscience. If we examine this information, we might theorize about what drove Elfrida to abandon everything she had helped build. It's possible that the violence required to establish and maintain the Sable Church conflicted with her natural inclinations toward protecting others. The game tells us, through Uria's dialogue, that Frida let her kindness compromise her principles. This suggests that Elfrida's fundamental nature, her desire to protect and preserve, came into conflict with the often harsh realities of building a church dedicated to ushering in an age of dark. The fact that she attempted to link the first flame suggests a complete reversal of her original beliefs. Perhaps she came to see the Age of Fire, despite its flaws, as preferable to the uncertainty and potential chaos of an Age of Dark. Or perhaps her experiences in founding the church showed her the cost of pursuing such radical change, and she decided that preservation of the status quo was the lesser evil. Her journey led her to the painted world of Ariandel, where we encounter her as Sister Frida. In this realm, she has dedicated herself to preventing the world from burning and being reborn, which is the natural cycle of painted worlds. This commitment to preservation over transformation mirrors her apparent abandonment of the Sable Church's goals. She has chosen stagnation over change, even though that stagnation means perpetual decay. The painting's father Ariandel tells us that Frida convinced him to suppress the flame that would burn the painted world clean. This act of preservation is completely contrary to the Sable Church's philosophy of embracing endings and new beginnings. It suggests that Elfrida had come to fear change itself, perhaps because she had seen how much suffering radical transformation could cause. In the boss fight against Sister Frida, we see the consequences of her choices. She fights desperately to maintain the rotting painted world, even though its inhabitants suffer and beg for the flame to be restored. This tragic irony, that her desire to protect has led to prolonged suffering, reflects the complex moral landscape that FromSoftware often explores. When we defeat Sister Frida and present her soul to Yuria, we get another glimpse into the family dynamics of the three sisters. Yuria's words carry both sadness and disappointment. If thou wouldst, let it nourish thy lordship, and in return, do her a small kindness. Remember those who stayed by her to the end, in the shadows cast by fire. This request reveals that despite Elfrida's abandonment of the church, Yuria still cares for her sister. The phrase, "Remember those who stayed by her to the end," refers to Sir Wilhelm and Father Ariandel, who remained loyal to Frida even as she pursued a path that led to suffering for the painted world's inhabitants. We might speculate that Yuria's request shows a deep understanding of her sister's nature. Perhaps Yuria recognizes that Elfrida's actions, however misguided, came from a genuine desire to protect others. By asking the Lord of Hollows to remember those who stayed loyal to Frida, Yuria is acknowledging that her sister inspired loyalty even in her fallen state, which speaks to some remaining nobility in her character. The tragedy of Elfrida is that her compassion ultimately led her away from her family and her purpose. In trying to protect others from suffering, she abandoned those who needed her most, her sisters and the Hollows of Londor, who looked to the Sable Church for salvation. Her story serves as a complex meditation on the relationship between kindness and duty, and the sometimes terrible choices that leaders must make. It's possible that Elfrida's departure also had practical implications for the Sable Church. As the eldest sister and the organization's leader, her leaving would have created a power vacuum and perhaps forced Yuria to take on responsibilities she hadn't originally been prepared for. This might explain some of the more calculating and manipulative aspects of Yuria's character that we see in Dark Souls 3. Perhaps she had to become harder and more pragmatic to fill the void left by her sister's departure. Yuria, the steadfast manipulator. While Elfrida abandoned the Sable Church, Yuria remained steadfast in her commitment to Koth's vision. As the middle child among the three sisters, Yuria found herself in the unique position of having to bridge the gap between Elfrida's departed idealism and Lillian's scholarly approach to their mission. According to the game's lore, after Elfrida's departure, Yuria essentially became the de facto leader of the Sable Church's practical operations. The game tells us that Yuria is a member of the Dark Wraiths, an order of knights dedicated to Koth's cause. This connection to the Dark Wraiths is significant because it links her directly to the events of the first Dark Souls game, where we learned about this covenant and its purpose. The Dark Wraiths were Koth's chosen warriors, dedicated to preventing the linking of the First Flame and promoting the Age of Dark. What makes Yuria particularly fascinating is how she operates in Dark Souls 3. According to the game's events, she appears at Firelink Shrine after Yoel of Lundor dies, but only if the player has been following a very specific path, accepting dark sigils and embracing their hollow nature. This isn't coincidence, it's careful manipulation and planning. Yuria's relationship with Yoel reveals much about how the Sable Church operates. According to Yoel's dialogue, he is described as an accursed pilgrim who has failed to die as was ordained by. This suggests that there was an expectation that he would die in a particular way, or at a particular time, but something went wrong. Yoel's presence in the game world, rather than being dead as planned, indicates that the Sable Church's schemes are complex and long-term. When Yuria arrives after Yoel's death, she immediately begins working to guide the player character toward becoming the Lord of Hollows. This isn't a simple quest-giver relationship. It's a carefully orchestrated manipulation designed to achieve the Church's ultimate goal. She provides the player with specific equipment and guidance, all while maintaining the pretense that she is merely serving their interests. The game reveals through dialogue and item descriptions that Yuria orchestrates the entire questline involving Anri of Astora. She arranges for a Londor pilgrim to guide Anri toward the Boreal Valley, and she stations an assassin disguised as a statue in the Church of Yorshka. The complexity of this plan shows us that Yuria is not just a warrior or a priest, but a sophisticated political operative. The marriage ceremony between the player character and Anri is perhaps the most revealing aspect of Yuria's character. According to the game's events, this ceremony involves the ritualistic murder of Anri using a special sword provided by the Londor pilgrim assassin. This act is necessary to complete the transformation of the player character into the Lord of Hollows. What makes this particularly disturbing is how Yuria presents it. She doesn't frame it as murder, but as a wedding, a union that will allow the player to usurp the fire and bring about the Age of Dark. The ceremonial language and the sacred location, the Tomb of Gwyndolin, give the act a religious significance that masks its essentially violent nature. This ability to reframe violence as sacrament reveals much about Yuria's worldview and the culture of the Sable Church. We might theorize that this reflects a fundamental belief that the ends justify the means, that any action, no matter how morally questionable, is acceptable if it serves the greater goal of ending the Age of Fire and bringing salvation to the Hollows. Yuria's dialogue throughout the game shows her to be intelligent, well-spoken, and deeply committed to her cause. When she speaks of the true face of man that Hollows represent, she does so with genuine conviction. She truly believes that the Hollow condition is not a curse, but a revelation of humanity's authentic nature, stripped of the illusions and pretenses that mask the truth. The game also reveals Yuria's loyalty to her fallen master through her dying words. When killed, she says, "Koth, I have failed thee," showing that even after all this time, she still sees herself as serving the primordial serpent's vision. This unwavering dedication to a dead master's cause suggests either remarkable loyalty or a kind of psychological fixation that prevents her from developing beyond her original purpose. We might speculate about what drives Yuria's unwavering commitment. Unlike Elfrida, who was apparently moved by compassion to abandon the church's mission, Yuria seems immune to such doubts. It's possible that she genuinely believes that any suffering caused by their actions is temporary and will be resolved once the Age of Dark is established. Or perhaps she has become so invested in the cause that she cannot conceive of any alternative. The relationship between Yuria and her sisters is complex and layered with unspoken history. When we bring Elfrida's soul to her, her reaction is one of sadness rather than anger. This suggests that despite her sister's betrayal of their cause, Yuria still loves her. The fact that she asks the player to remember those who stayed loyal to Frida shows a level of understanding and forgiveness that might seem at odds with her manipulative nature. Similarly, her relationship with Lillian appears to be one of mutual respect and cooperation. While Lillian focuses on the religious and cultural aspects of the Sable Church, Yuria handles the practical matters of recruitment and political maneuvering. This division of labor suggests that the sisters have found ways to work together despite their different personalities and approaches. Yuria's ultimate goal is to see the player character successfully usurp the First Flame and become the Lord of Hollows. According to the game's lore, this would fulfill Koth's original vision and finally bring about the Age of Dark that the Church has worked toward for so long. The fact that she is willing to appear personally at this climactic moment, standing alongside Lillian as the new Dark Lord claims their power, shows how important this achievement is to her. In the end, Yuria represents the ideal of absolute dedication to a cause. Whether this dedication is admirable or disturbing depends largely on one's perspective on the cause itself. She has sacrificed personal relationships, moral qualms, and her own individual desires in service of what she believes is a greater good. Her story raises questions about the nature of loyalty, the price of devotion, and whether any goal is worth the costs that pursuing it might demand. Lillian, the chronicler of sorrow. Of the three sisters, Lillian might be the most mysterious and perhaps the most crucial to understanding the true nature of the Sable Church. According to the game's canonical sources, Lillian is the youngest of the three sisters and serves as a founding mentor of the Sable Church. While Elfrida led through action and Yuria through manipulation, Lillian's contribution was more subtle, but arguably more foundational. She shaped the very spiritual and cultural identity of their organization. The game tells us through the Londor Braille divine tome description that Lillian is identified as the original author of the Church's sacred texts. The tome is described as being first spoken by Lillian of the Sable Church, indicating that she was not merely copying existing religious texts, but creating entirely new spiritual works. This makes her, in essence, the theologian and prophet of the Sable Church's faith. According to multiple canonical sources, Lillian weaved tales that portrayed the suffering and conflict of Hollows. This isn't simply storytelling for entertainment. These tales served as the foundation for the Church's religious practices and beliefs. The stories Lillian created became the basis for the dark miracles that the Church's followers would use, making her both a chronicler of Hollow's suffering and the architect of the Church's spiritual power. The game reveals that these tales were recounted in dark miracle tomes which were forbidden in the rest of the world, on account of offering salvation to Hollows and conversely cursing all living beings. This prohibition shows us how radical and threatening Lillian's work was to the established order. Her stories didn't just acknowledge Hollow's suffering, they elevated it to a sacred status and turned it into a source of spiritual power. We might theorize about what drove Lillian to focus so specifically on the suffering of Hollows. As the youngest sister, she may have been more sensitive to the injustices she witnessed, or perhaps her role as chronicler put her in closer contact with the stories of individual Hollows who came to the Church seeking salvation. it's possible that hearing countless tales of loss, betrayal, and abandonment shaped her understanding of what it truly meant to be human in a world governed by the gods. The nature of the miracles derived from Lillian's tales is particularly significant. According to the game's lore, traditional miracles require faith in the gods and their stories to function. But the dark miracles of Lundor work differently. They require faith in humanity itself, specifically in the hollow condition as the true form of mankind. This represents a fundamental inversion of the religious systems that dominated the rest of the world. Lillian's work also included the recovery and preservation of ancient miracles associated with Velka, the goddess of sin. This connection to Velka is intriguing because Velka was associated with pardoning sins and punishing those who committed crimes against the gods. By incorporating Velka's miracles into the Sable Church's practices, Lillian was essentially arguing that the gods themselves were sinful and deserved punishment. The utility of the miracles derived from Lillian's tales is described as ranging from combative to deceptive. This suggests that her stories weren't just about acknowledging suffering, but also about providing practical tools for those who had been oppressed by the current order. Some of her tales apparently taught followers how to fight more effectively, while others provided methods for avoiding detection or misleading enemies. One of the most significant miracles associated with Lillian's work is Dead Again, which the game describes as a way to bless corpses in a manner that is incompatible with living things. This miracle embodies the Church's core philosophy, that death and hollowing are not curses to be cured, but states to be embraced and celebrated. By blessing corpses in a way that harms the living, the miracle inverts traditional religious practices that typically focus on blessing and protecting life. The Japanese description of Dead Again provides additional insight. Lundor, the Hollow Realm, is a society comprised of undead. If undying is human, there's no need to hesitate blessing corpses that are, after all, incompatible with living things. Is there? This rhetorical question encapsulates the Church's philosophy perfectly. If being undead is the true human condition, then it makes perfect sense to bless the dead in ways that might harm the living. Another miracle associated with the Church is atonement, which is described as being given to those cast out from the Sable Church of Lundor. This suggests that even within the Church's supposedly accepting community, there were standards of behavior and belief that some members failed to meet. The miracle attracts more attention from foes, which seems like a punishment rather than a blessing, but the description notes that exiles believe it carries words of forgiveness. This paradox, a miracle that seems harmful but is perceived as merciful by those who receive it, reflects the complex moral universe that Lillian helped create through her stories. In the Church's worldview, suffering and danger might actually be forms of grace, especially for those who have failed to live up to the Church's expectations. We might speculate about what kinds of stories Lillian told to create such a comprehensive and internally consistent religious system. Her tales would have needed to explain not just why Hollows suffered, but why that suffering was meaningful and even sacred. She would have had to create narratives that made exile and punishment feel like forms of love and forgiveness. It's possible that Lillian's stories drew on her observations of her own sisters. She would have witnessed Elfrida's struggle with the violence required to build the Church, and she would have seen Uria's willingness to sacrifice moral qualms for the greater good. These contrasting approaches to their shared mission might have provided her with rich material for exploring the complexities of faith, duty, and sacrifice. The fact that Lillian appears alongside Yuria in the usurpation of fire ending is significant. According to the game's events, when an unkindled attains the strength necessary to usurp the first flame and absorb its power, both Lillian and Yuria arrive to witness the culmination of their long efforts. This suggests that despite her focus on storytelling and religious matters, Lillian remained committed to the Church's ultimate political goal. In the ending cutscene, Lillian appears identical to Yuria, which might suggest that the two sisters have become more alike over the years, or it might simply be a practical consideration by the game developers. However, we might theorize that this visual similarity represents how the two surviving sisters have grown closer in their shared commitment to completing their mission after Elfrida's departure. Lillian's role as the chronicler of hollow suffering makes her perhaps the most essential of the three sisters to the church's long-term success. While Elfrida provided initial leadership and Yuria handled practical matters, Lillian created the spiritual framework that gave the church's followers something to believe in beyond simple revenge against the gods. Her stories transformed the Hollow's pain from meaningless suffering into sacred experience, providing both comfort and power to those who had lost everything else. The influence of Lillian's work extends beyond the Sable Church itself. By creating a religious system that celebrated undeath and suffering, she provided an alternative to the dominant religious narratives of her time. Her tales offered hope to those who had been abandoned by the gods and society, suggesting that their condition was not a punishment, but a revelation of truth. In many ways, Lillian's contribution to the Sable Church was the most radical of the three sisters. While Elfrida and Yuria worked within existing frameworks of leadership and manipulation, Lillian created entirely new ways of understanding the relationship between humanity and divinity. Her stories didn't just challenge the political order, they challenged the fundamental assumptions about what it meant to be human, alive, and worthy of salvation. The Dark Hand and sacred techniques. One of the most distinctive and disturbing aspects of the Sable Church's practices was their mastery of the Dark Hand technique. According to the game's lore, this ancient art was taught to the three sisters directly by Darkstalker Koth himself, making it both a weapon and a sacred ritual of their faith. Understanding the Dark Hand is crucial to comprehending how the church operated and what it truly meant to be one of Koth's chosen servants. The Dark Hand weapon description tells us that it is an ancient relic of a primordial serpent that mercilessly saps the essence of its victims. But this clinical description barely captures the horrifying intimacy of the technique. The Dark Hand doesn't kill at a distance like a sword or spell. It requires the wielder to embrace their victim and drain away their life force through direct physical contact. This makes it as much a violation as it is a weapon. According to the game's mechanics and lore, the Dark Hand can only be used against humans, which suggests it was specifically designed as a tool for harvesting humanity, rather than fighting monsters or beasts. This limitation reveals something important about Koth's ultimate goals and the church's methods. They weren't simply trying to destroy their enemies, they were trying to steal something essential from them. The technique serves multiple purposes within the church's operations. Obviously, it functions as a weapon that allows followers to defeat enemies while simultaneously strengthening themselves. But the game's lore suggests it also serves a more fundamental purpose, related to the church's beliefs about the nature of humanity and hollowing. According to various item descriptions and dialogue, the church taught that being hollow was the true face of man and the most honest shape of humanity. If this is correct, then the Dark Hand technique could be seen as a way of accelerating this revelation, stripping away the false humanity that conceals a person's true hollow nature. From this perspective, the Dark Hand isn't just taking life, it's revealing truth. The weapon can also function as a shield, which adds another layer to its symbolic meaning. We might theorize that this duality represents the church's philosophy perfectly. It can both take and protect, attack and defend, depending on the wielder's needs and intentions. This flexibility makes it an ideal tool for an organization that operated in the shadows and needed to adapt to various circumstances. The fact that Koth specifically taught this technique to the three sisters suggests that it held special significance beyond its practical applications. It was likely part of their initiation into his service, and a mark of their elevated status within his hierarchy. The intimate nature of the technique, requiring physical contact with victims, also suggests that it was meant to test the sisters' willingness to personally engage in the darker aspects of their mission. We learn from various sources that the technique was passed down to other members of the Sable Church, particularly the Dark Wraiths who served under Uriah. This suggests that mastery of the Dark Hand became a mark of advancement within the Church's hierarchy. Only the most trusted and committed followers would be taught such a personal and dangerous technique. The psychological implications of regularly using the Dark Hand would have been significant. Unlike conventional weapons that allow fighters to maintain some emotional distance from their actions, the Dark Hand forced its users to literally embrace their victims while draining their life away. This intimate form of killing would have required a particular mindset and would likely have changed the people who practiced it regularly. It's possible that the Church deliberately chose this technique partly for its psychological effects on its practitioners. By forcing followers to engage in such intimate violence, the Dark Hand would have served as a form of initiation that separated Church members from conventional morality and social norms. Once someone had drained the life from another person through direct physical contact, they would be fundamentally changed and more completely committed to the Church's cause. The game also reveals that the Dark Hand technique is connected to the broader concept of humanity as a resource that can be gathered and manipulated. In the Dark Souls universe, humanity is a tangible substance that can be collected, spent, and transferred between individuals. The Dark Hand represents a more aggressive approach to this process than the traditional methods used by most characters. According to the lore, the technique allows its practitioners to evoke an art unique to Lundor, the Land of the Hollow. This suggests that over time, the Church developed their own variations and improvements to Koth's original teaching. The fact that it's described as an art, rather than simply a technique, implies that there were aesthetic and philosophical dimensions to its practice beyond mere functionality. The weapon's ability to function as both offense and defense might also reflect the Church's broader strategic approach to achieving their goals. They couldn't simply attack the established order directly. They had to protect themselves while gradually undermining their enemy's power base. The Dark Hand's dual nature made it an ideal tool for this kind of subtle, long-term campaign. We might theorize that the three sisters each developed their own particular approaches to using the Dark Hand technique. Elfrida, with her compassionate nature, might have struggled with its intimate violence, potentially contributing to her eventual departure from the Church. Uriah, with her pragmatic outlook, would likely have seen it as simply another tool to be used in service of their greater cause. Lillian might have found ways to incorporate the technique into her storytelling, using it as a metaphor for the Church's ability to reveal hidden truths about human nature. The Dark Hand also represents the Church's rejection of conventional weapon-making and military traditions. Instead of relying on swords forged by smiths or spells learned from traditional teachers, they used a technique that came directly from their serpentine master. This independence from human craft and learning reinforced their position as outsiders who rejected the established order entirely. The description of the weapon as merciless is particularly significant. Mercy implies a choice to spare or show compassion, but the Dark Hand offers no such option. Once the technique is initiated, it continues until the victim is drained or the wielder is forced to stop. This merciless nature reflects the Church's broader philosophy that some actions are necessary regardless of their moral implications. In the broader context of Dark Souls lore, the Dark Hand technique connects the Sable Church to the fundamental themes of the series regarding the nature of humanity and the cost of power. The technique literally converts human life into strength for the wielder, embodying the series' exploration of how power is gained through sacrifice and loss. The fact that this technique was taught by a primordial serpent also connects it to the cosmic forces that shape the Dark Souls universe. The serpents represent knowledge and temptation, offering power in exchange for moral compromise. The Dark Hand embodies this exchange perfectly. It offers significant power, but requires its users to engage in intimate violence that would fundamentally change their relationship to other human beings. The philosophy of hollowing, central to understanding the Sable Church and its three founding sisters, is grasping their revolutionary philosophy regarding the nature of humanity and the meaning of the undead curse. According to the game's canonical sources, the Church developed and promoted a worldview that was fundamentally opposed to the dominant religious and social narratives of their time. This philosophy wasn't just academic, it formed the basis for their political actions and their personal relationships with their followers. The game tells us through various dialogue and item descriptions that the Sisters of Londor believed hollows represented the true face of man and the most honest shape of humanity. This wasn't simply a consolation for those who had lost their humanity. It was a radical reinterpretation of what it meant to be human in the first place. According to this view, the flesh and blood humans, who still retained their sanity and appearance, were actually living in a state of illusion, while the desiccated, mindless hollows had been stripped down to humanity's essential nature. It's worth noting that this philosophical position might seem radical to modern audiences, but the game presents it as the Church's sincere belief rather than mere propaganda. We might theorize that this interpretation of the undead curse emerged from the sisters' direct observations of those who came to them seeking help. Perhaps they genuinely came to see patterns in how hollowing affected people that led them to these conclusions. The game reveals through various sources that this philosophy was likely influenced by Darkstalker Kolth's teachings, though the extent to which he originated these ideas versus simply reinforcing beliefs the sisters had already developed remains uncertain. What we can say definitively is that by the time of Dark Souls 3, this worldview had become central to the Sable Church's identity and mission. According to the game's canonical sources, the Church taught that the gods had created the Age of Fire as a way of maintaining their power over humanity. Though we should note this represents the Church's interpretation of events rather than necessarily objective fact. From their perspective, by promoting the linking of the First Flame and the continuation of the current order, the gods kept humans trapped in a cycle that prevented them from achieving their true potential. The undead curse, from this perspective, wasn't divine punishment, but rather humanity's natural attempt to break free from artificial constraints. This is where we might theorize about how this philosophy would have affected the three sisters personally. For Elfrida, who eventually abandoned the Church, the idea that suffering was actually revelation might have proven too difficult to maintain in the face of real human pain. Perhaps she came to believe that some illusions were kinder than harsh truths, leading her to choose preservation over transformation. Yuria, on the other hand, seems to have embraced this philosophy completely. Her willingness to manipulate and sacrifice others in service of the Church's goals makes more sense when viewed through the lens of someone who genuinely believes that conventional morality is based on false premises. If hollow is the true human condition, then actions that hasten or reveal that condition could be seen as acts of mercy rather than cruelty. For Lillian, this philosophy would have provided the foundation for her storytelling and religious writing. Her tales of hollow suffering would have served not just to acknowledge pain, but to give it meaning and purpose. By framing the stories of lost and broken people as sacred narratives, she was helping her audience understand that their experiences had cosmic significance. The Church's philosophy also provided a framework for understanding their relationship with other factions and organizations. The Way of White, which dominated much of the world's religious landscape, was seen as fundamentally deceptive because it promised salvation through faith in the gods, while actually perpetuating the system that prevented humans from achieving their true nature. According to the game's lore, the miracles used by the Sable Church reflected this philosophical stance. While traditional miracles required faith in the gods and their stories, the dark miracles of Londor required faith in humanity itself, specifically in the hollow condition as the authentic human state. This wasn't just a different religious practice, it was a complete inversion of the spiritual assumptions that governed most of the world. The practical implications of this philosophy were significant. If hollows were the truest humans, then gathering and organizing them wasn't just charity work. It was building the foundation for a new kind of society based on authentic human nature, rather than divine commandments or social conventions. The society of wretchedly aged, deceitful, deeply detested hollows that formed in Londor wasn't an unfortunate necessity, but the beginning of what humanity could become once freed from false ideals. This philosophy also explains the Church's obsession with finding and empowering a Lord of Hollows, rather than simply a human ruler. A conventional Lord would still be operating within the framework of illusion that the Church sought to overcome. Only someone who had fully embraced their hollow nature could truly represent and lead authentic humanity. We might theorize that this worldview provided psychological benefits for the Church's followers beyond its political utility. For people who had lost everything, their memories, their identities, their connections to other people, the Church's philosophy offered a way to understand their condition as meaningful rather than tragic. Instead of being failures who had succumbed to a curse, they were pioneers who had achieved a deeper understanding of human nature. The Church's teaching that hollowing revealed the most honest shape of humanity also served to undermine the social hierarchies and political structures of the broader world. If a hollow beggar was more authentically human than a well-dressed noble, then conventional measures of worth and status became meaningless. This leveling effect would have been attractive to those who had been marginalized or oppressed by the existing order. The philosophy also provided a framework for understanding death and loss that was radically different from both traditional religious teachings and secular approaches. Instead of seeing death as either divine judgment or random tragedy, the Church taught that it was part of the process of revealing truth. This perspective could provide comfort to those who had experienced significant losses, while also justifying actions that might lead to others' deaths. However, the Church's philosophy also had darker implications. If conventional morality was based on false premises about human nature, then traditional ethical restraints became obstacles to achieving higher truth. This could justify almost any action taken in service of revealing or embracing hollow nature, from manipulation and deception to outright violence. The game shows us the ultimate expression of this philosophy in the usurpation of fire ending, where the player character claims the power of the first flame as the Lord of Hollows. According to the Church's teachings, this represents the moment when humanity finally breaks free from the god's control and claims its true inheritance. Whether this actually leads to the better world the Church envisioned is left deliberately ambiguous by the game. The relationship between this philosophy and the sisters' individual personalities creates much of the tension and tragedy in their stories. Elfrida's departure suggests that not everyone could maintain faith in these teachings when confronted with their practical implications. Uria's unwavering commitment shows how completely the philosophy could reshape someone's worldview and moral framework. Lillian's role as chronicler demonstrates how abstract ideas could be transformed into lived religious experience through storytelling and ritual. In the broader context of Dark Souls lore, the Church's philosophy represents one possible response to the fundamental questions the series explores about the nature of humanity, the meaning of suffering, and the relationship between truth and comfort. By arguing that the most degraded human condition was actually the most authentic, the Church offered a radical alternative to both divine salvation and secular hope. The culture of Londor, the realm of Londor, shaped by the teachings and leadership of the three sisters, developed into something unprecedented in the Dark Souls universe, a functioning society built around the acceptance and even celebration of hollowing. According to the game's canonical sources, Londor became known as the Hollow Realm, or the Land of Hollows, and understanding its culture is crucial to comprehending the full scope of what the sisters accomplished. The game tells us that Londor attracted an increasing number of undead and hollows who came seeking the salvation promised by the Sable Church. But this wasn't simply a refugee camp or temporary shelter. It evolved into a complex society with its own customs, hierarchies, and institutions. The description of its inhabitants as wretchedly aged, deceitful, deeply detested hollows might sound condemning. But within the context of the Church's philosophy, these characteristics take on different meanings. According to the law, the Church became a haven for those with unsavory or blurry pasts, along with other rejects of the Age of Fire. This suggests that Londor's population included not just those who had fallen to the undead curse, but also criminals, outcasts, and others who had been marginalized by conventional society. The sisters had created something more than just a community for hollows. They had built a society for everyone that the existing order had abandoned. The game reveals through various item descriptions that the members of the Sable Church were all trained swordsmen, each sworn only to their weapons as they bear the leaden silence of Londor. This martial culture suggests that life in Londor required constant readiness for conflict. The phrase leaden silence evokes both the weight of their responsibilities and the grim nature of their existence. We might theorize about what daily life in Londor would have looked like. Unlike the kingdoms of Lothric or Drangleic, where social hierarchies were based on birth, wealth, or divine favor, Londor's structure would have been based on entirely different principles. Skill with a blade, dedication to the Church's cause, and perhaps the completeness of one's hollowing might have determined status and responsibility. The deceptive nature attributed to Londor's inhabitants takes on special significance when we consider the Church's activities in the outside world. The complex manipulation orchestrated by Yuria in Dark Souls 3, involving multiple agents, false identities, and long-term planning, suggests that deception had become a cultural art form in Londor. This wasn't simply dishonesty for personal gain. It was a systematic approach to undermining the established order. The game tells us that the Church developed its own unique religious practices that were antithetical to the way of white religion built around the gods of Anor Londo. This wasn't just theological disagreement. It was the foundation for an entirely different way of understanding the relationship between humanity and the divine. Lillian's tales and the miracles derived from them created a religious system that celebrated what other faiths condemned. According to various sources, the miracles of Londor were forbidden in the rest of the world on account of offering salvation to hollows and conversely cursing all living beings. This prohibition reveals how threatening Londor's culture was to the established order. The Church hadn't just created alternative religious practices. They had developed spiritual technologies that actively worked against the dominant system. The Dark Hand technique, as we've discussed, became a signature practice of Londor's warriors. But beyond its practical applications, the technique would have served as a cultural marker that distinguished church members from outsiders. The intimate violence required to use the Dark Hand effectively would have created bonds between those who practiced it and barriers between them and those who found it abhorrent. The game reveals that Londor developed its own distinctive equipment and weapons that reflected its values and philosophy. Items like the Morian Blade, described as a twisted sword resembling the towers of Londor's Sable Church, show how even the realm's architecture influenced its martial culture. The weapon's ability to revel in the agony of its owner embodies the Church's teaching that suffering could be a source of strength. The Pale Shades, described as assassins of the Sable Church of Londor, represent another aspect of the realm's culture. These weren't simply hired killers, but dedicated servants who carried out the church's will in foreign lands. Their distinctive equipment and techniques suggest that assassination had become a refined art in Lundor, practiced with religious dedication rather than mere professional skill. We might speculate about how the three sisters' different personalities influenced various aspects of Lundor's culture. Elfrida's period as leader might have established some of the martial traditions and organizational structures that made the realm functional. Her eventual departure could have led to cultural changes as Uria's more pragmatic approach took precedence. Uria's influence on Lundor's culture seems most visible in its sophisticated intelligence networks and manipulation capabilities. The fact that the church could place agents throughout the lands between and coordinate complex operations suggests a level of organization and communication that required significant cultural emphasis on discipline and loyalty. Lillian's contribution to Lundor's culture was perhaps the most fundamental. She provided the stories and spiritual framework that gave meaning to the realm's existence. Her tales didn't just entertain or comfort. They shaped how Lundor's inhabitants understood themselves and their place in the world. The culture of storytelling she established would have been crucial for maintaining morale and purpose in a society built around accepting suffering. The game tells us that Lundor became a place where the veneration of the occult was practiced openly. This suggests that the realm served as a refuge, not just for hollows, but for anyone interested in magical or spiritual practices that were forbidden elsewhere. The church's recovery and use of Velka's ancient miracles indicates that they actively sought out and preserved knowledge that other organizations had suppressed. The educational system in Lundor would have been unlike anything found in other realms. Instead of learning about the achievements of gods and heroes, children would have been taught the stories of hollow suffering and redemption. Instead of conventional morality based on divine commandments, they would have learned ethics based on authentic human nature and the pursuit of truth, regardless of comfort. The economic system of Lundor presents interesting questions that the game doesn't fully address. Traditional economies are based on the exchange of goods and services between living people with ongoing needs and desires. But what would an economy look like in a realm populated largely by hollows who had lost most of their human appetites and motivations? We might theorize that Lundor's economy was based more on service to the church and the pursuit of its goals than on personal enrichment. The architectural descriptions we get of Lundor suggest a realm built for function rather than beauty or comfort. The twisted towers of the Sable Church and the general emphasis on practical equipment over decorative items indicate a culture that valued effectiveness over aesthetics. This practical focus would have been necessary for a realm that saw itself as being constantly at war with the established order. The relationship between Lundor and the outside world was complex and carefully managed. The church needed to maintain enough contact with other realms to recruit new members and gather intelligence, but it also needed to protect its internal culture from outside influence. The use of agents like the Lundor Pale Shade suggests that the realm developed sophisticated methods for projecting power while maintaining secrecy. According to the game's lore, Lundor's ultimate goal was to see one of its own become the Lord of Hollows and usurp the First Flame. This apocalyptic ambition shaped every aspect of the realm's culture, from its martial training to its religious practices. Everything in Lundor existed in service of this cosmic goal, creating a society unlike anything else in the Dark Souls universe. The success of Lundor as a functioning society demonstrates that the Sisters' vision wasn't just philosophical, but practical. They didn't just develop theories about human nature and divine deception. They created institutions and customs that allowed those theories to be lived out in daily practice. The fact that Lundor persisted long enough to nearly achieve its ultimate goal shows that their cultural innovations were genuinely sustainable. In the context of Dark Souls' broader themes about cycles of decay and renewal, Londor represents an attempt to break the pattern entirely, rather than simply beginning a new cycle. The realm's culture was designed not just to survive the current age, but to actively transform the fundamental nature of existence itself. Whether this ambitious goal was achievable or desirable remains one of the central questions raised by the sisters' story. The network of faith and manipulation. One of the most impressive aspects of the Sable Church's operations was the sophisticated network of agents, allies, and manipulated pawns they established throughout the lands between. According to the game's canonical sources, this network extended far beyond Londor itself and played crucial roles in advancing the Church's ultimate goals. Understanding how this network functioned reveals much about the sisters' strategic thinking and their long-term approach to achieving power. The game tells us about several key figures who operated as part of this network, each serving different functions in the Church's overall strategy. Yoel of Londor, described as a pilgrim, appears to have been positioned specifically to encounter and influence potential candidates for the role of Lord of Hollows. His presence on the High Wall of Lothric, where he could interact with Unkindled who were just beginning their journeys, suggests careful planning rather than coincidence. According to Yoel's dialogue, he describes himself as having failed to die as was ordained, which implies that his survival was unexpected even by Church leadership. This suggests that the Church's plans included contingencies and backup strategies, showing a level of sophisticated planning that extended beyond simple manipulation into genuine strategic thinking. The Londor Pale Shade represents another aspect of the Church's network: the use of dedicated agents who could operate independently while serving the organization's interests. According to the game's mechanics and lore, the Pale Shade appears multiple times throughout the player's journey, sometimes as an enemy and sometimes as an ally, depending on the circumstances and the player's choices. The fact that the Pale Shade can serve as both invader and summon reveals something important about the Church's operational philosophy. They weren't simply trying to eliminate potential threats or blindly support potential allies. They were testing and evaluating individuals to determine their suitability for the Church's purposes. This flexible approach allowed them to adapt their strategy based on how events unfolded. Perhaps the most complex example of the Church's network operations is the elaborate manipulation surrounding Anri of Astora. According to the game's events, Yuria arranges for a Londor pilgrim to guide Anri towards specific locations while maintaining the pretense of being helpful. This pilgrim provides information and assistance that seems beneficial to Henri, while actually serving the Church's agenda. The positioning of an assassin disguised as a statue in the Church of Yoshka demonstrates the level of advanced planning involved in this operation. This wasn't a spontaneous decision, but part of a carefully orchestrated campaign that required detailed knowledge of Henri's likely path and psychological state. The assassin had to be trained, positioned, and equipped well before the events of the game began. The marriage ceremony orchestrated by this network reveals perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Church's methods. According to the game's events, Henri is led to believe they are participating in a wedding ceremony with someone they trust, when in reality they are being positioned for ritual murder. The ceremony takes place in Gwendolyn's tomb, adding layers of symbolic significance to what is essentially an elaborate assassination. We might theorize about how the Church recruited and trained agents for this kind of work. The psychological requirements for maintaining false identities over extended periods while manipulating people toward